Lounge, episode number, what is it, 270 something?
Good lord.
216, I want to say. Yes.
Oh, I was way
Sweet
off.
holy Moses.
Jesus Christ!
In
Polo!
100 episodes, we're gonna have to do Steve Austin special.
Oh, no.
that'd be. I could talk about Steve Austin for quite a long time. I don't think that Steve Austin fans would want to hear what I have to say, but yeah, that could be fun. Mark it down on your calendar, folks.
I
Yeah.
have no idea when that's gonna be.
In 2 years, because we make 50 episodes a year,
Fair enough.
at least on average. But yeah,
All right. So, as you can probably tell, I'm here, Addie's here, Mike's here, Pink's here.
Yeah, I show up every once in 50 podcasts. I don't know if anyone even knows who I am at this point.
With enough regularity that you can get put on the cast list. So there you go.
There you go. I'm currently playing Dead by Daylight. In case anyone's wondering, I may occasionally be like, "Oh shit," or some crap like that, which makes no sense.
I hope it's comedically timed.
it's the demons. They're attacking you.
I'm having a baby, everybody. I'm really happy. Son of a bitch! Finally got down. So there you go. Yeah. I've been looping for the last minute and a half. Go on, guys. I don't want to make it a Dead by Daylight podcast. We have a lot of those, so I'm not trying to take over.
Okay, Pink.
Yeah.
Are you going to release anything on your channel in the coming week? What are your plans?
I have no plans. There will probably be an episode or two of Dead by Daylight coming out, but aside from that, I've not had time to do anything, so nothing coming out.
Yeah, they're understandably busy right now.
Yeah, boy, moving furniture and stuff.
That's awesome.
Boxes.
That's super exciting. I love moving. That's great.
Moving is so much fun.
Pink is
It
using his
certainly
teleportation
is.
powers to move the furniture, but it takes too much energy.
Oh, I can't
Right.
believe I made it out of that. Yes.
Have you got anything coming out on your YouTube channel in the coming week?
You know that I should. The last thing that I put on my main channel still, I think, was more or less... I'm sorry. The last thing that I put up was not the serial killer reading. That was... I put up a couple videos after that, but it's been at least a year, so I need to get up on that, because I still have subscribers saying, hey, do more of this. And it's now it's a job instead of fun.
Yeah.
Mike,
if you want, I can send you... I could probably spend freaking 15 minutes looking up shitty Sonic fanfics that you can read in a creepy voice because it's funny.
That actually, there have been a lot of people on my channel who say that I should do voice acting, and Alex, I don't know if you've talked about this on a previous podcast or not, but you might want to, when I'm done talking here, segue to the time cube thing, because that has given me the idea, as you said, Addie, that maybe I should do funny readings instead of just actual legit serious stuff. I don't know how people would react to that or not. I don't know.
Try whatever. Try whatever.
Yeah, I should. Yeah.
You run it.
If you want to start with that, I have heard of a Sonic fanfic where he beats up Amy Rose because he doesn't want to have children.
Oh god, is this like the fucking Zootopia abortion comic?
No, but that's great too.
Oh no, it speaks for itself, I guess, with that title, doesn't it?
Oh no, it goes off the rails in ways you couldn't imagine, Mike. I haven't read it myself, but I've read about it, and it what?
That sounds hilariously terrible.
Does it have multiple parts? Because I read the first part, but I didn't follow up on it. Boy.
Oh, dude, go back and read the rest of it, because the second part, is whatever. Then the third part...
I heard about the last one. I don't remember which part that is.
I think you've read the third part, yes.
I think you wrote the third part.
Oh, boy. It's... fuck it. I don't think we can probably safely spoil that, right? Because Addie, you've read it. Not Pink, Mike. I don't think you guys will ever take the time to read it. I've only ever read about it in passing because I follow a subreddit that's entirely about talking about weird shit like this.
Really?
Can
you throw out the subreddit, sweet? Just to make that clear.
No, genuinely, I read that comic through finding it on or people posting about how it's fucking dumb on fucking furry IRL, I think, which is the furry meme subreddit.
Alex, you presumably did not find it on the asexual furry subreddit, right? You found it somewhere else.
Yes, r/hobby drama, which I just put in the chat.
Hobby drama, interesting. It sounds like a lesser version of Kiwi Farms, which again, Kiwi Farms is essentially taking the piss out of everything that's stupid on the internet, but kind of with more mean-spiritedness.
No, it's not that. r/hobby drama is about like deep dives into here's a bit of insanity, and sometimes it's deep dives into stuff that isn't even like insane. Like one that I just read last week was a deep dive into the 1997 match in New Japan between Shinya. I don't want to say their names because I might forget. I know one of them was. I won't say their names because I don't remember exactly. I don't want.
Joe and Fred.
There we go, sure. Joe and Fred.
Yes.
Yeah, a match in '97 in New Japan that people weren't sure if it was a shoot or a work. It kind of fucked up one of the guys, and
it
so
didn't have
on.
John Tenta, did it? That was the one with Earthquake, right? They were both
Japanese? No. It was two Japanese dudes.
Oh, okay.
It was one who was a bit more rotund, had kind of an Elvis look to him, and he was kind of famous for being a schlubby but lovable underdog face, almost like a Japanese Mick Foley, I guess. And the other guy was like this super legit ex-MMA, ex-kickboxing, skinny, handsome, pretty boy, right?
Okay.
And it was this whole thing apparently because the schlubby guy was, well, schlubby, but the fans loved him. Whereas the other guy, the MMA guy, was good looking and had legit background, but they kept pushing him and pushing him and pushing him, and the fans weren't taking on to him. And they had a match, a pay-per-view match between the two, and it looked like it was a shoot because the guy just kicked the shit out of him, right? The MMA guy just kicked the ever-living shit out of the other guy. And because around that time, that guy was getting pushed so much and so much and so much, at the time, everybody was like rumoring that Inoki had told him to go out there and shoot on the guy.
Okay.
And because Japanese wrestling does generally a better job of keeping kayfabe than American wrestling,
yeah,
there's there's evidence to make one think it was a work, and there's evidence to make one think it's a shoot, because the two wound up becoming like best friends afterwards, which would make you think it's a work. At the same time, he was legit kicking the shit out of the guy. So, you know.
Interesting. Okay, so the thread or the subreddit that you were on was discussing this match specifically? Like there was a whole subreddit devoted to it? Am I correct?
It's a whole subreddit of just like drama within hobbies, as you can expect by the title, and deep dives into it for each individual thread. Yes.
Oh, okay, yeah. All right.
Like let me look at the front page of it right now and just like give you some examples. Let's see. The first one. A hobby drama for Magic the Gathering.
Yes.
About someone trying to run an online economy through it. Let's see.
Okay. See, that actually makes sense, because I was going to say, yeah, because if there's anything to have like a bunch of drama about, it's a fucking card game that's even geekier than Dungeons and Dragons.
There actually was a Magic the Gathering thing recently where a lot of the artists turned out to be like bad people, or like very vocal, or like very very vocal about their opinions that most people didn't agree with. So it was a thing, apparently.
Oh, okay. Have any of you, while Alex is looking,
it's actually right here. Actually, the story I was reading is right here. Let me just go ahead and grab the link. Here we go. It's still on the front page of that subreddit. Let me just put it in the Discord chat.
I love it. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
The headline is The 1.4 Incident, or when New Japan Pro Wrestling let an Olympic medalist pummel its most popular star.
Pummel's a good word.
Very good word. It doesn't get used near enough.
It really doesn't.
The kind of schlubby star was Shinya Hashimoto, and the guy that beat the shit out of him was Naoya Ogawa. Ogawa, excuse me.
I would never remember those names. I'm not connoisseur of Japanese wrestling.
Yeah, I have a passing interest in Japanese wrestling, but not enough to remember any more than like the huge names like Tiger Mask and Mitsuharu Mizuho and so on.
Well, and some of those guys are more classic and more, I don't know, like better. Not more better, you know what I mean? Whereas like the modern Japanese wrestling, and I'm sure this is not true of all Japanese wrestling, but it seems like whenever I hear about it or see a match that's relatively modern, it's the quote strong style where there's no wrestling, it's just kicking and punching. And to me, that's not really wrestling, it's kicking and punching. So, I got enough of that in the Hogan era.
Fake MMA.
Yeah, right. Fake MMA. That's a very good way of putting it. I mean, I'm sure it hurts, but they're not trying to actually beat each other to death. So, yeah.
Yeah, good old fucking Inoki.
At that point, you're working yourself.
Yeah.
Sure, brother. Much love.
Before we move on, I'm sorry. I'm sure you're still relevant.
Are you sure?
I'm still relevant. Fuck you.
That was actually not even a joke. But fuck you too.
You suck. Plus, take the L. Plus, fell off. Plus, ratio.
No. What I meant was, I'm sure your topic, unlike my own, is the more relevant of the two. So you go ahead. But now that you've said that, forget it.
I'm going to wrap it up real quick by saying one headline I see, one thread I see. It has the best title I've ever seen for anything. This title for this hobby drama thread is World of Warcraft Part 8 Battle for Azeroth. How a badly written genocide plot, a self-insert original character, a Scottish accent, a nation of diaper robots, and an overabundance of horses brought World of Warcraft to a new all-time low.
Well, now, to be fair, if anything's going to, it's all that.
I know what like what 1/3 of that is about.
We can count on you for that, Addy. That's good. We can always count on at least one person here knowing about all this shit.
Yeah. We trade the one.
Go ahead.
It's not that part.
Oh.
We get to pass around the one brain cell. Is the OC supposed to be Garrosh Hellscream?
No, Garrosh was made a bitch by their big OC like undead elf woman whose name I'm forgetting. That
her, yes. Yeah. I've heard about. Is that not like Sylvia Windrunner or some shit like that?
Something like that. Sylvanas or something like that. Not Sylvanas. Sylvanas, I think.
Oh, okay.
You're all wrong. The OC is a wonderful show about coming of age kids in California from the early 2000s.
Nothing good ever came out of California. What are you talking about?
I came back from California, so I don't know if I count or not. I came out of California after going to it, but now to be fair, that was because I had to go back home. But yeah, anyway.
But yeah, so Sylvanas, in the past like 3 or 4 expansions, Sylvanas got pushed to the moon. She beat everyone who ever mattered to WoW. And people don't like her, but Blizzard doesn't care and keeps pushing her, regardless.
I don't know what any of that means, but sounds interesting.
Basically, Mike.
Oh, you're gonna try to explain something that I'm not even gonna remember. Don't waste your time.
I'm just trying to give you the cliff notes of why this is a bad situation. But basically, like there's a big bet that they built. From before World of Warcraft became a thing, like they started building the Lich King in Warcraft 3, and even before then, I think they were concerning his character, and then he was the big bet for the expansion that most people played, I think, and he was made a bitch in 2 seconds in a cutscene. He doesn't matter.
What happened to him?
Well, he tried to stand up against Sylvanas, and Sylvanas was like, yeah, no, and then just slapped him, and he died.
Okay. Was this on purpose? Like, were they trying to bury the character? Oh, okay.
No, they were trying to they were trying to prop up Sylvanas.
At the expense of this other character they'd spent a bunch of time building.
Yes, and they did that with the other cast.
Oh, I see.
But it was great. Like the fucking the ruler of the undead. The person who sacrificed his humanity and all of humanity, more or less, to get in power, which slept and dies, more or less.
That must have been a very powerful character that bitch slapped him, Sylvana or whoever this character is.
Are
you laughing because that's not true? I
was laughing. I thought you were being like sarcastic. Like,
oh no.
I don't know
because Addy keeps saying like they're trying to put her over, so I thought you were being like, well, clearly she must be the coolest if she bitch slapped this character.
Oh I'm assuming, or at least hoping for their sake, that is true. But having literally no hands-on experience whatsoever with Warcraft of any kind, I would not know. I'm one of the few people who's never even touched Warcraft.
Also, her design is great. It doesn't suck. It isn't just edgy garbage. I like edgy garbage, but like shit, dude, have some restraint.
I'll have to see all of this later, definitely, because I see the notifications keep showing up on Discord, but I can't see them yet, sadly.
It's a boob elf covered in skulls.
A
Yes.
boob elf. Okay, is that a race? Just like the dark elf or whatever?
No, not yet.
Boob elf.
Not yet.
Okay, not yet.
No,
Emphasis on yet.
Well, you see, they were going to add boob elf in the next expansion, but then all of the XP stuff came out from Blizzard, so they can't.
The expansion is the boob expansion, I guess, which
Yeah.
you can take that literally, figuratively, however you want to take it.
The Lovers Lab expansion.
Yeah.
The Live Laugh Love expansion.
Is the thing coming out of her hood supposed to be an ear, or is it like a horn or
Yeah,
something?
It's another
weird.
boob.
Yes.
It's another. It's another boob. Yeah. Oh,
No.
Cue the picture of like, oh fuck it. I don't remember. Oh no, okay, I'm mixing them up. That was Coneheads, which I thought this is a movie, and then I
Yes,
also
based on an old sketch on Saturday Night Live.
and there's also Boobhead in Little Nicky.
Oh,
And for a second,
thank God I didn't see that.
And I was going to see, for a second my brain mixed those two up. So for at least a second in my head there was a TV movie or at least, a
Called
movie
Boob Heads.
yeah called Boob Heads where people have boobs on their fucking like heads instead of hair.
You're close. It makes as much sense as Coneheads.
Hey, hang on. Did Al Pacino play Satan in 2 movies in the 90s?
Yeah, yes, actually, he did. Yeah, because I think he was Satan in Little Nicky, right? Or was that Harvey Keitel?
Oh, it might have been Harvey.
I think it was Harvey Keitel. I don't know why I know that, having never seen the movie, but I think it was Harvey Keitel. I don't know how Adam Sandler keeps getting like major stars to be in his movies, or at least formerly major stars.
I can understand mixing up Al Pacino and Harvey Keitel, though. They're 2 of Scorsese's go-to guys.
Yeah. Well, no, wait a minute. Scorsese's only... I'm trying to think how many times Pacino's been in a Scorsese movie. Less than you'd think. I think only... Surely more than just The Irishman. I must be forgetting something.
Shit, I think you may be right.
I know Pacino, obviously. I'm sorry, not Pacino. De Niro and Joe Pesci are definite. They're like his next door neighbors. Yeah, and DiCaprio. DiCaprio, like, I remember there was a while there where I was wondering if he would ever cast De Niro again, because like he fell in love with DiCaprio and put him in 37 straight films. But Pacino somehow managed to avoid being in a Scorsese movie for most of his life, which is weird.
Think of it. Has Keitel been in any more Scorsese movies than just Taxi Driver and Irishman?
Taxi Driver, God, that's a good question. Now you've got me wondering. I've seen a lot of Scorsese movies, but definitely not all of them. I can't think of any off the top of my head. You might be right. So Harvey Keitel might not even be like a major go-to.
Huh. I guess I had that fucked up. Well, they're both major. They're both major mobster actors, no matter what.
Yeah,
so.
that much is true.
Y'all are trying to figure out real people's names. Meanwhile, but my brain on the back end is like, what the fuck was the Lich King called? I didn't remember it's Arthas, but
Arthas.
Yeah.
Arthas?
Yeah, Arthas.
That's like one of the few World of Warcraft bits I know. It's Arthas as the Lich King. I know that.
It's a good name. Arthas sounds cool.
He used to be. He was trying to get to be the Lich King. I don't remember who the Lich King was before him. Wasn't
he the hero of the first 2 games?
Yeah, he was the hero of the first 2 and also Warcraft 3, I think. And then he turned in 3 and killed his father, or something like that. I forget. And then basically, and then WoW happened. Storyline stuff happened there as well. And then the rest of the Lich King expansion was like, hey, remember Arthas? Yeah, he actually became the Lich King now.
Weird. It doesn't is the lore of World of Warcraft the same as the lore of Warcraft itself? Like, did the lore of the Warcraft games okay.
Yeah, World of Warcraft comes after all 3 of the Warcraft games.
Okay, so they only made 3. Okay.
Yeah.
Because I know from the What Happened that the remaster of the Reforging or whatever, Warcraft 3 was supposed to have been terrible, and that's the last.
Yes.
Refunded. Well done. Yeah, did they ever after the What Happened, they made it seem like that the Reforger or whatever the hell they actually officially called it, like, never like got fixed. It never like they were like, we're sorry, we fucked up, but it never did. Really? Okay, that's where I was going. I was going to ask if it ever did.
From what I hear, they never fixed it, and Warcraft 3 is like the original version of Warcraft 3 is still unavailable to buy.
Oh wow!
So, yeah.
Oh really? They never even offered back the original game?
No, you could buy it before it came out, and then after they announced it, they took the original version off, and it's not back yet, at all.
Wow, what assholes!
That was old Blizzard for you.
Sounds like it.
Ideally, once that Microsoft purchase is complete, they're just going to be purging the entirety of Blizzard's corporate office.
Oh, God, yeah. Before long, Microsoft, Amazon, and Disney will own everything, including us. I used to make that joke about, probably Microsoft.
I mean, with
Disney. I used to make that joke about Disney. Go ahead.
With some of these companies, it's like I'm fucking fine if I'm with Microsoft not using their IPs, because like they weren't using their IPs good anyway, and they were also doing shit like Blizzard.
Yeah.
Blizzard is no loss.
Yeah, Blizzard is no loss. I'm honestly kind of waiting for Sony or someone to buy Ubisoft because of what's happening over there.
Is Ubisoft the one that's got a bunch of sexual harassment stuff going on right now?
Yeah.
Okay. But wasn't that also Blizzard, or am I conflating the two?
Yeah.
Okay. Good lord.
Blizzard was the one that had the Cosby Room.
I'm sorry?
The game devs during conventions would get girls drunk and take them back to a hotel room where they hung a big portrait of Bill Cosby. They called it the Cosby Room because it reminded them of an ugly sweater. But still, they take drunk girls at conventions and under a Cosby portrait, which I gotta say, there's no more.
Before, you go ahead. Yeah,
this is before the Cosby thing. This is before the Cosby rape thing. They didn't have that little tact. That's
because I was going to say that's just evil at that point. No, not that it's not evil to begin with.
It's just the universe being ironic.
Yeah, you're right. You're right.
But
was it? Wait a minute though. Wait. Was this proven as true? This is an actual thing.
Yeah, there's an actual picture of like 4 or 5 of the Blizzard devs standing around the portrait, the Cosby portrait.
Were they ever brought to trial or anything? Did anything ever happen to them besides, oh, we're sorry, and then they got fired with compensation?
They didn't get fired.
They didn't get fired?
Like, the entire upper corporate structure of Activision Blizzard was made up of these dudes.
I gotta look this up. Wow, I didn't know it was that bad. Holy shit!
Wasn't Blizzard also the one where people stole one of the workers like breast milk?
There was something like that. Yeah. Yeah, I believe, like, not only, like, was there loads of accusations towards Activision Blizzard, I'm pretty sure 1 or 2 of the devs who were involved in it openly admitted to doing it, but they had kind of an attitude of, well, it's just boys having fun, that kind of
right,
thing,
because rape and, okay, yeah, all right, sure. Wow, okay, that's, how have they not been brought to trial? I don't quite understand. This is public knowledge, but everything's fine?
They may be trying to bring it to trial, but Activision corporate for a while has been protecting them, which is
naturally
part of what's the big news with Microsoft. Is as soon as the Microsoft purchase was announced, the dude who handles all of Microsoft's PR, one of the first things he said was, "When the purchase is completed, we will be taking an examination at Activision Blizzard's corporate structure."
Which, in all fairness, that probably just means we'll buy them and then just fire the people that cause us any issue and sweep it under the rug.
Yeah, by now they aren't even buying any dev teams because there aren't really any. Well, they'll be buying a couple dev teams that are respected, like Toys for Bob, but I imagine for the most part they're buying the licenses and probably going to purge a lot of the. They're definitely purging upper management.
I hope they purge that. You mean murder? Because that's just fuck those fucking clowns.
Yeah,
I mean,
Bill Gates could get away with it.
Well, I'm sure Bill Gates. Get away with murder? Yeah, he can probably afford it. He can afford an assassination or two.
Do you remember that? You remember that announcement of Doom for Windows where Bill Gates came out wearing a trench coat and holding a fucking double-barrel shotgun?
No, no. I wish I did. Yeah, this must have been before Columbine. Holy shit.
Yeah,
it was.
It was Doom for Windows, the old Doom. Gotcha. Okay, go on.
Yeah, he accidentally walked on stage wearing his normal
outfit. Regular clothes. Yeah. his normal repertoire, including the shotgun.
Hang on, I've got a picture of it, but it's an old picture. Well, it's an old advertisement, so the resolution's terrible, and you can barely tell that it's supposed to be Bill.
I mean, that's awesome.
You can just Google Bill Gates Doom, and it's the advertisement, because the big announcement was, because used to be Windows couldn't run Doom, but the newest version of Windows could, so it was like, hey, Windows can run Doom now!
Okay, wow. That's just, wow. The trench coat is what really throws me, because, again, Columbine, that was exactly what Columbine was. It was fucking, among other weapons, a shotgun and trench coats.
Yeah.
So I mean, that's just like wow, and that also goes to the Basketball Diaries, which people said, oh my god, there's a tie to, that's a movie about Leonardo DiCaprio playing like a real life heroin addict or something like that. So playing someone who was in real life a heroin addict. I think I saw it once and I don't really remember. I'd have to see it again. But he has a scene in that movie which came out about a year or two before Columbine, if I remember right. I know it was before, where he has a fantasy in the movie where he busts into his school and shoots up a bunch of people with guns while also wearing a trench coat. So this and then there was the game which probably took it from Columbine. There was the game Hatred, which everyone was like, oh my god, it's a game where you just kill people for no reason, and that makes it bad. If you have a reason like Grand Theft Auto, that's okay, but if you have no reason other than just wanting to kill, then that's terrible, which I understand the argument. But anyway, that one also featured a character himself. Go ahead.
Correct me if I'm wrong. Hatred was also a spiritual remake pretty well of Postal 1,
It
correct?
looked that way. Visually, to me, it looked that way. I never played Postal, but it looked the same. Yeah, to my untrained eye, it did look that way.
And then there's Postal 2, which couldn't be a more fucking different game.
I played a little bit of Postal 2, and it was amusing, if not just completely, worthless.
wasn't Hatred the top-down one?
Postal was top-down. Hatred was also a top-down, yeah.
Oh,
kind of like an isometric, yeah. Hatred had just like a generic, like badass black metal, I thought it was bold. I thought it was, I'm not like applauding it like, oh my god, it's visionary. No, it had the balls to say, this is a game where the killer just hates humanity and just wants to wipe it out. There's nothing good about him. He's just a horrible person. And because of that, everyone lost their fucking minds. It was like, oh no, this is whatever, murder simulator, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, which I understand happens every time there is a game that just celebrates violence. But again, Grand Theft Auto, which I love, and will defend, it's like, well, if you have a narrative, then mass murder is okay. Like if you're running over strippers and stealing their money and everything like that, and killing hundreds of people, including cops, like that's fine if you have a reason, if there's like a story to it. But Hatred, no story, oh, it's evil, we can't sell it. It was banned in like 11 countries or some shit. Yeah, I find the hypocrisy funny.
What was I going to say?
We were talking about
how did we get here from asking you what you're going to put on your channel?
That's a good question. We were talking about voice acting, and then the Sonic thing, the Sonic nonsense.
That's John. It's always Sonic's fault.
It is always Sonic's fault. I haven't played a good Sonic. Well, to be fair, that one that they made that was like the old Sonic games, that was fun. But beyond that, I haven't played
it was too much of a rehash. I didn't like it.
It was. You're not wrong. It was pretty much a rehash. But it was a rehash of games that were good. So I think that, just by basically stealing the old games in form and function, it was therefore also a good game. It's basically like saying, hey, we're going to completely clone, except just like change the names of, again, like maybe like Grand Theft Auto. That's going to, that's not going to make it an original or creative game.
It doesn't work for me, Mike, because I hate GTA.
Okay, well, insert that with any game that you do like. If someone else basically steals it, and slaps a different coat of paint on it, it's... I don't disagree with your argument. I think it was still fun.
I think the difference for me is that it was Sega stealing their own shit that they could actually improve upon since they own the IP. Like I don't mind people making homages to the classic Sonic games. Like there is one that I'm forgetting the name of that I'm gonna see if I can find real quick.
There are like 30 fucking Sonic games now.
But yeah, there's an homage to classic Sonic that that fans made, and I'm fine with that because you know what? That's people who don't own the IP making a game that they think needs to exist in the market that is missing.
But if the games play the same and are both still good, like if they're both reminiscent of games that were good in the Sonics. Which one? What's it called?
Freedom Planet. That's the
Freedom Planet.
That's the send off to classic Sonic, if I remember correctly.
Okay. Well, like to put it in contrast, like Mighty Number 9 was supposed to be, pretty much like a rehash of Mega Man, but it was bad.
It was supposed to be a good game.
Yeah, it was supposed to be a great game because the old Mega Man games are great, or at least like half of them. There's probably like 5 good Mega Man games out of like 76. I'm sure there's probably a handful. But yeah, the Sonic game, I can't remember what the name of it is, like Sonic Forces or Sonic Rehash or whatever the hell it is. It only kept me occupied for like a weekend, so it's not like it's the greatest game ever made or anything like that. But because it played and looked like the old Sonic games, and those were good, I had no reason to complain. They were enjoyable.
Like I'm fine with it, but I think Mania's quality is overstated because it's just.
You're probably right. Yeah, I mean, I don't know what the public opinion is on it, other than it's supposed to be positive.
The public opinion is that Mania is the only Sonic game that's been good in the past 15 or so years.
Is that not right?
I'd say that there is no good Sonic game, and I'm a Sonic
well, then
fan.
Of course you're not gonna like that one. If you don't like any of them, of course you're not gonna like that one.
Like I am technically a Sonic fan for some reason. I don't know.
You don't like
why.
any of them, but you're still a fan.
Yeah, like the
All
thing
right.
is, I like the world and the characters, and like just seeing whatever dumb bullshit the writers can come up with and shit like that. And, just how they try to basically they take a square peg and try to fit it into a round hole, and they fail every game. But it's interesting to see how they fail each time.
That is my understanding of how the series has been for the last however many years. You said like 15. I'd believe it. I stopped playing Sonic games with number 3. Like, meaning I didn't even play 3. So and the second one's the best one. So that's pretty much my experience.
Knuckles is the best one. I don't know what you're on.
I don't know about that because I've never played it, but I think the public consensus would probably be on my side on that one. We'd have to look it up. Sonic 2 is a pretty damn fun game. Or was for its time.
Yeah, when I hear people talking about the classic trilogy, do you feel like people either pick 2 or 3 and Knuckles?
Yeah, well, you're right that 3 was by itself just a standalone game, and then Knuckles was an expansion, so I definitely never played that one. Yeah, I think I fiddled with 3 a little bit.
I think I played all of the series aside from like the things that were Nintendo exclusive and the colors. Like I played. Okay, no, I didn't play Shadow the Hedgehog.
It's ironic that there are Nintendo exclusive Sonic games.
That is ironic, actually, because when I was playing the Sonic games, they were in fact the direct competition to Mario. Sonic was invented to literally try to conquer Mario.
Yeah, so Sonic was invented and failed at trying to conquer Nintendo.
Yes, it did. Yeah, I would say you're correct about that. Sega and Sonic most certainly did, in fact, fail. Although for a while there, the Genesis did pretty much perform financially about neck and neck. What?
For a while there, Genesis did do what Nintendo don't.
Oh yeah, you're right. Actually, for a while they did. You're right. And Sonic was their figurehead. It was like, hey, this fast character, he's fast, and that makes his games better than Mario. So buy us. Yeah. Buy our system instead.
Enough,
I bought a Genesis because of Sonic.
I don't know if you've heard this, Mike, but that's
what
actually
a mark.
That's
actually I know. I was a Nintendo mark actually at the time too.
There's a fun fact about Sonic that Sonic as a gameplay thing came about because the creator of Sonic was speedrunning Mario, more or less. Like he was trying to go. I
don't remember hearing that. I mean, if you've read that, I believe you. I don't remember hearing that before.
Yeah, I remember reading that was one of the inspirations behind Sonic's gameplay design. That the one of the, at least either one of the designers or one of like the main people behind it were playing through Mario and trying to go through levels as fast as possible, and they were like, "Hey, this is fun." So what if you design the game around that? And then someone else designed Mr. Needle Mouse, which eventually turned into Sonic.
Mr. Needle Mouse?
Yes.
Is that what you said?
Yes, I think that was the original name for Sonic. Let me check.
Mr. Needle Mouse. A little bit more of a mouthful than Sonic. That's funny, though.
Yes, apparently these are like the original sketches for Sonic, called Mr. Needle Mouse.
There's going to be a whole wall. There's going to be a notebook of stuff I have to look at later that probably won't make any sense when I actually remember to do so.
Apparently,
the bottom left one is my favorite.
Yes. That's the one that was picked up by the fandom, because apparently Mr. Needle Mouse became his own character in the fandom and has like an EXE and shit like that, like an EXE game and the ROM hack and stuff like that.
Yeah. That which reminds me of Creepypasta, and I was reminded earlier of Creepypasta when you were talking about that Reddit thread or the subreddit about the funny stuff. What is everyone's feeling about Creepypasta? The existence, the idea of the site, some of the stuff that's been on it.
I'm not a big fan of spaghetti.
Oh, well.
God damn it!
Scary Paschetti. Oh no!
Scary
I was going to call it Spooky Spaghetti, but y'all ruined my fucking joke.
No, Spooky Spaghetti is funny too. Spooky Spaghetti. I like spaghetti altogether, so I'll take all your jokes.
I just like how it rhymes. Scary Paschetti.
Scary Paschetti. That almost sounds like an Italian girl's name. My name's so Scary, but it can't be.
That's Scary Spice's real name.
Yeah, oh god, that's horrible. I don't know why did they call her Scary because she was the black one? Why was she scary? They were all attractive. Well, I don't know. Posh had like a very plastic face, but anyway, why do I know their names?
Anyway, Mike, what are you uploading this week?
Yeah. Anyway, we're on the topic. Yeah, I've been meaning for a while. I was talking to W about this not too long ago. That I've been meaning for quite some time to open up my little sister channel that's going to be all about games. Because for a while I had, well, you guys know the story. I had my channel. It was just for a bunch of just all kinds of stuff all thrown together, including me voicing the David Parker Ray serial killer transcript. And then, as you know, for some reason that took off like insanity. At the moment, it's got 1.1 million views, and that is clearly my biggest video. And everyone's like, "Hey, do more of this." And it's like, okay, well, shit. If I do start posting stuff like video games, the people who came to my channel for that other stuff, they're going to be probably irritated and like, "Well, this guy's an idiot. He's, we want to see more of this, not video games." The audiences are not necessarily. In fact, there are a lot of women who listen to that tape, probably because it's all about a guy imprisoning and sexually assaulting women, and they would certainly not want to see a bunch of video games. Plus, the more I thought about it, it seemed weird that if I had a channel that had a bunch of like really serious true crime stuff, it would also seem tonally dissonant to have also a bunch of like me joking around with you guys while playing, for example, Dead by Daylight, like I'm doing now. So I have been meaning for a while to separate, because YouTube said you can do that now. You can have like two separate channels that are under the same banner, and you can click between, do I want this channel or that channel, and you can own them both.
We already used that because all three of us can manage the forums channel from our own channels, and I also run channels
okay.
Aside from that.
Sure. Yeah, that makes sense. So I've been. The original intent was that I was going to store a few videos, and then when I had them ready, then open up that channel. But then I honestly just kind of got so wrapped up in recording so much of Dead by Daylight. There was a while where I was recording every match I played for various reasons, to catch and report people who were hackers or whatever, to document like my first experiences with the game, which I still have those, to record funny matches or interesting matches or whatever. But then it got into such a habit, such a hobby, that I was recording every time I played Dead by Daylight. The whole idea of opening up this other channel started to become like, okay, I need to get around to doing that one of these times because I have so many videos now. But that's just it. I now have so many videos. I have to go back through and find out like which ones are even worth putting on the damn channel. And that's going to be like a major undertaking. That's going to take like at least a whole weekend to sort through all the crap that I've got. So it's, again, what was fun has now become a chore. So I've just been kind of putting it off. But at some point, someday, I will have the Mike the Rat Guy video game or whatever. It's going to be just like whatever, like the goofball version of the channel where I've got like video clips and, video games and, movie. I was even thinking of doing movie commentaries because I enjoy doing that for my own self and for my friends and stuff like that. So yeah, nothing online for me at the moment. But it'll be coming.
You should call your second channel Michael Mouse Dude.
Michael Mouse Dude. Do you guys remember when there was somebody on the forum that imitated me? They were like Mike the Mouse Guy. Yeah. I never found out who that was. Guy. It was Mick. You're right. Thank you. You're right. It was Mick. Yep. It was Mick the Mouse Guy. You're right. Good call. Yeah. And they just kind of. Meaning, did I murder him? Well, who
knows what would happen? But.
He was asking for it.
Yeah, he was pretty much asking for it. It was weird to have a personal stalker, even though it was just on the internet. It was just kind of like, how, do I really bother this person that much that they want to imitate my name and follow me everywhere I go and everywhere that I post? That like I didn't get it, and I usually just laughed at him. But I did wonder who he was and whatever became of him. I don't know. That's about the end of that story.
You never know.
Yeah, never know. Yeah, we probably never will know unless it was one of you guys. Fuck you if it was.
Well, one day he just logged out of his Mick the Mouse Guy account and he just went over and he typed in the username Wild Knight and then he hit log in.
I love the idea that Knight would be so childish that he would be that immature. And I picture him like giggling behind it. This is gonna really make Mike mad. and it didn't, and it clearly didn't. And it was obvious to everyone who could see me that it didn't. But I love the fact that of all people it was him, and that nonetheless he still believed it bothered me and kept it up. That's a hilarious thought. That's why we've argued so much over the years. He secretly had this thing and I never knew.
He was doing pretty good at hiding it. Like the least suspicious post was when just out of the blue, Mick the Mouse Guy one day posted, "Wild Knight has a massive penis."
At which point the real Wild Knight, wrote back and was something like, "Oh, he does not. I'm a contrarian. Grumble, grumble, grumble." And then he was like, "Wait a minute."
Ted getting into an argument with himself.
Oh my God, this is Wildest Dream. He would never talk to any of us again.
And he starts doing the Daffy Duck bit.
What? What Daffy Duck bit?
When he starts speaking backwards to have the opponent argue or agree with him.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I gotcha. I totally understand what you mean. They did that bit in Roger Rabbit as well. You want this drink? No, I don't. You do. You don't. You don't. I do. You don't. I do. Yeah, I remember that. Yeah.
Well, they had to have it in Roger Rabbit, of course.
Yeah, that was. I never even thought about that. That was actually probably a deliberate throwback. It's like, well, let's put this old gag in this movie because it's a celebration of obviously old animation. Amazing movie. That was such a good movie. Technical milestone.
Yeah.
And the reason that Disney's pretty much still alive today. All these comic book movies, you can, in part, literally thank Roger Rabbit for it, because Disney was, I won't say they were near bankruptcy or anything like that, nothing quite so dramatic, but they were becoming unprofitable. They made a string of bad movies that were not doing well in the 80s, and then Roger Rabbit, which Disney, if I remember right, co-financed. Obviously, they agreed to have their characters in the movie, and that directly led to the Disney Renaissance. They saw the success of Roger Rabbit and said, wait a minute, let's start making good cartoons, and they did. And, then you had Aladdin, Lion King, and then, though I didn't see them and or didn't like them, Hunchback of Notre Dame, Hercules, Mulan, and then it kind of kept on going up and up and up, and now we're in the company we are today. I wanted to see Atlantis. To be honest, Atlantis looked good to me, but I heard it wasn't.
I saw Atlantis. It was all right.
Yeah, that's pretty much.
I didn't like Atlantis. No,
I don't really hear a lot of people say anything about it or even remember it. So yeah, it doesn't sound like it was like what made it just black.
It's made I remember quite liking it as a kid, but it's led to a lot. It's made some memes. I know that.
Oh, what are the memes?
It's definitely more popular nowadays because of people who grew up.
Yeah.
Are who are adults now. When they were kids, that's when that movie released.
Makes sense.
Yeah, Atlantis. I remember Atlantis just being kind of boring. Like,
okay.
There were big. Like, it was an exploration movie, but I feel like Treasure Planet did it better.
Which is funny because I was going to mention Treasure Planet. I'm glad you did. Treasure Planet was either the next one or a couple after Atlantis, and that one bombed hard. And it kind of put Disney back into another slump again. Yeah, that was like, if I remember right, I can't remember if it was either Treasure Planet or a non-Disney cartoon called Titan AE, maybe both, but at least I think one of them may actually legitimately be on a list of like the most money-losing movies ever made.
I think that's Titan AE.
I kind of think you're right. I know Treasure Island bombed, but I think Titan AE bombed harder.
Yep.
Waterworld?
Waterworld eventually became profitable. Waterworld had the notoriety of being a major bomb only because it was so expensive to make. The production got out of control.
Yeah.
At the moment, if I remember right, John Carter, I think it could have been beaten, or Cutthroat Island, I believe are one of those. I think maybe the number one highest money-losing movie ever made. Like one of them lost something like $150 million for the studio.
Oh boy!
Yeah,
that's a lot of money.
Yeah, because I mean, movies technically have to make at least double what they make to actually produce because of all the marketing.
Hollywood accounting.
Yes, exactly, Hollywood accounting, and then plus you have to figure some of it has to go back to the studio that exhibits it, which a lot of people don't think about. It's like, well, this movie made like $300 million and it only cost $150. Of course, it was profitable. Well, it's like, well, they had to give like $75 million of that back to the. I'm sorry, not the studios, the theaters that exhibited them. Yeah, so basically what Alex just said, Hollywood accounting. And speaking of which,
every Hollywood movie is reported as a loss.
I'm sorry, which one?
Every Hollywood movie is reported as a loss. I'm not even joking.
Well, I mean, I don't remember ever hearing that, but I would believe it. I know that. Go ahead. You go.
I don't know how long it's been going on, but they cook the books in such a way, like they make deals with investors who are naive to it. Like, hey, we'll give you back money if it makes a profit, and if it don't make a profit, you won't pay us. But if it does make a profit, you get like this fantastic deal, right?
Okay.
then they cook the books a little bit and say it was a loss, and that way they don't have to pay a lot of investors.
It's very muddy math because you also have to take into consideration tie-ins, merchandising, depending on the movie, TV rights, broadcast rights, international rights. There's all kinds of fuzzy ways to blur the profits.
Yep.
I'm sure that there's probably, unless something is a huge, undoubtable, like massive major loss on the level of something like John Carter, there's probably a lot more bombs that we don't even know about. But as you just said, they're just not reported as such.
Also say that because they cook the books so much to try and report losses sometimes for legal benefits or stuff like that.
Yeah.
There's also some movies I'd say are reported as bombs that actually were still profitable.
I do wonder about that. I'm sure you're right. I mean, I'm sure that anyone saying anything about Hollywood at this point in time would probably be right. Yeah, it's really an interesting business. I've been following Hollywood ever since I was like a young teen, and there's a lot going on. This was back before it was, molestation town, or at least publicly.
Right.
So now they got that going for them too.
Now, how back in the 80s there was whatever Charlie Sheen was up to.
In the 80s, Charlie Sheen was up to, I think, Corey Haim's throat.
Yeah.
Yeah. Give it time.
Anyways, Addy. Addy, you got anything coming out on your YouTube channel?
Actually, yes, for once.
Oh! He's ahead of you, Mike.
If you guys post one thing on your channel in like a year, you're ahead of me.
Funny you say that. The last post I made on my YouTube channel was 7 months ago.
Are you serious?
Maybe
Wow.
8. Yeah.
Wow. Okay. What was it?
I made a review. I make reviews.
Ah, okay.
You know this, Mike, because I sent you a review and I still do the thing that you gave me constructive criticism about.
Well, I remember that you sent me some reviews of some games. Is that what you're referring to? Game reviews?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. I remember that you sent me some. You sent me a review, and I remember you were frustrated because your reviews weren't very high. And I definitely, at that time, of course, my channel was also not very high. I have essentially one video to thank.
But you were very high.
I was high. I'm always high. I'm high now. Yes. That's why I always get your names wrong and have bad memory. For the record, I actually have never taken drugs, but based on my memory, you'd think I would. Yeah. I remember you did I remember specifically the review of yours that I watched was one of those game dev games, which looked good. I remember always wanting to play
No
one.
Mercy, I think.
Oh, did you? You sent me a No Mercy review?
Yeah, I did a No Mercy review. I can't actually tell you if it's good or not because I don't fucking remember. It was like 5 years ago, but
Okay, yeah, I don't remember either. Definitely, yeah, I don't remember watching, to be honest, anyone's review of No Mercy. But again, my memory is horrible, so I can't remember what I would have said. Probably just like, I don't even remember this game. I'll take your word for it. I'm sure that you covered it accurately. I mean, I played No Mercy like twice in my life. I definitely don't have the love and nostalgia for it that a lot of people do.
Yeah.
Okay, it took me, 3 seconds to find the killer in this match, and it's Bubba. That was fun.
That's
guys, I'm sorry.
Start.
Yeah, that's great. It literally, I round a corner and there he is, because it's Mike playing Dead by Daylight. That's how it goes.
But yeah, like the thing you suggested was that I would do I'd do a summary on the end of the review in the conclusion, and you said why don't I move up the part where I just give a basic genre rundown of the game to the front so people can see if they like the game. That's
sure.
Yeah, that's the thing I still do. So.
Oh, cool. Okay. I don't know if it works for you because if I wouldn't have said this back then, I definitely say it now. The market is so crowded with people who do games and game reviews, and I know it's going to be no different when I start putting game related stuff on my channel. They'll probably be drowned out by all the all the influencers and all the content creators who have stupid cartoonish avatars of themselves and pictures of themselves yelling and making goofy faces in their
calling me out right now.
Fucking thumbnail. If you do that, I was gonna say that is supposedly what definitely gets the algorithm going, but I won't do it because I do not want to do that. I'd rather not do well than be me, another person.
I mean, for me, it's not about doing well. For me, it's that I'm still like I have been technically doing reviews for 5 years. Never mind that I've actually only been doing reviews for like 3 years because that's how long I've been active. with it.
Oh,
But time-wise, I've been technically doing reviews for five or so years now, and it just feels like I never really found my style of how to do it. So I'm trying to experiment with shit, like, trying to be more comedic and stuff like that. And being more
Yeah.
comedic is easy when you have an on-screen presence, because then it can, like, it's easier to sell emotions when it's not just your voice but also an on-screen thing trying to show it.
yeah, that's
I have no idea how to
understandable.
convey emotion.
Me neither, Pink. That's why I need crutches.
Yeah, you guys are all kind of like faceless robots to me. I forget about you as soon as I log off, so I don't know if that's good or bad.
Yeah. I always
I have an
our names
endoskeleton.
interchangeably.
I heard a little bit of both of what you guys said, but I lost a little bit. What each of you say what you said, like one at a time. I guess Alex, start with you. I didn't hear you.
I have an endoskeleton.
You have a what?
He has an endoskeleton. He's like the Terminator.
Oh.
He's a
W
machine.
W has an
He doesn't
endoskeleton.
feel.
W has an endoskeleton and his skin is made of kitten.
Hey, oh, his skin is made of kitten. Oh, I don't know.
I think that Maddie meant to say
I don't know.
Chitin. Okay.
Oh.
Yeah, like in Morrowind, kitten armor. Oh, I would love to be totally covered in kittens. That's like, and then I'd pose for a calendar, and it would be hilarious. That'd be like, like John Cena holding the lamb. It'd be awesome. You guys see that picture, right? I don't even know the context of it, but I'm sure
I've definitely seen the picture, and I couldn't tell you the context either.
All I can think about right now is Shawn Michaels posing nude with the WWE championship.
I forgot about that. That's just gross. I mean, it's not. I don't know what it is about it. There's just something really creepy about it. I don't know. I guess because WWE didn't do that kind of shit back then. I don't know.
Yeah.
And then 10 years later, Melina posed nude with the tag championship.
Hell yeah, boy!
Yeah, and then depending on your sources, Paige. Well, all right.
That. To be fair,
we'll leave it there.
WWE didn't clear that. WWE didn't clear that one.
They, to my surprise, let her back. I don't know why. I guess they had that movie riding on it. So if it's profitable,
I think that whole
she shoved a dildo up her ass. That. Sorry,
I'm pretty sure that event occurred as they were marketing the movie at the time.
It was like right around the time the movie was finished, if I recall correctly.
Yeah.
I mean, the movie wasn't the only thing that finished.
It was pretty close. It wasn't out yet, though. What, Alex?
WWE will let back anyone except Macho Man Randy Savage.
Well, I mean, he's dead now, so that'd be a little bit.
Yeah, he had to die before they let him.
Yeah, that is true. That's a good point. Yeah, he had to die before they even fucking acknowledged him. People have asked. I mean, I don't believe the Stephanie thing, but it is worth talking about. It's like, why he was like so blacklisted so hard, and I mean, according to his brother, which of course his brother would be, he would have an inherent probably, benefit from protecting his brother, his brother's good name. Lanny Poffo said that no, I heard the rumor, that's silly, but no, what happened was supposedly, Macho Man was very, very deeply hurt that he wanted to keep competing. Vince said, no, you're too old. Why don't you do the broadcast thing? Macho Man didn't want to do it, but he went along with it anyway until he got the chance to leave the company. When he did, that somehow really hurt poor Vince's little feelings, and that's what made Vince just like blacklist him forever, supposedly.
If I recall correctly, I think Lanny said that what really set Vince off was that Macho Man also took the big marketing.
You're right. You're right.
Yeah, he took Slim Jim with him.
That was also. WCW. You're right. That would make sense because Vince is all about money and nothing moral. You're right.
I was about to say because there's been loads of people who have left Vince in a bad position, but Macho Man has definitely been the biggest example.
Yeah, he took a sponsor with him, and
that would make sense.
That means there's hell to pay.
Yeah,
because if you look at other big guys leaving on top, it's almost always like when Austin ran out, when Punk ran out, both of those guys ran out at times when their career was already pretty well slowing down, if not over, even though Punk came back for some reason.
And then
Austin was already pretty well ceased wrestling because of the neck thing, so he was gone. And Punk, by that point, the pipe bomb thing had just burnt out entirely, and the fans didn't want him so much anymore. Brian was the new
do you think so? Do you think that's true? The fans didn't want him anymore? I wouldn't know.
I'm biased.
Attention.
I'm biased because I just openly dislike Best in the World Punk. I think it's a shit gimmick, and I think the pipe bomb was a work.
Okay, I think it was partially work, but go on.
But around that time, I mean, Punk for a little bit was WWE's way of thumbing their nose at was the fans' way of thumbing their nose at WWE. But then Punk actually got pushed, so that no longer could the fans say, I'm a Punk, I'm rebelling against WWE by cheering for Punk."
Ah, I see.
It started to be, well, I'll thumb my nose at Vince by cheering on Daniel Bryan instead. And then CM Punk lost all of his appeal once he was no longer the rebel.
Okay, that's an interesting way of looking at it. I mean, that jibes with my outsider's perspective of roughly what was going on in the company at that time. It's a very cynical way of looking at it, but then I believe most cynical versions of what happened in the WWE.
Yeah, like it doesn't seem so bad now because I don't know that anything's changed. It's just that by now there's no one that the fans really go for that they think of as someone that Vince doesn't want. And Roman.
Well, I mean, he clearly wanted Roman like desperately for what, like 6 years before he finally got accepted. And
they booed Roman the whole time as a face, and
yes.
but now he's a heel, a monster heel, and been the top monster heel for a year and a half now. The fans love him. So.
And I still think it's funny that it only took him fucking getting leukemia and becoming the most sympathetic wrestler ever to let's turn him heel now. It's like, what the fuck? I remember saying when that happened, I was like, when he comes back, there is no way people are going to be able to hate this guy. He's going to be like the number one face. Now he's going to get the population behind him. And so they turned him heel. But it worked. Go on.
What I say every time is the way I figure when Roman came back from leukemia, he must have told Vince or one of the bookers,
"Oh yeah,
listen, you motherfuckers, I may not get another shot. Turn me fucking heel before I die."
Well, if you're gonna die, then I guess that's a terrible Vince. That sounded very much. That was very much tour guide Nixon. I wasn't even trying. Well, if you want to do that.
We'll rename Roman to the devil. The kids will love it. The kids love the devil.
There you go.
The fucking tour guide. The tour guide Nixon bit gets Pink every time, and Pink's not even seen what we're referencing.
It's hilarious, especially when you know the story, which I had forgotten about, or somehow managed to not even get told about before until just the other day. And it's like, wow, that's even funnier. There's like a whole bunch of background behind it, but it basically comes down to someone just doing an accent. And it's like, wait a minute, why is this character Nixon all of a sudden?
Yeah,
and that's also seems basically true of Vince as well. So yeah.
Well, there's the thing with Vince is that there's a progression, right? Because 80s and early 90s Vince is booming announcer voice, right?
Yes.
Unbelievable.
Yeah, that's Vince of the fucking early 90s. It's misery.
And then
it's like the people at the Lapsed fan, they basically said that his announcing style was inhaling, and it's true. Like, instead of, being like, oh, God, that was awesome. It'd be like this. And now I sound like Seinfeld. What's the deal with fucking early 90s? Vince McMahon. I'm a child molester, too. Go ahead.
And, Attitude Era and Ruthless Aggression Vince is starting to get a little bit... It's a bit more definitely tour guide Nixon-y. It's a little bit, kiss my ass. Whoa,
yes. Yeah.
And then you have modern Vince, who cannot be understood because he's just so out of his fucking mind. Oh, Austin Theory, my egg, my golden egg. You're gonna take my look at my pencils.
What's the last thing that you saw him speak in? I cannot honestly. Wait a minute. Now that I think about
These fucking Austin Theory bits. These fucking Austin Theory bits. Oh my God.
I don't even know what that is. Fill me in.
Very, very promising young wrestler who Vince has decided to take under his wing, both on screen and off screen.
Okay.
It started with the golden egg bit, which I told you about.
Oh, you did? I forgot about that. Oh, good Lord. Yeah, okay. Yeah, go on. I think I deliberately pushed that one out of my mind.
I've not seen too much of it. I've only seen little bits and highlights directly that they play on SmackDown, but I've been hearing about it mostly through Jim Cornette's podcast. And yeah, every week they have them do a different segment where it's supposed to be Vince is tutoring Austin Theory. And Cornette is talking about just how depressing it is to see because he, worked with Vince every day 20 years ago, and he remembers very much the Attitude Era events, oh, I'm in charge, I can get the team together voice, and he's seeing Vince just turn into this decrepit skeleton, and Cornette's like, Cornette's just talking like there's none of the old Vince there anymore. It's just a hollow shell.
Now, Cornette's obviously known for his hyperbole. I wonder if he really actually feels that way. That Vince is just like this like senile, just broken old man.
Yeah, Well, he's not doing his usual Cornette thing. That's the weird thing. Like, well, most of it he does the usual Cornette bits, but when they start talking about how Vince has declined, Cornette's voice actually gets real low, and he actually sounds very somber. Like,
oh wow, okay.
Because I mean, Cornette talks about Vince. When Cornette does talk about Vince, he'll say, there are some times where he thinks of Vince, and he's like, "Oh, you motherfucker, you cheated me," and yada yada.
Right.
But at the same time, when they ask him to bring up story, like when he has to actually think back on working with Vince, he still speaks with a bit of nostalgia. Because I mean, Vince McMahon is a unique example of the human capability, is he not?
I would say that's probably a very diplomatically a pleasant yet correct way of putting it. Yes, he's a unique example of human existence.
I'll just like I'll just say with the episodes that I listen to of Cornette can flip between going like, Vince, that motherfucker, and other times being nostalgic about Vince and the time he worked with Vince. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, again, I'll mention that during one of his Cornette shoots, well, whatever, during an episode of his show, he was asked, can you say anything? Can you list 5 things about Vince that have no sarcasm or negativity? And he was like, yeah, absolutely, and immediately listed 5 things with no effort whatsoever.
Yeah.
So yeah,
he is a genius and a demon, and will never be fully understood.
And I could picture Cornette saying that too.
Yeah, that's who I take it from.
Yep. He's a genius and a demon and blah, 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 blah. A genius and a madman.
Yeah, that's it. It's not demon.
Oh, is it a madman? Well, I can picture him saying, actually, of all things, demon was the word that sounded the most correct coming from Cornette.
It might be. Shit, now I can't remember. Anyways,
he might have called all 3.
Regardless,
we're in the midst of just for anyone.
Addy, you never got to say what the video is.
Oh yeah,
putting up on your channel.
Well, to be fair, I asked, but I can't remember what the answer was.
It's Jim Cornette. No,
it's
a review.
You got him trapped in your basement. The thing we never realized is that Addy actually is Brian Last. He's just secretly really good at acting like a Jewish dude from Brooklyn.
Yeah, he does put on a good fake voice, Addy. He sounds legitimately foreign, whereas Brian Last sounds totally like as American as you can get. So that's pretty impressive. To be able to do both voices is pretty impressive.
Which one is the true face?
Yeah, which one?
Yes.
That's true.
I need my face off in a Nick Cage.
And it's Nick Cage?
Yeah.
Now, does that mean Nicolas Cage or because there's a character named Nick Cage, isn't there? Or am I forgetting? Oh, Luke Cage, you're right.
Yeah, Nicolas Cage named himself after that because Nicolas Cage is a comic book nerd.
Is that actually true? I know that it's Nicolas Coppola, but is that actually why he legit went with Cage?
He has a tattoo of the Ghost Rider on his back that he had to have CG'd out when he played Ghost Rider.
He got that before Ghost Rider. Okay, well, there you go. I know he's a comic book nerd. He spent like millions of dollars to get like Superman #1 or Action Comics #1 or whatever. Maybe it was Spider-Man #1, Fantastic Four #1, something like that. Either way.
Yes.
They're all the same to me.
And he had a dinosaur skull that somebody once broke at a party, and he went out and buried it in his backyard during the party.
See, now what I read was that he went into debt because he was making all kinds of crazy purchases, a dinosaur skull being one of them, and he eventually had to return it when it turned out that it was fake. Like supposedly, like I think DiCaprio even like bid against him for it for some reason. It could have been a different dinosaur skull. He might have like a bunch of them. I'm not sure. Which is funny because my uncle legit, straight up, honest to God, I was there on hand to witness this and touch it myself. Excavated 2 woolly mammoths. So the idea that people are out there like spending millions of dollars on dinosaur bones, like I touched some. They're bones. I don't know. It's just funny to me.
Technically speaking, a mammoth isn't a dinosaur.
Well, no, I know, but whatever. Well, no, the dinosaurs did have feathers, though, so good. I don't know.
Obviously.
A lot of people say there's truth to that. To me, that just sounds so fucking ridiculous. I've never accepted it, but I'm no scientist, so I don't know. All I know is that there's a lot of people out there who think that they really did have feathers and that birds are descendant of them. And it's like, okay, no, but all right. I mean, I'm not an academic. Sorry.
Apparently, it's a whole thing in the scientific community because the first guy to pitch the idea of dinosaurs having feathers was apparently kind of like just looking to get commission money.
In my understanding, he was kind of a wacko who had a girlfriend who was literally like a third his age.
Well, that wouldn't be surprising.
That means that he can't think right, but I mean, well, actually kind of does. Never mind. That directly equates to him not being able to think right.
But I want to say that from what I hear by now, like the differing studies on it are just kind of playing fucking tennis.
Yeah, more.
They do have feathers. They don't. They do have feathers. They don't. They do have feathers.
Yeah,
they had two feathers. They had no feathers. They had a handful of feathers.
They had one big feather on top of their forehead.
Yeah. Every dinosaur had one big stupid like dim bulb feather on the top of their head like a cartoon.
I wonder why they all died.
Yeah, they all looked like idiots. That's why they died.
My one thing with dinosaurs is that I don't give a fuck about whether they had feathers or not or whatever. My thing is that I refuse to accept that dragons came from people fighting dinosaur bones because dinosaurs are too fucking lame to birth dragons in any way. That's it.
I've never heard that before. I've never heard the comparison.
Like I don't even care about the scientific part because scientifically it checks out. Like logically it checks out that would happen.
As far as I know, scientifically dragons never existed, but I could be wrong about
Komodo
that.
dragons.
Komodo dragons, which are also supposedly descended from dinosaurs.
But yeah,
anything that looks vaguely lizard-like is a descendant of T-Rex. That's how we feel these days.
Gators have been around since that time. They've only shrunk.
Yeah.
Then now we're starting to get into evolution, which I like with many things, the Big Bang Theory, God, etc. I kind of throw up my hands and I'm like, I don't know.
I'm not an expert on that. I think turtles fall into the same category as dinosaurs.
They're reptiles, so yeah.
Yeah.
Evolution, there's a lot of stuff that makes sense, but at the same time, it's like, well, how come this thing has like a thing that can do this? Well, because evolution, because one day it just happened. Okay, all right, sure.
There's a world of difference between talking about the scientific theory of evolution versus talking about the evolutionary theory of origins.
Neither of which I'm particularly interested in, to be honest. Because I think all of it's just filling in the blanks. We'll never know. We will never know. There's no way to prove any of it. So why spend all your life studying it? That's how I feel.
The scientific theory of evolution is just simply the traits that are best associated with surviving in an environment will be the ones that last out because those will be the ones that get to reproduce.
Yeah.
Like that's just how it is. So
that goes without saying. The ones that, you don't have to be faster than the enemy. You just have to be faster than
I don't think you need to be
friends.
a scientist to make that declaration, but again, here we are.
Yeah, here we are. Let's go back to talking about dragons. Let's imagine dragons.
But
oh no!
Wait! Addy, did you actually get to say what video you're making?
I keep asking.
We keep going off topic.
It's true. Well, because Eddie keeps taking his moment to talk about bullshit instead of answering the question.
Yeah,
it's your fault. It's your fault, Eddie.
What is the video? What is the review?
How does it automatically become my fault? Why is it automatically my fault?
Well, you got to be the one going around blaming people.
Well, that doesn't automatically mean I'm the one at fault. This isn't a he who smelt it, dealt it situation. He who supplied it, denied it.
Let me tell you, brother.
Is scientific.
Let me tell you, one of the greatest wisdoms there are from the mouths of babes. If a kid says it, it's right.
Because kids don't lie.
Yeah.
And neither do these hips.
Scientifically impossible.
Hips don't lie. God, she's got good hips. Anyway.
Yeah.
What we've learned today is Addy's hips don't lie and his ass boom boom.
Yeah.
Well, he was. How much of this was caught in the recording when you guys were talking about whether or not he came over and ate me? I don't remember. Was that before or after we started?
I don't remember either.
We've entirely.
I was not here for that, so that is news to me.
That must have been before the podcast. It's in my recording, so beware, everybody. But it's not in the podcast.
Beware.
You'll hear it. You'll hear it. You'll never be the same again.
Beware for the thing that you've already heard. Oh no.
Yeah, that's true. Actually, I didn't even think about that. Yeah, the people right now who are listening to my version of this, beware about the thing that you just heard like an hour ago. Beware thinking about it again. Beware, it'll infect your memory. All right.
Anyway, so
yes, Eddie, please do tell us what you did a video about.
So I made a channel update that was unscripted, so it sucks, and I legitimately just put a too long didn't watch into the thing where I list off the major updates for regarding
Did
the
you
also
just say
people have to watch.
you said do not watch it in the
No,
description?
too long
Okay.
didn't watch.
Oh, okay.
And
I was gonna
then
say that would be a funny but counterproductive thing to put in your video. Don't watch this.
yeah,
I feel like that would actually get people to watch it.
It
Though.
would actually. I
Probably.
believe it would.
Put out a video, say don't watch it. People are gonna be like, "Screw you, pal! I'm watching this."
Yeah, that is.
You can't control me.
It cuts to man's nature of being defiant.
yeah.
Indeed.
The Q Kiss Me Goodbye from the SVROA soundtrack. I ain't your stepchild anymore.
I don't remember the song.
That line stuck with me because he's so shit. It sucks.
It was a theme, or was it?
It was one of the menu music that you could use for your CAW.
That was like the worst one in the series until 2020. Which let's not be someone who pre-orders the next game after that or anything.
That I disagree. I'll tell you, if I'm stuck on a desert island, I'd gladly take 2008 over 2009 or 2010.
Ooh, 2009 was essentially 2008, but with like tag team.
No, it
moves.
wasn't.
That's what they said. They advertised it as being that. I remember that specifically.
They took out all the modes where you actually got to put time in. They took out GM mode.
Oh, did GM mode last all the way to 08? Yeah, I think it did. You're right. Yeah, it did. You're right.
7 and 08. But
so
after
2009
that,
you're all right.
2009 and 2010 did not have season mode or GM mode or universe mode. It had Road to WrestleMania and Exhibition. So you could do fucking nothing with your time.
Huh, I never thought of it that way. I played 09 for literally about like 10 minutes. And same with 010. 2010.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was... I'm sorry, go ahead.
Let me hit you with another reason why 2009 is the worst.
Hit me with your best shot. Take it away.
That's the one that has Mr. Red and Mr. Green and Zombie Finley and Zombie Santino.
Oh,
and no Legends. No Legends either because they were in Legends of WrestleMania.
You're right. They wanted you to import to share the two game memory files or whatever. You're right. You're absolutely
2009
right.
was the worst year.
It was. That's when I quit watching.
I believe Red and Green were part of 2010's roster, not 2009's.
Oh, you might be right. Yeah.
Everything else I remember as being correct though. Yeah. The horrible fucking the magic wand or the whatever. Oh god. No, that was 2007.
Yeah.
That was
magic wand was
2007.
2007 was actually pretty good outside of that.
I remember it being nothing but a graphic update. And the graphics was great, but beyond that, the two big things they pushed were you could fight in the crowd, which you couldn't. You could fight in a little corridor that was like cut away in the crowd, which was like, oh boy. And the other thing, I think there were, and then they changed the control scheme for the first time, which was I fucking hated playing that game using the fucking control sticks to do grapples.
Mike, don't you love struggle submissions?
That was the other thing I was going to mention. Yeah, struggle submissions, and then actually, they also.
I don't think
first one.
Did that not introduce?
I feel as if they did.
I have a copy of 08 right here. I can check if that's one of the things that they advertised for it.
I think Addy might be right. I also know, just to get it out really quick, 07 also had the one thing I did like, which was the control them yourself moves. Yeah, carry moves, whatever you call them. Yeah, like you could pick it up for a carry, and then you could choose to do one of several things with them afterwards.
The struggle submissions are new in 08.
Okay.
All right, I know.
That whole era there kind of blurs together for me because that's about when I kind of just started getting really worn out on wrestling and games.
Was it 2K18 or 2K19 that brought carry moves back?
That would have actually been. Oh wait, when did they get taken out?
I think right at like 2 games after they got introduced, if I recall.
Pretty well right after, yeah.
Yeah, which is really stupid. Like, wait a minute. Really quick, guys. You might be able to help me with this. Wasn't there a year? I think it was 2011, which would have been WWE 2012, WWE 12 rather, where they said they had to take a bunch of shit out to overhaul the like they added the new Predator engine physics or whatever.
Yep, that was 12.
Is that when they took out a bunch of stuff that they added, like the carry moves? Did it last that long? Okay.
Yeah,
That
12,
would make
12
sense.
12's big thing pretty well just was them making it where whenever you did a move that involved running off the ropes, then your character wouldn't teleport to the center of the ring anymore.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah. Okay.
Which, you know,
No, well,
I think it's mostly...
if I'm going to buy a wrestling game, it's going to be for that. Sorry, go ahead, Alex.
Not only that, sorry for cutting in as well.
No, I keep doing it.
But not only that, but also, like, if I remember correctly, the old Aki games could also do that without teleporting.
From my understanding, the old Aki games could do like everything all of the best SmackDown games could do well before SmackDown ever did them. And I'm just going from a SmackDown fan.
The one thing we all know Aki games can do that no other wrestling game has managed to do is be fun to actually play.
No. The one thing.
Don't get me wrong. I've had several WWE games I've loved, but I don't love them for the gameplay. I love them for the ability to simulate the product. Right?
I mean,
right.
The one thing we know Aki games can do that no other wrestling game can is have Snoop Dogg in it as a playable character.
Is that actually true? That happened?
Well, Def Jam.
Oh, yeah, Def Jam. Yeah, okay, you're right. Because I was going to say, I would take Snoop Dogg over Fred Durst any fucking day, but that goes without saying.
Yeah, I have a copy of Fight for New York over here, and Snoop Dogg ascended. He's become the final boss of the game so much that my game doesn't load when it gets to him.
Oh, I think I remember you talking about that, actually. Didn't you also say that game is super expensive?
Yeah, that game is like $3,000, apparently.
Yeah.
1,000?
Yeah.
It's one of the most rare games on the PS2.
I know we've discussed this before, but was there a specific reason why? I mean, that was a very popular franchise for a minute.
I don't know why it's rare, but it's rare. So I guess that's why.
Okay.
I can tell you, Vendetta's...
Snoop Dogg owns the majority of all the copies in the world.
So there may be. I want to sit around with all my games. This game I'm in, I want to own every copy. I'm not Snoop nor Black, so that's the best I can do. Sorry,
every day, Snoop Dogg makes dust from the series of Fight for New York and smokes it. Better puts them into a joint.
Smokes it, yeah. Exactly.
Yeah.
It gets him power.
Myself. When he's not teaming up with Martha Stewart and Turtles for drinking water commercials or SodaStream commercials, which I like Snoop, so I'm just taking the piss.
I love Snoop Dogg.
Yeah, Snoop's.
I don't listen to his music, but I love Snoop Dogg.
My dad is 73 years old, and he gets a kick out of Snoop Dogg.
I mean,
I think you'd have to be an asshole.
I feel like I'd like Snoop Dogg more if he didn't hang out with convicted felons like Martha Stewart.
I like that. That's good. I'm the only one laughing. I hate Martha Stewart. I'm sorry. She sells $8 macaroni now, by the way, at Walmart. So
what?
Yep.
That's
I was
a real
Walmart.
crime.
It is fucking. She hasn't even learned from her fucking embezzling and insider trading or whatever it was she got arrested for.
She hasn't learned from her mistakes. You say like she's gonna get sent to prison for that.
She should be. Tell me she shouldn't.
Miss Stewart, we are hereby sentencing you to 20 years in prison, hard labor for the crime of overpriced mac and cheese.
As a true lifelong sworn defender, lover, best friend, whatever, of macaroni in all of its forms, anyone who abuses it,
friends with it.
it's a nice friend. It warms my heart.
Okay, but why hasn't?
I talked to my macaroni before I eat it. I apologize.
Well, that's just sadistic.
This just gave me the biggest fucking licensing idea for wrestling. Why the fuck was there never Shayna Macaroni? Shayna mac and cheese.
WWE mac.
I'm just imagining like Mike sitting down at a table with a bowl of macaroni and cheese. And he's like, "Hello, macaroni and cheese, my friend. I shall now consume you."
It's like with the Native Americans. They thanked and gave blessings to the animals they ate because it kept them alive and provided sustenance.
I hereby thank nature for giving us this mac and cheese.
It's like Macaulay Culkin in Home Alone, kind of. Go ahead, Eddie. I can tell you're trying really.
You need to do it with stage directions. So freaking Mike enters scene from left. He's like, hey, my friend, macaroni and cheese. Cotton got to the mac and cheese in the bowl. for half a minute.
Just sitting there.
Yeah, just sitting there.
Yeah. For half a minute. A loving, slow close-up.
Yeah.
As it just sits
Man, I love Andy Warhol movies.
You guys do know that he made like a 47-hour movie about the Twin Towers just standing there, right? Which
No,
is,
the Empire State Building.
Is it the Empire? Okay, I'm sorry. Then obviously you know more about it. Go ahead.
Would the Twin Towers have even been built by that time?
I honestly don't remember. I think they were built in the 80s. I'm not sure. Or 70s?
What?
I don't recall.
I'll look it up. I'll look it up.
Actually, now I'm curious.
Didn't Andy Warhol die in the 70s?
I do not know enough about him to know.
The World Trade Center opened in 73.
Okay.
And let's see. Andy Warhol died in 87.
Ah, wow, okay.
And just to complete the whole thing, I will look up when he made the Empire State Building thing. Andy Warhol from filmography. Empire. He made that movie of the Empire State Building in 64, so the World Trade Center had not been built yet.
Okay. I didn't know it was that. Wow, 64. The worst decade for movies, so that explains that.
It was all Andy Warhol's fault.
It was. No wonder everything was all like boring and trippy and fucking pompous in the 60s. It gave rise to 2010, A Space Odyssey. Which I'm sorry, I've tried watching a few minutes of that movie and it was like, wow, this is like watching wet paper. Okay, this is exciting.
Wet paper?
It's
I'm not even sure what that means.
It's paper that sat there and was wet, and it's like, okay, well, I guess it's eventually going to be dry. There's going to be more to this sooner or later.
I was about to say like you need to explain wet paper better because
it just honestly came to my mind. See, that's just it. See, your reactions are correct. That's how I felt watching 2010. It's like, what the hell is this? What?
No, but Mike, because the thing is, it could also be like a crinkled up straw. In which case, there would actually be movement.
Then it wouldn't be like 2010: A Space Odyssey because there was no fucking movement to that movie. And instead of calling that a movie, they should have called it a still-e because it just sat there doing nothing. Fuck that fucking movie. Anyway, no, it's genius because you gotta be high while watching it to appreciate it. Fuck you.
That's only with the fetus of God.
What about the fetus of God? Why do I keep hearing that term, by the way? What is the origin of fetus of God? What is that from?
From Darkstalkers. Darkstalkers.
Oh, yeah, I've actually seen the photo. In fact, I've probably played on the stage now that I think about it. You're right, absolutely right. Forgot about that. That suddenly makes so many Best Friends references make sense.
Doesn't 2001: A Space Odyssey end with the fetus of God?
I guess it technically does, yeah. It ends with, like, whatever, like humankind turning into a baby, which then turns into a monolith, or I can't remember, some kind of stupid bullshit. Pompous-ass crap. After like a 2.5-hour movie where nothing happens except for maybe in like the last 10 minutes or something, I wouldn't know. I didn't watch it because it's boring as fuck. Go ahead.
I want to do a let's watch of fucking Turtle Dreams with Mike because I want to hear him suffer.
What is it you want me to watch?
Turtle
2010
Dreams.
Or did you say something else? Which
Dreams.
one? Turtle Dreams?
Yes, by Meredith Monk.
Oh, okay. That sounds fun.
It's an art movie and.
Oh boy, we're really all right. Ramp up the fun even more. Go on.
And not even the back of the box knows what it's about. Like the back of the box explains the scenes, more or less scene by scene, for what happens in the movie.
I was gonna say, then this happens, then that happens, then there you go. So watch it.
No, the back of the box is like four performers, including Meredith Monk, do vocal channeling or whatever the fuck to elicit sounds from themselves. Well, sometimes scenes of a turtle walking through a diorama appear.
Oh,
and that's
Red Letter Media did this actually. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. That was on one of their best of the worsts, understandably enough.
Yeah.
You're right. I did not see the episode, but I saw a clip. Yeah.
But yeah, like that would be an interesting thing to watch because their mouth sounds actually give me dread, and I don't know why.
Give you dread?
Yeah.
I guess in a way the movie is effective, more so as a horror film.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. Like the movie sounds like Silent Hill looks. Like
that's saying something.
Like you enter fucking the other side, and that starts playing in the background. But yeah.
Sounds like fun. We should definitely. You know what? We should during one of these times. We should watch some of these really bad movies that have been on like Red Letter Media and elsewhere.
I mean,
we should watch really terrible movies
the
together.
thing is, we need to check which are actually like which we would be fine with actually like watching like that. I think Turtle Dreams is on YouTube, and I don't know if Merit Monk took it down yet or not.
You can find some surprising stuff on YouTube.
Oh, you could probably find anything. Yeah, YouTube actually has a lot of movies. Even just like from random people saying, "Hey, this is a movie. You might like it," and they put up their own copy.
Within like the last 2 years, I have watched the entirety of Romero's Dead trilogy as well as Jingle All the Way for free on YouTube.
Really?
Yep.
And yeah, they do have a lot of movies where it says free with ads, and that makes me wonder if it's YouTube providing them then, or if it's the studios, or I don't know.
I think it's a deal. I think it's both.
Yeah, they charge for some movies.
Yeah, I know that I could buy like I know that YouTube keeps telling me that I can buy like the Sonic movie and like Saw 5, but not any of the other ones and stuff like that to watch.
Wow, you get to watch the worst one. That's pretty impressive. Saw 5 blows.
Well, I mean, by that point, by that point, both of the initial Jigsaws are dead, and it's just a lame jobber Jigsaw, right?
Yes. Starting with Saw 4, I mean, spoilers, but yeah, starting with Saw 4, it is I can't remember the name of the guy.
Hoffman.
Kaufman is Hoffman, I'm sorry. Hoffman is the name of the character. I'm trying to think of the actor's name, because it's, Costas Mandalore. Okay, that's right. Mandalorian reminds me of him.
Now that's what I call a fucking name.
That's a name. Costas Mandalore.
That sounds like a character you'd see in Game of Thrones.
It does. I was actually going to say it sounds like a Hungarian prince or something.
It's a Harry Potter spell.
Yeah. Very good. That actually does sound a lot like Costas Mandalore. Oh no, I've been turned into an ape.
I've been turned into a bored ape. Oh no, save me!
I've been turned into a bad trilogy of movies. You only need to see the first 3 Saw movies, and number 6 is actually good considering how long into the series it is. But other than that, they're all, after 3, you could pretty much check out. Actually, 4 was fair, but 5 was really bad. 5 was the worst one. And then the one that was supposed to be the final one, the first time, which I guess would be number 7, which I think was just strangely called, or no, I think it actually was called Saw 7. Yeah,
and Saw 8 is called Spiral from the Book of Saw.
Oh God! Okay, wait a minute. I think Saw 7 was called Jigsaw.
Yes.
One of them was just called Jigsaw. Yeah, okay, but then I could have sworn it was actually also called Saw 7. I whatever. At that point, who cares?
I'm looking forward to
again. The Saw series ends pretty much with 3.
I'm looking forward to the next part in the series, Saws.
Saws, yeah. Well, I don't know what's better, that or the Suicide Squad. Which will be followed by the Suicide Squad ? Which will be followed by the Suicide Squads plural. Which will be followed by Suicide Squad Friends. Which actually that's the most creative one. So never mind. At that point, everyone will have checked out.
No, you're getting it wrong. The next one in that one is the Suicide Squad is Squad 3 and Knuckles.
I'm just waiting for Suicide Squad versus Police Squad.
Oh, that would actually be hilarious. God bless Leslie Nielsen. I'm sorry, this is not even a comic book thing. Anyone who makes a movie called something and then makes a sequel, anything, and then adds just the word "the" in front of it is not only backwards, but fucking dumb. And fuck you all for anyone involved in it.
Fuck the Lord of the Rings.
Not you guys. I mean, anyone who you shit the Suicide Squad 2. The next Suicide. No, let's just put "the" in front of it. Like really, someone fucking got paid for that. I'm sorry, Alex.
The funny thing is, it being called the Suicide Squad is supposed to be a play on how the first one sucked. So it's saying, that was Suicide Squad, but this is the Suicide Squad.
Is it actually supposed to be the Suicide Squad?
Yes.
Yeah.
But you see, Mike, they're not the good Suicide Squad. They're not the bad Suicide Squad. They're the Suicide Squad.
Oh, okay. Well, that makes sense. Now I get it.
They're the Suicide.
That clears it up. They're the. Oh, okay. So the first one was just a what do they call it? Starts with a G, I think. Like the first one was a failed attempt. It's a free pass. What's the word for it?
What are we supposed to be talking about?
Wait, what are we supposed to be talking about?
Addy, did you?
Yeah,
It doesn't matter.
No, I didn't.
He did
finish.
answer, but he didn't finish. That's true. I love that it's like, I'm tired of hearing Mike bitch about comic book stuff that's stupid. Let's talk about it.
Well, the thought occurred to me, we could go for a couple hours doing this.
Oh, actually, yeah. Once we go into either wrestling or comics, we could probably go pretty deep without even meaning to. You're right.
Oh, yeah.
So, yeah. Also, it's been an hour and a half, and we are not past the uploads this week. I just want to note.
I am frightened.
When you say that, do you mean the uploads is something that you talk about every week? Is that part of the format?
Yeah, it's usually 10 minutes.
I'll be honest, if this goes for so long, I may have to drop out eventually because I had shit planned for today.
Maybe it was a mistake to invite me on.
Yeah, I'm starting to think so, you motherfucker.
I'll just sit in a corner and be quiet.
You're damn right, and I'll put the dunce cap on you, and I'll get you a little chair.
I'll talk to my macaroni. Fuck you.
I'll turn the chair around, look in the corner so I don't have to face you.
Face your shame.
Yeah. Addy!
Yes, so, as I've said, there is the update video. There is also, on Friday, the first review in over half a year. Finally. I thought I am scared about actually releasing videos again, partially because of all of the changes that I'm making.
What changes are those?
Well, I didn't have an on-screen presence before then, or before now, Mike. That's a new thing. And
you have an on-screen presence now?
Yes. Well, that's what I'm calling it because I don't know anything better to call it. But basically,
I mean, did you appear in front of the camera? Yeah. Okay.
Well, no, I didn't. I drew I drew my persona to be the on-screen presence, so
I see what you're saying.
Some emotional fucking whatever on-screen shit.
You're branding.
Yeah, pretty much. And before now, before the reviews started, I would have the logo of the channel up, but that's a static thing that doesn't really change, and it doesn't it's fine for signaling when the actual review begins, but that's pretty much all of the use you can get out of that sort of stuff. So I'm trying.
I see what you're saying.
So I'm trying to get I'm trying out actually having something on screen to represent me, but there's risks, and I'm scared.
What are the risks?
Well, I mean,
as you perceive them.
Well, people can and probably will either immediately click away or just dislike the fucking videos or whatever just because I'm a furry and stuff like that.
Yeah, so, doesn't matter now. Those are hidden.
Well, no.
You know how many tutorials I've done and didn't realize that I was doing something extremely dangerous by not unplugging the electrical equipment that I'm working on because that tutorial didn't show me the dislike ratio. So I thought, there are 3 likes on this video, so it must be a good one.
You actually bring up a really good.
The removal of the dislikes is the dumbest shit because they're like, we're removing the visibility of dislikes or whether or not you can turn it on or off because people. We don't want
turn
people.
I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt. I really don't. But did you say they added the option to turn it on or off?
No,
or they okay.
They removed it. Because
I do know that they removed it. I just wasn't sure if you were saying that they responded to feedback by offering an option.
No, because that would actually be good, and it wouldn't do good around here. No, that you used to be before this changed. You used to be able to choose whether or not you wanted likes and dislikes to be displayed or not, and now it's just flat out. You don't see dislikes at all. You can still choose if you want likes to be visible, but what the fuck.
The reason behind that, of course, supposedly was just to stop review bombing. But Pink actually brings up a good point I never thought about, which is that if you try to go to a video that you don't know if it's helpful or not, and you don't see that millions of downvotes outweigh the upvotes, you would not know. I never actually even thought about that.
That's Pink has a point. Also, of
course, I have a point. I'm a genius.
Also, creator side, you still see the dislikes, so it doesn't change shit. It's only made they have a very small point that is dwarfed by the actual uses that dislikes had. Because like technically there is this thing in human nature, from what I understand, where if you see that people are starting to dislike, or even or if there's no dislikes on a video, then you're more likely to dislike it just because of herd mentality or trying to be contrarian. And
Yeah.
And the dislikes being invisible helps mitigate that. At the same time, the percent of people who did that sort of stuff is a lot smaller than the percent of people that are going to get fucking scammed by virus tutorials on how to get Robux.
That's probably true. Yeah, you're right. I hadn't thought of that. You guys have actually given a lot more thought to the dislike thing than I have. To me, it was just like, oh, that's interesting, kind of dumb, but I guess I get why they did it. But yeah, there's actually real repercussions to it.
I mean, I don't use likes or dislikes just because I like it. It's part of my fucking brain problems that I just don't like expressing my opinions because whatever, people will judge me for some reason. I don't get it either. But yeah,
you're always going to be judged no matter what. Sadly.
Yeah. But so because of that, I don't really use likes or dislikes. At the same time, having likes and dislikes on a video can help with figuring out what you need to do or what people actually want out of you, if anything.
Yes.
So
that does make sense.
And like a lot of people won't comment, but they will rate the video. So yeah, also it's viewer engagement because regardless of
whether it's good or bad, you're right. It's engagement.
People are still interacting with the video, so it puts it up in the thing. Also,
right. That's why so many people say, "Oh, like and subscribe and leave a comment." I'm totally gonna read them all.
Yeah, but by the way, the thing with engagement is so that there's something I learned recently about how the algorithm works, which is that people who can have monetization and either do or just like have the option, I don't know, but people who are able to monetize their videos get preferred treatment than those who don't.
Say that again. People, did you say? I'm sorry. Say that again. I missed the first part.
So channels who can monetize their videos, who have the option of monetization on their videos, now not necessarily that they do, but like for example, your channel, since you can, or your channel when you got the option to actually put ads on the videos before they realized that they were a bit too adult, I guess.
Video is a little harsh, yeah.
So in that a part of the reason why the video blew up is because in that bit of time, the algorithm was favoring you because you can actually monetize the video.
That's unfair. Even as someone who could have benefited from that's unfair. It shouldn't. I don't know why anyone gets any special treatment on YouTube. It shouldn't be that way.
Because they want you to monetize a video, because odds are they're probably getting a small cut of that as well. And
actually, they're probably getting the bigger cut of it.
Yeah, probably, honestly.
No,
and they want to maximize profits.
That makes sense before the apocalypse.
Of course it does. I'm a genius.
Before the adpocalypse. When was that, by the way?
I don't know. It was a couple of years ago. But the main point out of that for me is that now YouTube puts ads on everyone's videos.
Really? Do they? I use ad block on everything, so okay.
So do
I.
But I know this because of sometimes very rarely I have to use my phone, which doesn't have ad block, and then other stuff like that. So basically, but I don't think it's everyone's video. Well, it is everyone's video. It's not every time you open up a video, though. So like,
I see.
So the options now for monetization on YouTube are either you don't qualify for monetization on YouTube, where you still get the ads put on your videos, but only YouTube gets that money. On the other hand, you have the actual monetization thing where you can apply for monetization, and if YouTube agrees, then you get a cut of that money that they would receive wholly, which also doesn't make, like, to me it doesn't make sense why they would favor the people who actually get a cut then, because that's less money for them. But I guess they view it as an investment.
Hard to say. I don't know. I don't know. Yeah. That kind of gets back to me talking about how when I made that video that got so popular, the one that we were just talking about, when people ask me, to do more stuff like it now, I mentioned earlier that it feels like more like a job now than fun. That's actually true. Like I appreciate all the people who have, given comments and everything like that, and no one's doing anything bad by saying, hey, we want more of this. But then it's my anxiety that's doing it. It puts on the pressure of, okay, now I have to try it. Well, I don't have to, but I want to be able, I do, I want to be able to give these people more of what they like. If they liked my content, well, it's win-win if I produce more content they want. But it is kind of like with the ad thing. It's like, with those options existing, it's like if I don't pursue them, then I feel like I'm not doing enough. It's like I can't just slap up a video and just be done with it. Like I have to be thinking, okay, what about ads? What about monetization? What about, am I appealing to the right people? Is enough people, are enough people being exposed to my videos? And it's like it's just such a uploading videos, and it's almost become like a competition, a profession for a lot of people. I don't know. It kind of goes back to what you were talking about. I'm sort of rounding it back around.
I can sympathize with that, Mike, because that's why I didn't upload for like 4 years more or less, and why I'm also doing all of this big restructuring around how I do videos.
That's kind of what I thought, yeah.
Because like I'm lucky in that even though like my channel may not be big, I carved out a small niche from what I understand, with reviewing Sengoku Basara, which is Japanese only series more or less.
Okay.
And then so I am like one of 10 or 15 people who actually talks about it in the West, which means that sometimes people actually watch my videos, and those are the ones that actually get views, and I'm fine with it because I like those games. Like as far as my channel is concerned, at least with my current like career out of it, quote unquote career.
Right.
Like I am the Sengoku Basara Assassin's Creed man, and I'm kind of okay with that because I like Sengoku Basara and I liked Assassin's Creed, past tense, but.
Oh, really? Is that past tense? So there's a whole subject right there.
Yeah, I mean they bent me over, fucked me over the coals, and then they spat in my face too. Pretty much.
Really? Yeah. You feel this is a long stretch from, hey, can you guys stop talking about Assassin's Creed so damn much? I actually am going to ask you now, what the hell happened? You were like a huge fan.
They changed the genre to be on an open world RPG, on an open world action RPG like The Witcher, and they they copied all of their mechanics from games that are in right now. So the combat, the overall game design is The Witcher. The combat is Dark Souls but worse, and then the climbing has been replaced by Legend of Zelda: Breath of the Wild instead of their own thing. So basically, there is no original bone in the body of that game or of any of the new trilogy games. And then
they Skyrim'd it. Then basically, something else got super popular, and so they decided, well, we need to drop our identity and become this other thing instead.
Yes, and not only that, but they did it bad on pretty much every front. Like it's one thing when they change the genre and then the product is actually good, which is why I feel like that's why I'm less pissed about Yakuza and Guilty Gear, because both of those changed how they play. Guilty Gear less so, but it matters with fighting games. But like both of those games changed how they work, but they did it good. Like I am not going to say that Yakuza 7 is a bad JRPG or that Guilty Gear is a bad footsies ground-based fighter, because they're not. I just don't like them because that's not what I want out of those series. But they're not bad games. Assassin's Creed Odyssey steals your time. Assassin's Creed Odyssey tries to make you die slowly on the inside and the outside at the same time. It is not worth the investment that it wants you to put in. It is bad.
All right. Pink and Alex, are you guys, or were you at one point, Assassin's Creed fans? And if so, how do you feel about that take?
I don't have any strong opinions on it because I don't have strong opinions on Assassin's Creed.
Pink and Alex are having PTSD from 2017.
Years.
Okay.
I said so many things, and Discord just decided. I decided to ignore that.
Oh, okay. I thought you were yelling because I asked you guys your opinion, and then there was silence, and I interrupted the silence with "Okay, then," just to make a smart-ass joke, and I thought that's what you were angry about. I thought you were like, "Mike, you asshole, shut up." That sucks. All right, so Pink doesn't really have much to say. It sounds like Alex, you do. Sorry.
I played Brotherhood. Beat it, liked it quite a bit. put a little bit of time into Assassin's Creed 3, liked it, never finished it. Beat the first level of Assassin's Creed Black Flag, went kind of and then just stopped. And other than that, I've pretty well just for the last 2 years been hearing Addy talk about how he thinks that the Assassin's Creed games that come out nowadays are the shits, and I just I don't even mean to be insulting, but I've we've talked about this so many times now that I kind of tuned out a little bit and figured I knew.
Oh, I'm sorry.
There was a year of Assassin's Creed. There was a year of Assassin's Creed.
Oh, okay, I see.
Yeah, that's like I don't take offense to you tuning out because you've heard pretty much anything I have to say about Assassin's Creed Odyssey by this point, like 5 times over. So.
That makes sense.
Yeah,
in fact, I hadn't even been thinking about. Being that you guys have discussed this, we can move on because I hadn't even thought about that. Like, I'm so used to talking to you guys just bullshitting while playing games. I'd forgotten that this being the podcast, I'm sure this has already been covered. So I guess I got the point. Yeah, we don't need to stay on it.
But yeah.
And besides, Pink doesn't have much to say about it anyway, and I've never even played one yet. So, well, except for the second one, which you might remember. I was like, okay, what's the appeal? Never mind. And then suddenly it's like the best-selling series since.
Mike, you'd love Odyssey because it's full of meaningless bullshit that bloats the game.
That's my thing.
And it's also needlessly big, but you can go anywhere, but it's also needlessly big.
Is it like LA Noire from what I've seen, where it's just like mostly empty? There's not a whole lot to do. Well, no, you did say it's bloated with a bunch of meaningless shit.
But it's bloated with a bunch of the same 2 quests.
And that
also,
doesn't sound as good.
And also a lot of water and the same island multiple times over.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
Well, in fairness, you are on the Mediterranean, so there's bound to be a lot of water out there.
That is true.
Yeah.
That is true. I don't know. Never mind. I don't care enough about Assassin's Creed, which is, I mean, again, I've never really even played it, so I'll keep any follow-up questions to like text or something some other time, since this has been a common podcast discussion from the sounds of it. Right. I just basically had some minor follow-ups, like, oh, okay, why is this or why is that? But it's fine. As Alex said, it's not lack of.
If you want, you can send them over on Discord or on the forums, and I'll write back.
Yeah. I'm curious to hear your take, but I understand Alex saying, as he said, not to be rude, but if you guys have already discussed this, then there's no point going around about it just for me.
Well, I think there can be value about you guys talking about it here on Discord, and
if it's just
I'm not
the
just
same
saying
stuff
that
you
because I'm
guys
going to need to step out for a little bit.
All right, W needs to charge his headphones.
Oh, you probably do, don't you?
Not necessarily, but I think I do need to step out for a little bit because I smell something going on, and
all right, I guess we can fight with time with us as
pork chop sandwiches. Then.
What the fuck you doing? You fucking
Get the fuck out of here, you stupid! What the fuck? Get the fuck out! Or something along those lines. So whether he either smells good pork chops or burning pork chops, it sounds like it's Alex's time to step aside for a moment.
All right. Yeah.
Well, go ahead, Alex. He already did. Okay, I see his mic is muted. Yeah. All right. So, if you want to, Eddie,
I mean, if
go ahead.
Mind.
It's up to you, Pink.
Yeah, you're good.
Okay. Right. Go ahead and elaborate.
Which part?
Well, like you said that the game boils down a lot to like you said like 2 side quests. Like what do you mean by that? It's just like 2 of the same types of quests just repeated over and over and over. What are the quests like? Are they just like fetch quests or something different?
It's just it's go here, kill that guy, or it's go here, pick up that item, and then quest ends. More or less, from what I remember. Like I played through that game twice because I had no other games to play. It fucked. Like that game. And like not only that, but with how the game is designed, side quests are not side quests. They're quests that we didn't want to put effort into, more or less. in multiple times in the story, I think past a certain point with each story mission, there's a point in the game where the missions are leveled by like 5, or like there's a 5 level gap between each mission.
Okay. Interesting.
And a 5 level gap means that the enemies don't take damage because that's how the game was designed. So like if you beat a level at level 30, say you beat a mission at level 30, you don't level up. The next mission is level 35. Level 35 enemies take next to no damage from you. You can kill them, but it will take you like a fucking hour to beat a grunt. And if there's more than one, then you're dead.
I can't say it sounds fun.
And then
that is a new mechanic. Assassin's Creed was not like that before.
No, Assassin's Creed used to be like Assassin's Creed. One of the big defining features of Assassin's Creed, or not a feature. The combat in Assassin's Creed has always been an afterthought, but they had the forethought, I suppose, that with each installment they tried to make the combat at least easier, so you didn't have to bother with it as much, more or less. So like the combat sucked, but the combat was fine. It was cinematic enough, and then you could also do it fast enough, which fit Ezio, which is when that sort of combat was at its peak. Because like technically, I think the Anvil, I forget which one it was. Was it that? No, it wasn't that with Anvil X 2.0. It may have been the first one. Whatever, fuck it. I used to know the actual like engines that these games ran on.
And now we're getting into the real nitty gritty that I wouldn't even like. It's turning into a blur now. don't worry too much about the details.
Basically, how the fighting mechanic worked in classic Assassin's Creed is that you had offensive options, but they weren't great. Like they didn't feel great to use. So, you also had a counter kill mechanic where if you time your defense right, then you could press the button and then that enemy was dead. Then later they put in a thing where you could chain these kills together. So if you counter killed one person, then you could counter kill another. As long as you kept your rhythm up, then you could kill like a team of 15 people without getting hit.
Okay.
After that, they added in multi kills as well. So if multiple enemies tried to attack you at the same time, then you killed both of them at the same time. And then people complained about these not being too engaging, which to be fair they weren't. And so they changed the fighting mechanic for Assassin's Creed Unity, where it was more reminiscent of the Assassin's Creed 1 or the start of Assassin's Creed 2, where it's not like it is sort of the same thing, but like counter kills were not there.
Okay.
Like it's very similar. It's just jank, like just jank, raw jank, and then you can't and you don't have a get out of jail free card with the counter kills.
Okay. I more or less follow, I guess. That's probably all I need to know because you're talking about a lot of stuff that I don't really understand in terms of the Assassin's Creed specifics. Which is fine. I mean, I asked, so.
I mean, I just want to explain the differences between like those three and the part where the fighting mechanic was freaking like volatile, and then the new fighting mechanic, which is the new defining thing. So that Syndicate had a fighting mechanic that is just Batman. Like if you played the Batman Arkham games, which I don't think you would have, but you know.
My understanding is that Sleeping Dogs had a similar fighting style, and yes, I did play that.
Imagine if the Sleeping Dogs fighting mechanic had no weight, and instead of people dying when their health depleted, they went dizzy, and then you had to stand in the right position to do an animation on them to kill them.
Okay.
And that was Assassin's Creed Syndicate. So people complained because that one was also not fun.
I was just gonna say how long would you say to help me kind of understand how long would you say the Assassin's Creed series felt the same before that started radically changing? Like the actual feel of the game, like the actual mechanics, like how many games did they get out before it started becoming worse? About four?
Yeah,
4 in total, or with the fourth game?
Okay. Do you want to say are you asking if the games got or not? Are you asking whether the overall quality of the games got worse, or are you asking about the fighting mechanic changing?
I guess two separate questions. Both. Like now that you mention it, I am wondering, like, when did you yourself first notice that, okay, I'm not really liking these games that much anymore, and about when would you say, whether you liked it or not, when would you say did the series start feeling like the games were not playing the same? They started it just started not feeling like Assassin's Creed.
I mean, that's also a question that I'm gonna have to answer with two answers, because the so the fighting mechanic for the first time changed in a big way in 3, which was the 5th game.
Okay, 3 being was that Black Flag or was that 4?
No,
that was 4.
Yeah, 4 is Black Flag.
Okay.
So that's when the fighting mechanic changed. The overall quality of the games, I would say there actually hasn't been a good Assassin's Creed game in the past 9 years, I want to say. No, more than 9, because we're not in 2020 anymore. Oh, shit. 11.
Well, they keep making so many of the damn games, it's hard to keep track of them.
They actually slowed down on making them. I'll explain that too. But
there's not like 15 every like couple of years now.
Yeah, no.
Oh, good. Okay.
But yeah, so I'd say that like arguably either Brotherhood or Revelations was the last good Assassin's Creed game. Revelations came out in 2011.
Oh God.
Yeah.
So, okay, that's going back.
So
wow.
So that overall, I would say that in hindsight that's when that. But I would say that when the game stopped feeling like Assassin's Creed was just Odyssey, which is the second to last installment. Because even in Origins, like Origins had the RPG parts, but yeah, I was foolish, and I was like, hey, maybe they'll fine tune the RPG parts to be less annoying, and like make it work, because they could have. Like I would have been fine with a bit more RPG shit, because Assassin's Creed did have RPG shit in it for a bit. Like it wasn't the main part of the game, but whatever. Like they could have made it balanced.
Okay.
And then Odyssey came out, and Odyssey was just, hey, we took out the parts that weren't RPG. More or less.
Okay. All right.
And so yeah.
So what would you say then, being 2011? You probably already mentioned it, but the names are all kind of blurring together to me. Which one do you say was like the last time you really seriously enjoyed Assassin's Creed? The one that was in 2011? That was Revelations. Okay.
Yeah, that's the end of the Ezio trilogy. Yeah.
The one that's in Turkey.
Yeah.
How many of them have you played, Alex?
Well, I think I just said, but
if you did, you did.
I was actually wrong, though. I was actually wrong. I played Brotherhood first, pretty well when it came out, because I saw ads for it in a magazine. It described all the features in the game, and I thought, oh my god, this game sounds fucking amazing. And the game actually lived up to expectations. And one of the biggest things I'll never forgive them for with the Assassin's Creed series is they removed multiplayer. Because let me just go ahead and say,
I never knew it even had multiplayer. Holy shit. Okay.
Yeah. Give me a second, because I know you're not big on Assassin's Creed single player, but if I explain Assassin's Creed multiplayer to you, it's going to sound like it's up your alley. Okay. So Assassin's Creed multiplayer was, they cordoned off certain sections of the game world to turn into multiplayer maps, and there could be up to like 8 players in the usual lobby. Sometimes you could play a special mode that was big mode or whatever, and there were 16 players in the lobby. And each person would pick from a list of like, I don't know, 20 different characters who didn't behave all that different in gameplay, and there were a couple perks. So it's kind of like Dead by Daylight Survivors, right? There's characters and there's perks.
Sure.
And when you'd go in there, the entire world would be filled with civilian NPCs that would randomly use the player models of each of the characters that are being used by each of the players.
Oh, okay. All right.
And
all right.
You would be randomly assigned one of the other players to assassinate, and you would have a little compass at the bottom that gave you vague directions as to where they were. But whenever you entered, like, pretty well, I guess a 200-yard radius of them, the compass just filled up and went, they're somewhere around.
Okay. All right.
And the gimmick became you had to try and act like an NPC while also trying to kill the others.
See, that's what I was just going to... Not to interrupt, because I could tell that you got more to say. And to be honest, this actually does sound cool. That actually does sound very badass, actually. What I was going to say is, okay, so you kind of just answered it. So the goal is to try to obviously stay hidden while also being an assassin, which is not only cool in theory in gameplay applications, but that sounds like that totally meets the plot of like what I understand Assassin's Creed to more or less be. Because I was sitting here thinking, as you were explaining, I'm thinking, okay, if you're an NPC model, like, you're like peasant Jane, like fucking like parkouring up roofs and shit, like, wouldn't that give you away? But then, of course, the answer would be yes, it would. So you don't try not to get caught doing that. Okay, cool.
There were loads of different, there was, of course, different play styles, and I always played very quietly, very slowly, very stealthily.
Yeah.
And it was one of my favorite fucking things in that game was that I would play like that. And of course, lobbies would be filled with tons of impatient guys who just like, I'm going to climb up the side of that building. And I would just, I'd just sit on a bench because I saw that the compass would be filling up. Like, okay, my target's coming closer to me. I just casually sit on a bench. And of course, I see him jump off the roof in front of me. I just simply step off the bench, stab him, sit back down on the bench.
That's awesome.
Shit like that. And of course, you had. Well, part of the fun of it was because there was so much variety in play style, and the play style of your target dictated so much of how you played. You'd have to adapt, right? Because then there'd be some times where it's like, oh, the other guy is also playing the same way I am, so I have to figure out which NPC he is. Or sometimes it's like, well, my target won't leave the fucking rooftops. I can't wait for him to come down. I have to figure out some way to get up there without exposing myself as being a player.
This sounds really cool, actually. You're right, this does sound like up my alley.
Here's the kicker. The servers are still up.
Yeah, are they really?
Which entry is this?
Brotherhood.
They are.
Brotherhood, okay.
They are, but the HD remaster doesn't come with multiplayer, which pisses me off.
Well, yeah, but...
Oh, that sucks, though, yeah.
Hold up. Repeat that. The remaster doesn't come with multiplayer?
Right,
it doesn't.
It's not.
But the servers are still up?
Yeah, so the 360 versions, yeah.
That doesn't make sense. I don't like
that. I don't like that either. Because the more Alex explains it, the more I want to play it.
For the next gen thing, Assassin's Creed 4 also has similar. Like, it's more or less the same, but they tried to evolve it, which means that it may be worse.
Yeah.
Like, I've played Assassin's Creed 4 multiplayer with bots because the game.
It's got bots.
I think so. Yeah.
Oh my god! I'm getting this. I'm so getting this.
Well, hang on.
Multiplayer with bots, I'm there. I don't care what the fucking game is.
Here's the thing that bugged the shit out of me about Assassin's Creed 4 multiplayer. Because part of the reason I bought Assassin's Creed 4 was because I wanted to play Assassin's Creed multiplayer. Because I fucking love Brotherhood multiplayer. And I put, probably over 100 hours into it back in the day. I got pretty good with it. But part of what was fun about Brotherhood was every single model you could pick, every single character you could pick to play had different kill animations.
And so Jane the Peasant would have a different mechanic than, I don't know, the really badass muscular guy or whoever.
They were all more characterful than Jane the Peasant, I'll tell you that. There was like one you could pick was like the engineer, and his thing was he was kind of like Leonardo da Vinci, and his gimmick was all of his kills, he had a little... You remember the little tool you stick your pencil into to draw a circle, to draw a perfect circle?
Yes. I can't remember the name of it, but yes, I know exactly what you're talking about.
Well, every character had like 3 or 4 different kill animations they would have for every position, like killing somebody from the front, killing somebody from behind, killing somebody while running, killing somebody by jumping off a rooftop, and so on. And so, like, that guy had a bunch of different kill animations for him using those little circle drawing things, stabbing them.
Oh, okay.
There was a couple characters who built to be more classic assassins, so they had the blade up the sleeve like the Assassin's Creed dude does. You can be John Assassin's Creed. There you go.
Yeah,
there
could
was
also be a Harlequin, I think.
Yeah, the Harlequin, who I think just had some knives on him. My favorite was the blacksmith, who had just a big fuck off hammer, right? So several of his assassinations were, of course, just him pulling out the hammer and clobbering them over the head, the least subtle assassination method ever.
Well, then, really quick, that brings up a question. I was thinking about this also when you mentioned the stabbing a dude and then sitting back down on the bench. Don't the other AI NPCs like panic and give you away?
No,
they don't. They just don't even react.
They don't.
If it's multiplayer, non-story mode, that's fine. That's acceptable.
Yeah, because it's it's multiplayer. It'd screw things up if you see a whole
that's
crowd.
Why I was right. That's why. Yeah. Okay. Gotcha. Fair enough.
But the other one I loved, the blacksmith also had a kill where he would do rather than getting out the hammer, there was a kill animation he had from behind where he would pick the guy up from behind in kind of an inverted military press, right, lifting them over his head. And Bane style backbreakers them.
Oh, cool! That's awesome.
Oh, and every character had different animations. It was so fun.
This sounds so. How long ago is this one? What year?
10 years ago now.
2010, yeah. No,
and was this the only?
That's 12 years ago.
Revelations also had multiplayer. I did not play it, but I think it was supposed to be good too.
Yeah, Revelations was more or less Brotherhoods, and then 4 had its own thing. But also, Mike.
3 had multiplayer.
Yeah, I could tell that when I mentioned bots. Yeah, Eddie, you wanted to say something to that. Go ahead.
Oh, I don't remember. But the thing.
I think you were like Mike. But wait. Okay,
The thing
yeah,
I
go
want
ahead.
to mention now is that you can, like, since you're on PC, you can still buy the 360 versions of the games, because that's the version that's on PC. Just don't buy the Ezio collection. Buy the games, buy Brotherhood separately, the
The
original release.
original, yeah.
Yes, and then you will have Brotherhood multiplayer.
I should do
Okay.
that one day.
Like I don't
Oh, but
think,
is it built
Are
into
they on
Uplay?
Steam by any chance? We
yes,
probably
it
couldn't
is.
play just.
It is built into Uplay. That's
It is
that's the
on-
one problem.
That
Oh,
would be
that's a
something
bad
cool
thing?
to do.
It's
Daddy's PC don't run no good.
Oh, right.
The what was I going to say?
well, not only that, but also, like, would Mike fucking wanna bother with Uplay?
Is that like
Is
another
it
third
integrated with
party?
Uplay?
Yes.
Yeah.
Like
Yes.
when
Ubisoft's third-party thing.
yeah. Like that's one of the big things against buying Ubisoft games on PC, is that whenever you try to buy anything, even from Steam, if you download the thing, it first loads the Uplay launcher, then it loads the game.
Oh, okay. So you have both Steam and Uplay running at the same time?
But
Just
it's
play
not,
this one
yeah,
game?
Ubisoft insisted.
it's not
Hell of
Uplay.
it then. I'll pirate it and play it with bots then.
It's not Uplay anymore. It's Ubisoft Connect. Sorry.
Oh,
Well,
gotta get that right.
Yeah.
And the one thing I can 100% say is I have a copy of Far Cry 3, but Uplay won't recognize it.
Oh,
because it's a different type of Uplay, or I'm
No,
sorry,
no.
yeah, because it's a different type of Uplay.
No, I have a copy of Far Cry 3. It forces you to launch Uplay to run it because it's a third-party thing, but it forces you to run it. And while Steam recognizes my copy of Far Cry 3, Uplay will not. So I've never gotten to... No, Blood Dragon. It recognizes my copy of Far Cry 3, but it won't recognize my copy of Blood Dragon. That's what
I mean, and that's something you actually legit paid for? Well, of course it is, because you don't pirate anything. So, shouldn't you have gotten your money back for that or something? Shouldn't they have refunded you? Or done something to make that right?
I'm sure I could have refunded it, but I think at the time I figured it was my fault, so I just walked away and figured I'd fix it later.
Oh, and then just never got around to it yet?
Yeah.
But
I mean, I only paid $5 for it, so it was kind of like, eh.
I mean,
Not worth the, yeah.
I have two fun stories with Uplay because of this bullshit. Because one is, I own a copy of Assassin's Creed 2 on PC that I cannot run. Even if my PC could run it, I would not be able to run it because it refuses to take the key for it. So that's cool.
You know, that reminds me. There was with Guitar Hero 4, I think it was. No, it was 3. Regardless, I think it was Guitar Hero 3. There was something to where I wanted to run a mod to be able to inject custom songs, which you can do on a legal purchased copy of Guitar Hero 3. It's a perfectly, it's not anything. Yeah. It's just like whatever. You're just modding a game. It's unofficial.
Yeah,
it's not recognized.
I know, Mike. You can just download Clone Hero now and do it easier, though.
Yeah, well, yeah. Oh God, fuck the hell with Clone Hero. There's like this whole other thing that can do it now. But anyway, my point though is that when I own a legit copy of Guitar Hero 3 because I bought it on sale at Christmas for like $50, but it came with like a $40 coupon for anything. For like I think I bought it for $50 at Walmart, and it came with like a $40 coupon. So in other words, I got it for $10. It was a Black Christmas, good movie. Or am I confusing that with Silent Night, Deadly Night? Regardless, it was a sale at Walmart. I got it for super cheap. Thing is, it was legit, honest, purchased version of the game. I tried to use this mod. It wouldn't work. I thought, okay, well, there's no reason to think a pirated version will, but it did. It is meant to be used on an official, legitimate copy of the game, which I tried to use it on, and the legit copy of the game gave me shit, but I was able to use it on the pirated version, no problem. Yeah, funny. And it was. I reiterate, it's not like an underhanded, like it's a mod that's like, look, you need to own first and foremost, a legit purchased copy of the game, and my copy of the game did not recognize the files. So there you go. Yeah. Sometimes that bullshit happens. Yeah. Thanks, corporate.
And then my other, before we move on, my other funny story with Uplay is that I can't even fucking sign into Uplay on my PC. I'm signed in on my Xbox, and I was signed in on my Xbox last I checked before it died. I am signed in on my PlayStation. I can use my account fine, but the PC, it refuses to let me in. So
see, this is exactly why I used to hate Steam, you guys. It was like, well, Mike, why do you hate Steam? Because it's a third-party thing that does all this bullshit that gives me nothing, but makes everything more complicated in return.
Yeah, so, I absolutely get that. And I do feel the same way about the Uplay. Like, the thing I was always just forget, like, for me, just Steam worked, you know?
Yeah, I mean, that's understandable. It wasn't even at that time. I was honestly probably just as much, if not more, irritated with the concept of Steam because I was just sick of hearing about Valve and all their games. But
the other thing was, back when
ahead.
Steam didn't have all the crazy features that it does now, even back then, they offered monstrous sales on games. So I was definitely a lot more forgiving because of that.
I see. That also makes sense. Yeah, Steam. Obviously, I've now come to love Steam, which I never thought that I'd say. But yeah, I very much find it. Well, hell, I'm paying $550 for their fucking portable PC. So for fuck's sake, that shows how much I've turned around on Steam. Yeah, but then other stuff like I think honestly more than anything, I think it was probably Games for Windows Live that probably really threw my opinion on all these third party. You see, right? That's all I'd say. Yep.
Games for Windows Live is the reason Tekken Cross Street Fighter is dead. Official.
Really?
No.
Oh, okay. I would have accepted that.
It is the reason Street Fighter Cross Tekken died. No.
Okay, now is that true?
Yes.
Okay, what's the story with that? And
Well,
Pink, just to make sure you're still alive, right?
Barely.
Okay.
That's all you can imagine. It's just as simple as you can imagine. Street Fighter Cross Tekken was run through Games for Windows Live. Games for Windows Live got shut down. Most games updated themselves to no longer require Games for Windows Live. Street Fighter Cross Tekken was such a bad PC port, they didn't bother.
Okay, so remember, bought it, fuck you.
Remember, Street Fighter Cross Tekken is the PC port that's so fucking bad that I have my copy, and I, for one thing, picked up a fan patch to make it work without Games for Windows Live. I also was able to just simply open up the files in WordPad and go to all the DLC characters and flip a couple zeros into ones. Hey, I got the DLC characters.
Oh, yay. I love that practice. I'm happy for you, and that's both ridiculous and awesome, but
wait, if you have a running copy of Street Fighter Cross Tekken, doesn't that mean that we would be able to play it through Stream Remote Play? If you want to have internet,
yes.
I mean.
Yes. Yeah, I mean, absolutely. Once I have internet, but one day, I could just leave the game running and let you try out all the Tekken characters because they're bizarro.
Yeah, fucking shoot a fireball. Why not?
Yeah, straight up, just to put things in perspective for Mike and Pink, Street Fighter is Street Fighter. You all know that, but Tekken is a 3D fighting game instead of 2D, where almost none of the characters have superpowers. They're all just Kung Fu Man.
Right.
So how the fuck do you make a game on a 2D plane where just generic Kung Fu men can try and keep up with the superheroes that are the Street Fighter cast, you know?
And they handled it
very bizarrely.
I don't know why we never. Really quick, I want to actually go back to that on that. There's actually two things I want to. Let me go back to this other thing because it's worth pointing out, and I know that we're moving on from it, so I want to get it in. Perfect Dark. That game was really ahead of its time. It was, I think, for its time, easily the best multiplayer game ever made. I mean, it was a single player game, but it had a way more than robust multiplayer mode. It was the spiritual successor to GoldenEye, so that's probably, that should come as no surprise. The spiritual predecessor to Time Splitters, which should also come as no surprise. Alex, I know you already know all that, but I don't know if you guys have ever played Perfect Dark, but if you didn't, there was one of its many modes was something called a counter-operative mode, which was you as player one could play through the single-player campaign, and player two would be assigned the identity, the playability of a random generic goon in the level. And so you would be running around being able to play generic goon number 476, and your goal would be to stop the player. And if the player killed you, you would then just regenerate. You would come back to life as another one of the randomly chosen goons in the level. And or at any time you wanted, you could bounce between them. If you didn't like the goon that you got, you could press a button and teleport like into another random character.
Yeah,
and the player didn't know that. There's another game that did that?
Marvel Ultimate Alliance 1 had the main campaign. Marvel Ultimate Alliance 1 was, of course, a co-op campaign, but there were bonus levels where you could play each individual hero going through their own individual adventures, but they still wanted there to be multiplayer functionality, so they made it where if the other three players joined in, they could take control of the NPCs.
Very cool. Very cool. Perfect Dark was the only game I knew that did that, and I thought that's one of the coolest ideas. Why the hell haven't every shooter since then had this feature?
Dark Souls kind of does that.
Dark Souls does? I only knew Dark Souls as a single-player game.
No. Dark Souls, you can invade another player's world while they're going through their stuff.
Okay, that's funny. Okay, so there's a little bit of that coming around.
You have to leave yourself open for it, though. you have to leave yourself open for it, of course. But
Yeah, I don't know the actual in-game mechanics of Dark Souls, but I guess that makes sense.
Dark Souls 3's online PvP is who can freaking execute code on each other's PC first.
Oh yes, yeah, they're in the process of fixing that, but they won't be able to get it done until after Elden Ring releases.
Yeah. It is nicer that they shut down the servers until they can fix it, though.
That is good. Yeah. Currently talking about Dead by Daylight, they shut down one of the characters, Nurse, actually, because at the moment she's got a glitch. They just made her unavailable until they fix it.
Yeah.
And everyone on the forums is like, "Oh, this is terrible. I hope they didn't glitch out a bunch of other killer characters. This is so. Oh no, I don't get to play against the Nurse." Yeah. But anyway, the other thing I was going to mention is actually I forgot about it. You go, Alex. Go back to what you were just talking about like 2 minutes ago before I mentioned Perfect Dark. We were talking about games for Windows and adding in the patches.
Oh, yeah.
cross Tekken. You said,
I didn't have anything else to say there, but while you've given it to me, I do want to go ahead and say that I need to wrap up very soon because people are going to be expecting me very, very soon. So.
Oh. Okay. Weird.
This may be time for get my shit in, honestly.
Yeah, actually, go ahead then.
The old Brian Cage method. Anyways, yes. So, yeah, on my channel, let's see, I will have shit coming out this week, almost certainly of some variety, no matter what, because Warhammer 3 is coming this fucking week.
Oh, yeah.
It's Thursday.
I forgot about that.
And there is a bit of good news. There is a bit of good news. Every now and then you can ask a stranger for help, and they'll actually help. Just yesterday, I asked on the old Reddits, the old Total War subreddit, what is the download size? Because the install size of Warhammer 3 is 120 gigs, because it's pretty well 3 games in one. And I asked, well, what's going to be the download size? Because Steam always compresses games when they have you download it, right? Because downloading 120 gigs will take fucking forever.
Yeah.
And the compressed download size will be 62 gigs.
That's good. Yeah. Big difference.
By my current math, I've actually not worked out the math for it. But either which way, with that much data left, I should be able to not only play Warhammer 3 multiplayer with soon, pretty well on launch, but I may also be able to go ahead and start the Dead by Daylight updating process. And no matter what, on the 19th, my data rolls over. So at the very least, by the 20th of February, I will be able to come back to Dead by Daylight.
Nice. That's good. That's good.
And
it's been too long.
With that said, I will probably be playing Warhammer 3 a fuck ton. So.
Oh yeah, I expected that. That's understandable. When I get the Steam Deck, I'm going to be playing a lot of other things, and I've also been putting a lot of time into Valheim. So that's I go back and forth.
I saw that. Yeah.
I've been, man, you guys are going to be so behind me when we get back into the game again, which is funny because again, I was like, what do I do? This is fun, but like, how do I do things? Yeah, I'm well past that.
Around the time you said I've killed 3 or 4 trolls now, I thought, wow, we are fucking behind.
At this point, it's like 10. That's hilarious.
What do they drop? What do they drop?
They drop a really, really good troll skin that makes for excellent armor.
Cool.
It's troll leather. Yeah. They drop a trophy as well. Their head, which is huge. It's literally like the size of their actual head, hanging on the wall or whatever. And on top of that, they drop for some reason always like 29 gold pieces. It's always that odd number. It's like 29 or 31, something like that. But nice. The armor is the best. Yeah. You have to have like super upgraded stuff to be able to make it. But troll armor is in my experience, it's pretty much about as strong as bronze. But it's lighter, and so you move really fast when you're wearing it.
Nice.
And it's blue, if you're wondering. Yeah.
All right. Let's see. And if I want to hit real quick what I've done this past week, I finished and platinumed Spider-Man Miles Morales.
Nice. You've been playing that a lot, yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty good. It's a nice little thing just to get you used to them. Of course, the big thing, of course, was just Spider-Man PS4 sold hotcakes, did incredibly with critics. If we want to start the PS5 off on the right foot, how do we start it off on the right foot? Get them to do just a little, spin-off. And they did. Sense. And Miles Morales is fun. The plot is so-so. Miles has always suffered from the problem of being kind of a bland protagonist, and that still continues a bit here. They play a little bit with hinting at the ideas that were presented for Miles in Spider-Verse of him having issues of him not being sure like if he can live up to Peter's legacy and so on. But they never really doubled down on it. The villain of the game is they try to make her sympathetic, but she does horrible things. So it's kind of like, oh yeah, that sympathetic person who wants to destroy the entirety of fucking Harlem, New York. Yes. Let's see, what else is there? Not too much side stuff. As someone who got burned out on Spider-Man PS4 because he tried to do all the side stuff, I was very happy about that. The web swinging is still fantastic. I will say, I think I finally made a breakthrough on where I could not get used to how Spider-Man PS4 was supposed to work. I was bad at the combat. I was bad at the stealth. I made a breakthrough while playing Miles Morales. I realized I was not playing Spider-Man like Spider-Man. I was trying to play like Batman, who is very different.
How would you explain that you were playing as Batman, which I guess you were about to do?
So in Batman Arkham Asylum, the game is very much about combo timing and trying to keep a constant stream of combos going, beating on dudes, transitioning from dude to dude to dude to dude, only interrupting for the counters, which you can do, and it keeps your combo going and also gets a guy out of your way a little bit. You can still technically do that stuff in Spider-Man, but the timing on counters is a lot more restrictive, and you don't have near as much space to just wail on a fucking dude because the enemies in Spider-Man, people will always make fun of it, and kind of for good reason. In Batman, whenever you're wailing on one thug, the other thugs will just politely give you your space until you move on to the next thug. And whenever one of them does try to interrupt you, they have the biggest startup of all time. I am about to hit you in the next 2 seconds. That shit. Spider-Man doesn't do that. If you were wailing on a guy, another guy will run up and try and donkey punch Spider-Man in the back of the head. And what I learned is the game allows you to do air combat for a reason. Put a guy in the air and punch him in the air so the other guys can't interrupt you.
Makes sense.
Also, don't focus too much on trying to get perfectly timed counters because it's made hard for a reason. And in stealth, again, I was trying to play it like Batman. Batman Arkham Asylum stealth is largely about switching between the vantage points high up on the gargoyles or the roofs, dropping down, knocking somebody out, hiding back in the vantage points, hide in the vents, come out, knock a guy out, go back in the vents, yada, yada, yada. Spider-Man is not really about that. I was trying to do that. It wasn't working. I kept getting frustrated because I kept getting caught. Fuck me. With Spider-Man, the way you should be doing it a lot of the time, every now and then, go up on the vantage point works. Every now and then dropping down and knocking the guy out on his own ground works. But as Spider-Man stealth, you should be, Spider-Man, the fucking wall crawler.
That does make sense.
As it turns out, enemies, generally speaking, don't check the roof.
Unless, of course, you hang down in the middle of whatever that tunnel in whatever I can't think of the name of it. The tunnel in New York where you hung down and blocked traffic for miles. Yeah. No pun intended. Or pun intended. That actually works both ways.
No, I blocked traffic with Miles, not for Miles.
It was a little bit of both, really.
Either which way, what was I going to say? I've mentioned it before, but I do find one thing really odd about the writing, which is that in the comics and in the Spider-Verse movie, part of what separates Miles from Peter is that both of his parents are still alive. And in the video games, they decided, fuck it, we need to give him his Uncle Ben moment, kill his dad, right? So that they...
Jeez. Arbitrarily just off one of his parents for narration. For emotional highlights or whatever.
Well, it's not a Spider-Man if they don't have a dead parent.
I wouldn't know, but I guess it sounds that way.
Yeah, well, both. To be fair, Spider-Verse also has his Uncle Ben, but it's not his dad. So there's at least.
I'm sorry. Was Spider-Verse the one that was the cartoon that had the animation that really kind of hurt my eyes?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Fun fact: they let you turn on Spider-Verse mode in this game, and it just makes your character have low frame rate.
Oh God! That's probably what it was. It was low frame rate video. That's why I didn't like it. My eyes couldn't adjust to it. It was weird, jumpy, jittery animation that really bothered me. Anyway, yeah, nothing against the cartoon itself, which I heard, animated film, whatever, which I heard was really good.
All right, and with that, let's see. I don't think there was much else that I really did. I put in my final few moments in Warhammer 2, and Just
finals, and
solidity.
you're never gonna. Yeah, I was gonna ask. Yeah, go ahead, have your moment.
Well, there'll be no reason to play Warhammer 2 once Warhammer 3 comes out because it's just Warhammer 2 but better, really.
Yeah, sounds like it.
So yeah, it was worth putting a little bit of time in, partly because there were a couple things I just wanted to test out. I mentioned this to Pink a few days ago, but I put a little bit of time in just because, like, I had at that point recently read about like real world Mongolian tactics. So I wanted to try that out and see if they work, and as it turns out, they work. God forbid I suggest it, but Genghis Khan may have actually known something about tactics.
I like that you keep calling him Genghis Khan. Moscow, Moscow, words I don't understand. Blah 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 blah.
Is it not Genghis Khan?
It is Genghis Khan.
Well, the band is Genghis. Like, I guess that's how you pronounce it. It would be Genghis, but you're referring, I'm assuming, to the character of Genghis Khan, right?
Well, he was a real person, not a.
Well, no. I know. I know he had. Wait. I'm sorry. You're saying that the actual Genghis Khan or whatever was an actual. So the game is not having you play as Genghis Khan. You're saying the game is having you play as the character, the person, however you want to look at it.
Well,
of Genghis
you
Khan.
are very confused now. Okay,
yeah, I am.
I played Total War Warhammer, the game about the fictional universe of Warhammer Fantasy, but you can use real-world tactics. And I had read in passing about the tactics of the real-world Mongolian emperor, Genghis Khan.
Okay.
And I wanted to try those out in the game.
Okay. I thought you were just constantly making references to the band, or because I asked you about that before.
No,
remember, I was like, "Hey, wait, isn't that the name of the group that does that Moscow song?" And you're like, "Yeah, I think it is."
He was constantly referencing the Japanese lamb dish.
I hate you both.
I didn't know this name had so much establishment across the universe. That's interesting. I don't know enough about history. I thought there was only Genghis Khan, and then I didn't know there was another, member of his family that was famous for anything.
Kublai, his grandson.
Oh, cool! Of course, you're right about that. Yeah, that one. You're right.
The first emperor of the Yun dynasty.
Really?
Was it the Yun? Shit, Pank, it was the Yun, right?
You're probably right.
I don't remember.
He didn't pay attention during history class any more than I did, apparently.
I'm looking it up.
About shit like that in history class. We just talked about like the fucking Great Depression.
Right. We never discussed China. That doesn't exist.
No, we only focused on American crap.
The Yun dynasty, yes. So the Yun dynasty was when Genghis Khan conquered Mongolia. He did not make himself Chinese emperor, but when his grandson came in, Kublai Khan, he said, "You know what? Fuck all these other countries my grandpa conquered. I just want China." He made himself emperor of China and is considered the first of the Yun dynasty.
Okay. Interesting.
Which, yeah. Anyways,
these podcasts are a source of information as well as entertainment.
Yes, hey, that's the YouTube ideal, man.
It is. Either that or we make goofy faces in our thumbnails and make a lot of money talking about how we're content creators.
Yeah. Either which way, what was I going to say? Right, the Warhammer thing. The other thing I wanted to put a little bit of time into before moving on to Warhammer 3, because I wanted to put a little bit of time in with some of the mods for Warhammer 2, because it's going to take a little bit longer for them to get put in Warhammer 3, because it's a whole process. I won't get into it. But just put in a little bit of time with particularly the Warhammer, the mod that adds Araby, because Pink and Addy have heard me rant about this before, but I guess you're probably fresh to it, Mike.
Yeah.
So Warhammer Fantasy, part of the gimmick is that it's a mixture of fantasy with history, right? A lot of pretty well all the human cultures in Warhammer are just based off real-world human cultures, historically, right?
Yeah, makes sense.
The main culture in Warhammer that almost always takes the focus is called the Empire, but it's just a pastiche of the real-world Holy Roman Empire. Which
with a name like that, I would have assumed, yeah.
Yeah, which is, of course, the Holy Roman Empire in real world was just medieval and Renaissance Germany. And it goes down the list. It goes down the list, and more kind of on the fringe, I guess, was Araby, which two guesses what that country is supposed to be, and the first one doesn't count.
Is it spelled Aryub? Because if so, then it's legally distinct.
Yeah.
Not
even that. Not even that. Araby. That's it.
Okay, the joke was that they wouldn't be that obvious, but apparently they would. So, okay, never mind. They are willing to just be straight up. Okay.
The funny thing is, that one was an improvement, because when the warmer setting first came out in 84...
It was called Towel Heads!
Well, almost. Dude, almost. They just straight called it Arabia in 84, which, by the way, I've mentioned before, I'm sitting on at this point, probably 5 gig gold mine of Warhammer lore and just old shit.
Yeah, you did mention that to us, yeah.
And there was one I've got saved. I just have it simply labeled as Citadel Journal (racism). It's from 82 or 83. It's one of the earliest Warhammer documents there are. And part of it is a catalog, right, of Warhammer miniatures. And one of them is just simply labeled, I can't say it, the Spanish word for black, hero.
Yes.
Oh, no.
That one place over there in the east, yeah.
Oh, man. Wow. Have I ever shown you the pygmies?
No, not me.
I've shown Pink and Addy. Oh, you're in Dead by Daylight, aren't you?
Yeah, sorry, but that hasn't stopped you guys from posting a bunch of other stuff I still need to look at.
Oh, they've already seen it. So when Warhammer first came around, again, 30, 40 years ago, one of the races they had was called the Pygmies. And they were exactly what you're thinking.
Because there was, to be fair, an actual African pygmy, but it's not really culturally sensitive now.
Well, more so than that, it's even for the actual real world pygmy tribes, it's a fucking unfair depiction. It is 100% the guys who made Warhammer, they were Brits, right? So when you think in your head of the most just offensive British stereotype of Africans, who are 2 feet tall, pot belly, but otherwise noodle limbed.
Yeah, sure.
And they wear nothing but shrunken. All that is exactly correct so far.
I knew it.
Shrunken heads everywhere, and they're all cannibals, of course, right?
Yes, naturally.
Right. So even they realize pretty quickly, oh shit, this doesn't fly. And by the time
people don't like this anymore.
By the time of 1990, they finally were like, okay, bury that.
I'm actually surprised they caught that by 1990. Nowadays, a lot of people got away with that shit for a lot longer. They were culturally sensitive earlier than I think a lot of people were, to be fair. I mean, they realized what they were doing a lot earlier than I think a lot of people do.
Yeah. Well, the weird thing always was that other parts of Warhammer were always kind of bizarrely, almost other parts of Warhammer were more left-leaning. So it was just bizarre to have this one stretch where it's who's the devil? Maggie Thatcher. And then the next page, by the way, the worst stereotype of Africans you've ever seen in your life is a set of miniatures you can order right now. Just call, whatever.
I want a little miniature, I guess, pygmy.
Yeah.
A pygmy that's even smaller.
With a blowpipe. There you go.
Yeah.
So either which way... oh, no, the worst one was they had at one point in 85 or 86, they usually would come out with little scenarios, right, of games that they had where you could play hey, you want to have a pygmy versus Amazon battle? Well, here's a scenario you can run. And they'd always have cover art, right, showing what to look forward to in that, what kind of the story the scenario is going for. There's only one pygmy scenario that I'm aware of, and you want to guess what they have on the front cover of it?
Yeah, I'll let the others guess.
I'm afraid.
I think I may have told them already.
Oh, really?
They have the front cover is a pygmy sitting in the shade of a tree eating a watermelon.
Oh no! That's actually worse than I was gonna go. I thought it was just gonna be like a Sambo, like a typical, just big old lips and everything. I didn't know they'd go so far as to have the watermelon.
Oh, did I? I must have skipped that. Yes, they also had enormous lips.
all the boxes checked.
Yeah.
Spike Lee's favorite game.
As a matter of fact, now I come to think of it, I'm going to go ahead and leave a picture of the pygmies in your former Solitude.
Discord will ban you.
Just so you can get what I'm getting at.
I will wind up seeing it sooner or later.
But either which way, yeah, so there's lots of cultures in Warhammer that exist on the fringes, and one of them that didn't get pretty well deleted from existence was Araby, though they kind of started treating it right. And Total War have officially said there are no plans to include Araby, which is, of course, corporate code for we don't want to put these guys in, but we know that if we say no...
Oh, yeah.
But we know that if we say no, people will get pissed, so we'll just say no plans. And some modder put them in, and I was playing around with that, and they're a lot of fun. And that everybody's got their things where they can just get real anal and be like, well, actually. And for me, it's always soon can tell you I'm very passionate about that particular faction in Warhammer, and I know all the lore. I can tell you.
I see.
I can tell you all the things, and there's more lore to these guys than you guys know. You don't understand. You just don't get it. But
That's probably true, though.
It is. The people. Well, I mean, it's always people on the internet saying things that they don't know about, and you kind of sit there in your chair just getting mad. But because there are people I just see they're like, oh, well, they can't put Araby in the game because there wasn't any lore about Araby. False. There was loads. They can't put Araby in the game because they wrote Araby as just being straight up Muslims, and it's like false. Well, that was accurate in the mid '80s. Again, Games Workshop had a lot of tact back then because they did literally like these fantasy Arabians worship Allah, and it's like, oh well, subtle, aren't we?
But, yeah, I mean that's just it. Because if you're making your game fantasy, like I understand if it's based on real life, but if you're tweaking the real life to make, again, like I use the term legally distinct, which is, I guess in this particular context, like, I don't know, just more of a joke than anything. But it sounds like that's what they're going for. They should really, just go far enough away to not in any way be distinguishable in a racist way.
Yeah.
And it just goes without saying.
And of course, the descriptions of them back then, too, were like, oh, yes, the conniving Arabians. Like, oh, Jesus.
With those towels on their also known as sand, insert word here.
Yeah. Oh, man. Like, they've done a lot of good work over the last 30 years of, like, paving that shit over, but it also reminds me, I've mentioned to you before that part of the big thing of Warhammer 3 is that they're finally fleshing out the Warhammer version of China, Cathay, right?
Cathay is what the nation is called?
Oh, yeah. Well, of course. Right?
Cathay, huh.
Well, Cathay was what medieval people called China.
Oh, I was not aware of that. Again, you're way. I would never take a history test against you, ever.
Well, here's another one that's just utterly lacking in subtlety. Want to guess what the Warhammer name for Japan is?
There's a few things I could say, but they'd probably be stuff that we wouldn't allow on the recording. Either Charlie or Hirohito's.
No, it's just the romanized version of the Japanese word for Japan.
Nippon.
Okay.
It's literally just they call it just Nippon.
Okay, that strikes me as actually more lazy than anything, but yeah, fair enough. I guess like that one's kind of okay though, because it's not. I mean, I would not view that one as racist. That one's more like referential. Go ahead. What are you getting a kick out of over there?
So what they actually even back in the '80s weren't that offensive about their portrayal of Nippon. They were fairly good about that. They were like, "Hey, it's samurai and ninjas. It's cool over there, man." But there were two offensive things. For one thing, despite it being a depiction of Renaissance era Japan, they nonetheless were like, "Oh yes, you can recruit kamikaze suicide bombers."
Oh, okay. Wait, was this in the same time frame as the samurai and the ninja? Because if so, that was an even radder time to be alive, apparently.
No.
Yeah.
Okay.
well, no. In real life, it wasn't.
Well, I mean, hang on. Yeah, the real world historical Japan. Yeah, the real world historical Japan. No, kamikaze suicide bombers were a World War II thing, not a.
Right. Oh well, right. Of course. I just didn't know if the game was playing fast and loose with that.
Yeah. But Warhammer, they have it in because, get it, Japanese people suicide bombing, whatever.
Yeah, yeah.
I imagine if, like, I'm looking forward to Games Workshop's newest Nippon like unit. the Fukushima that just fucking blows up.
No, not even that. Just you get a pair of 2 Nippon characters named Fat Man and Little Boy.
Oh no!
Oh god! Oh god!
But what was I going to say?
Wait, I'm
anyways,
sorry.
yeah.
Really quickly, because that actually brings up a question I was going to ask you directly. W. Was there not Oh god, what do I not do? I love the game to death. I played it like three times through. Fucking the last Metal Gear. Help me out. Why am I not remembering the name of it?
Phantom Pain?
Yeah, Phantom
Thank
Pain.
you, Phantom Pain. I have no clue why that was just slipping my head. One of the greatest games ever made. Played through it, loved it, whatever. Yeah, but I forgot what it was fucking called. Did that not have? We were talking about multiplayer earlier. Just really quick aside. Did that not have a multiplayer thing to where if you owned a legal copy, which I totally do, you could actually go and like invade other players' base camps? You could like go and you could. Okay, all right.
And steal shit.
Yeah, okay. When you were talking about with Darkstalkers,
you remember when you remember when you were running around on your own base in single player?
Fighting
how
off
there were. Well, do you remember like even just like walking around on Mother Base, not doing anything in particular? You could find like there were cargo containers all over the place that you could airlift, and you wouldn't steal them; they'd just go back to you. But you could steal them. Yes. If you invaded someone else's base, you could steal cargo from them by stealing cargo containers. I think you could kidnap members of their group. And
like to keep? You can actually like take their high class soldiers.
I believe so. Yes.
Oh, cool. Okay. Yeah, I never got to experience that because again, the copy of the game that I got, and I would gladly buy it for PC if I found it. I guess I could always go to Amazon or whatever. But I missed the window on that game being like a major seller by like at least a couple of years. And so when I fell in love with it, it was one of those things to where I always say if I really love a game, I have no problem game, movie, whatever. I have no problem going out and owning a copy of it. I actually like to do that. I like to have an archived copy. But I never saw a copy of it on PC ever to this day. So that aside, the pirated copy I got was after it had been out for a while, obviously, as I just said, and as such, it had a bunch of DLC that was related to doing online events with other characters, and it was like all kinds of alternate costume pieces and stuff, and I never knew what that was all about and how it worked and all that, so I just kind of, just wanted to sort of throw that by you.
Yeah. I want to mention real quick before I go, because I gotta get going soon. I'm already over time. But I wanted to mention the other thing that was, a bit shifty, a bit like not necessarily overwhelmingly racist, but just like what the fuck about their depiction of Nippon was all the characters that existed, all the named characters that existed for Nippon were named. I shit you not, like they were named Sanyo Kawasaki.
Oh no.
Toyota,
Subaru. I was gonna say Subaru Toyota. Yeah, that's okay. Wow, like that.
Sony Toshiba.
Are they doing that? Like, did they do that? You can't do that by accident. So were they doing that to be funny, or were they just like again trying to sort of like be like were they going for jokes, or was it just like this is the easiest way to make you associate and remember that these are the Japanese?
The really old Warhammer, like Warhammer's always had a vein of comedy going through it. Okay. But really old Warhammer was much more like it felt like so much more of it was laughable, whether intentional or otherwise. And the comedy was definitely a lot less subtle.
Oh, okay.
So yeah, old Warhammer, I 100% think they were just having a laugh there because like also the religion of Nippon is named Vimto or something, which is a British soda. And their god was the orange Simca because the lead designer drove an orange Simca.
Oh, wow. Okay. So it kind of almost sounds like it went a little bit beyond what they consider to be in jokes and got into territory that was questionable.
Oh, yeah. Like, the thing is, like, all that Nippon stuff, Nippon is a weird example in Warhammer because they received all that stuff writing about them in the 80s. There was, of course, all jokes. And then pretty well after that, Nippon became entirely irrelevant in Warhammer. They went from having a fully fleshed out army you could play to let's not acknowledge these guys in any other way other than just like side mentions. Like fucking 20 years later, we'll have an RPG mention in a side note thing like, hey, you can get a sword from Legendary Nippon. Nobody knows what's there except they got cool swords. I think they kind of classified it alongside the Pygmies as embarrassingly stupid.
Yeah, I mean, because, well, yeah. I mean, like I, for example, if I were to sit down and play a game, like Warhammer, and I saw that there were pygmies, like if they were the pygmies as you described earlier, that were like obscenely racist, I would laugh. Then I'd be like, as much as I find this funny, like this is so completely like morally reprehensible that I can't get away with this. But now on the other hand, if they actually had like legit, pygmies or like an African tribe of some kind, because some do exist. There's an island out there near Australia or somewhere out there, or Ireland or somewhere out somewhere, where there is literally a tribe that is still like it's untouched by humans. Anytime white people, or quote, not to say white people, but or quote, the civilized world tries to make contact with them, they get like shot with arrows and shit. So they're left alone. There's like a declaration to leave that island alone. You can't go visit it because there's legit angry natives that live there. Don't fuck with them. So I mean, like that kind of stuff still exists. So like you can do that, but do that like with sensitivity. Do that with tact. Although in that particular case that I just gave, there's not really a very sensitive way to do it. But you get the point.
Yeah. I mean, like Warhammer got a lot better than that pretty well immediately in the 90s. But like you can play, like say Total War Warhammer right now. And part of the magic is that there are little silly elements, but the whole world's constructed in such a way that you can nonetheless take it seriously, right?
Yeah, which is
because there are little silly things, like Ted highlighting the other day, like dwarfs with mohawks. That's a little bit silly, but they make it where you can take it seriously because there is a lot of serious lore behind those guys. And there is a justification.
I'm just stuck on that, though, because there's not, the idea of it being dwarf, like, I guess the two together, dwarves plus mohawks, seems a little bit weird based on how much historical relevance you're talking about the game's having. But it's not like there haven't been people who are short or people who have had mohawks. So it's like, I don't know, it's a fantasy game. Or is it, I guess I've never really thought to ask, is it more fantasy or is it more historical? Like which one does it lean on?
More fantasy. More fantasy, because even the historical factions can still recruit some fancy stuff. Because like the Germans, the Empire,
the Germans can have dragons, for example.
They can have griffins, and they can have basic, like kind of basic low tech steampunk tanks.
Oh, okay.
It's low tech steampunk tanks, so it's kind of just pretty well an iron box on wheels chugging along, but
Yeah, if it's low tech steampunk, is it even really steampunk anymore? Well, I don't know. Well, a lot of steampunk is low tech. Yeah, that's true.
I just think of it as steampunk because it's running on an engine that's made out of wood and running on steam.
Oh, okay. When I think of steampunk, I think of more like the modernized kind of, like City of Lost Children, if you're at all familiar.
Yeah. What was I going to give background to saying? Anyways, yeah, I put a little bit of time in with the Arabic mod just because I love them dearly in my heart, and it will be a little bit before the opportunity is afforded for those modders to port that mod over to Warhammer 3, because for the first month or two, the Warhammer 1, Warhammer 2 content will not be in the game. The developers still need to go through the process of porting that over. And in the meantime, they can't really put Araby in the game if the geographic landmass of Araby is not present in the game yet. Unless they want important in the ocean.
Well, I hope the game lives up for you, because you've clearly been waiting quite some time, not just in these recent times, but obviously years in totality. So I definitely hope it lives up and doesn't become a disappointment.
Well, when you phrase it like that, you make it sound like you want it, you dirty fucker.
No, I very certainly don't. I hope it's. I hope it lives up to everything that you're hoping it will be, because it sounds like it's a game you clearly hold it dear, and I know how it is when a game I hold dear winds up being shitty. Fortunately, that hasn't happened a lot, but I'm looking at you, WWE. There's been times where I'm really, really stoked for all the features that I know have no reason not to be in the game, and they're not in the game. And the game sucks and it's a huge step down and blah, 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 blah. So I'm just hoping that you avoid that situation, because I know you've been talking about this for months, so I know how excited you are about it.
I mean, like, I think I mentioned this before, but they let the YouTubers have...
You did, yeah. You said that you've seen tons of evidence that the game's good, and even heard lots of people saying it's good, yeah.
Yeah, they've had their hands on it for a month, and that Legend guy, who me and Soon always bitch about, who, like...
He was the one who you said was doing a bunch of weird bullshit with the archers?
Yeah, he's always doing weird shit like that. And he, like, him and his whole fan gaggle of fans all take big pride in, like, we take them to task. We don't let them. We're not soft on them for anything. Blah 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 blah. Right? Whatever.
Take that meaning what? Like they criticize and then pat themselves on the back for it? Because that's usually what I hear when. Yeah, okay, that's what I thought.
Yeah, and like so far, the only criticism he's had for the game is like an old issue from Warhammer 2 that I didn't think was really that. Like it was an issue, but an easily fixed issue, and that's the only complaint he's had so far. And his whole thing is trying to be like, I thumb my nose at the authorities because I'm a cynical Australian douchebag.
Aside from being Australian, I don't like anything about this guy. To be honest, he sounds like a piece of shit. Piece of shit, right? Yeah. No. Honestly, the more you tell me about this guy, the less I like him. But go on.
You know what? Actually, there's one thing I should show you real quick. I should show you one of his thumbnails.
Now, remember, I won't be able to see it right now, but...
Well, either which way, it's a picture of him.
I am curious as to what he looks like. He sounds like a douche nozzle.
Well, here's just a picture. He has his face, of course, in every thumbnail.
As
varying in size. Sometimes it's relatively small and just in the corner. Sometimes it's like half of it, of course. But here we go. Here's just...
That's... The guy will not become. I'm sorry, go ahead.
There's just the avatar in the Discord chat for him.
Okay. Can you guys see it? Or the rest of you guys? Well, Pink seems to be away. He quietly ducked out.
He looks like how do I put this? Like he looks like a guy that I know.
Because he looks like me, which pisses me off.
No, well, he looks like you if you were also like Hercules from Spike and also Dumber.
Wait, what?
He's me after a concussion.
Yes.
He's you after a concussion.
Like he's you after a concussion, a bad haircut, and if your head was a bit more like elongated, freaking.
If you were a mutant, if you were homunculi.
No idea what I'm looking at or what I'm looking at rather, but it's fantastic and I love it.
Some goon who apparently loves to pride himself on playing Warhammer and yet complaining about it. One of those kind of people.
And playing the game in a way that
foolishly.
I know. He looks like fucking like a demon version of Adam Kovic.
Why do I know the name Adam Kovic? Is that like a basketball player?
He was the guy that around the same time Ryan was having those issues with Achievement Hunter. Adam Kovic was the one who...
Of course. You're right. I gotcha.
Yeah, the day before all that information about Ryan came out,
it was like Adam. I remember reading it that live, and it was like, wow, this Adam guy, holy shit. And then the next day was like, oh boy, did things... Yeah. I remember like the next day, everyone was like, well, hey, Adam's probably happy he's off the hook.
Yeah.
He looks like... Yeah, well, like Adam Kovic had a resting that inside face. This is like when he finally can smile and it's scary.
Oh jeez.
Resting douchebag face.
Resting douchebag face. There has to be a male variant.
Interesting.
Should we? Just before you do, it's relevant. Should we carry on then, or should we just cut this as the podcast and then just we continue?
I mean, the podcast is not fucking done, Mike.
Okay, all right. Then that answers that, I guess.
The show must go on.
The show must be. The show must be go. That's an actual tune that you can look up on YouTube. It's a free music thing that you can use, and it's actually a funny little tune. But go on. All right, the show must go on, so it shall.
They don't think it be like it is, but
they don't think it do like it be, but it done.
Yes.
Yeah.
Goodbye.
Life is like a box of chocolates. It gives me diarrhea.
All I heard was diarrhea. You go ahead and leave on that note, Alex, and have a lot of fun.
Yes.
All right, see you.
All right, diarrhea it is.
Yeah. I said life is like a box full of chocolates.
And then the follow-up was gives you diarrhea. I see. I don't know if I've ever gotten a lot of diarrhea from eating chocolate before. I guess it depends on the type of chocolate. I do. Were you guys around when Frito-Lay? I think it was Frito-Lay. Could have been Ruffles, but I think it was Frito-Lay. They came up with a brand of chips that switched the ingredients to the point that a lot of people were getting diarrhea out of it. Like it was
I have not heard of that, but I certainly believe it.
Yeah, they actually even referenced it on a Simpsons episode. You don't, but you're pretty up on top of. Well, yeah. To be fair, that was older. That was right around probably about the year 2000 or so. I think
I was born in 2000.
I was going to say, so I know ahead. Yeah, well, I don't know that specifically, but I'm saying I know that I'm saying that yes. The more I think about it, it's old and also probably not so big a deal that someone like you would have necessarily heard about. So yeah, I feel you. I get you. But
Yeah,
anyway,
so next we have the videos coming out on this channel, which is usually done in the first 10 minutes, but we are
you got me on the podcast.
So what's coming out on this channel is episode 7 of Spider-Man PS4, then part 2 of Gothic Phone.
Oh, cool!
As well as Fighting Games are episode 36 and part 2 of Hitman 2.
Hitman 2, what is the name of the Hitman game that came out most recently where you could include content from the first couple of Hitman games?
Hitman 3.
Was that just called straight up Hitman? Like just Hitman 2016?
Hitman 3.
Okay.
Hitman 3.
That's Hitman 3, okay.
Yes, that's the most recent
so
one.
It's, how far back does Hitman 2 go? How old is that one?
I can check because it would have noticed.
Seems like it would have been an older one, I think. Although, didn't Hitman like totally kind of like have a new like start over fresh with Hitman 1 in the new generation?
Yes.
Because Hitman 1 was like, wow, God, that goes all the way back to like the late 90s, if I recall correctly.
Where is the game? Usually, bloody hell, they made this dumb.
They made this dumb? What is it that you're referring to?
You used to be able to add all information for a video in the same spot, more or less. Well, like there were different tabs for things that varied greatly. Wasn't like, whether you wanted to age restrict the video yourself or stuff like that.
Oh, sure, yeah.
But now I need to press a button so that I can actually type which game I'm playing in. Like
gotcha.
They hid it away. So yeah.
Is this on YouTube? Because they're always changing everything on YouTube. God, they won't stop.
But yes, so Hitman the remake or whatever, the reboot was 2016. Hitman 2 was 2018, and then Hitman 3 came out like last year, I want to say.
Oh, so you're talking about the rebooted Hitman 2 then, the 2018 version.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
So yeah, that. And in case you were wondering, in that episode, we asked the important question: what is Mr. Clean doing up there?
I have not yet played a Hitman game, and I really want to play 3, because it sounds like when you add all the content from the first couple of Hitmen, it sounds like a massive game with loads of assassination.
It's alright. Like I don't
only alright?
Yeah, I mean, I didn't like it because I don't have the patience for me to like, I don't have the patience for me to go through all of the levels, memorize everyone's like freaking
Oh, is there a lot of that? You have to watch a lot of patterns to be able to really kind of figure out a good time to get in there and get your kill? Because that does sound kind of boring.
Yeah, it depends on which difficulty you play on, but yes, more or less, because like you can't. It's not Absolution. Absolution, you were able to go in and just fucking shoot everyone.
I see.
Which is why Absolution sucked as a Hitman game. And in this one, if you get into like you can get out of gunfights, but you will die more often than not in gunfights.
Ah, okay.
And then
it still sounds interesting, but what you just said is something I never considered before, so I could see that being a crummy part of the game.
Yeah, like it is an actually properly built stealth game. It's just like it's not to my taste, more or less. Like, I don't
why are you guys? Whose idea was it to play it?
W's, because W actually likes them, and I don't have the patience. But W also can't play the game because it's always online.
It is really?
Yeah, there is no multiplayer, but it's always online.
Oh, I hate fucking games that do that. I'm just gonna pirate it then. Fuck them. They don't get my money. Single-player games that require always online DRM, that's some straight-up bullshit. I'm against that for a million different reasons. I've been kicked out of Dead by Daylight for a million times. If it's not DRM, why are they doing it?
It's something to do with the saves, and I don't get what. But like you can play the game in offline mode, and there's a separate save for offline mode, and there's a separate save for online mode. Oh right, it's for the leaderboards. That's it. That's pretty much it. It's always online for the leaderboards.
For the leaderboards. Huh,
Why are there
okay.
leaderboards in a Hitman game?
I
Because
have most kills, I guess.
because you want to show off just how your freaking John Hitman dick is.
How good of a how good of a murderer you are with your dick. I am going to temporarily bail, but I will be back. Now is your time to fill the conversation, you guys, because I dominated so much of it today. I'm going to grab something to eat, but I'm going to also be continuing to play Dead by Daylight, and I will just leave everything running. I'll leave the recording running and everything else. So by all means, you guys go ahead, and then I'll jump back in.
All right.
Alrighty.
So Pink.
Yeah.
What have you done this week?
Hell
Finally,
if I know.
we've gotten to this point, Pink. Can you believe it?
Yeah, this is a terrible point to get to this point though, because I've done like next to nothing this week. I watched a lot of Psych, which is a show that I watch fairly regularly because it's almost always on the household. So I'm always tuning to that. Very fun show, highly recommend. Let's see. Did I watch anything this week that wasn't television? I feel like there was something, but I don't know. I didn't watch anything. No.
Nice.
Yeah. I definitely played a lot of Civilization on my Switch, and have been having a blast of a time on that. I've been playing as Ethiopia, who get bonuses to their science and culture generation based upon the percentage of faith that they're making. So you can actually snowball really quickly with them, and once you do, you're kind of a massive force to be reckoned with, so it's been very fun. Got a huge advantage in the science lead early, and I amassed a lead to a point where all my units are like two technological eras ahead of all my opponents, so if I wanted to, I could just steamroll on them, but I'm gonna focus on launching my satellites to the moon, and then to Mars, and then colonize Mars, and get a science victory that way.
Yeah, you'll steal the moon.
I'll steal the moon! And, outside of that, I played a little bit of Hades, not a lot, unfortunately, just a little bit, in my spare time. Still a really great game. Really hoping to unlock the what's it called? What is it called? I forget. There was something I was looking forward to that I didn't have, but I actually think I've at this point gotten what I was searching for. Because previously I had unlocked the what is it? The unique variant of the spear, and I was wanting to get the other variants of all the other weapons unlocked, and I actually think at this point I have. I've not done a row with all of them though, so I guess that's what I was looking forward to. So yeah, not a lot done on my end, and that wraps up my week. It's all been packing and moving and stuff.
Yeah. But did you grab your stuff?
I don't get that reference, but maybe.
Great. I was trying to do CDI link.
Oh no.
Yeah.
So what did you do this week, Atty?
Well, I'm sure you'll love to hear that I finished Assassin's Creed Brotherhood for the fucking 30th time.
It's a good game.
Yeah. Did you finish it?
I've not.
It's weird for me because, like, at this point, I've played through the game so many times that legitimately cutscene starts, and I start recounting the fucking lines. Not with all of the cutscenes, but like with big story moments. I actually sometimes know what lines are coming up, which is weird to me because, like, I never put in the effort to actually pay that much attention to actually learn the lines, which probably just derives from how many times I've played through the game. I'd say that like Brotherhood is still my favorite in the series because it's it has one thing that 2 doesn't, which is funny when you consider that both Brotherhood and Revelations were not meant to be full games. Brotherhood was supposed to be DLC for 2 because they didn't have enough time to finish the game properly, which is why sequences 12 and 13 were DLC for that game, and then Brotherhood was cut more or less. And so after that, they I guess they saw what Brotherhood or how much work was already going into Brotherhood, which was cause episodes at that point, and it freaking and then they just made it a complete separate game. But I actually like that it's more focused than 2, even for example, because 2 feel like retroactively going back and playing through the Ezio trilogy now, it really just feels like 2 is bloated, and bloat is an issue that apparently I guess Assassin's Creed has always had in the numbered games, aside from the first one, which had next to no content.
Right.
Like it just it feels like their smaller, more focused stories are overall better done because I guess they don't have to juggle as many things and they don't actually have to try to write things as well.
Yeah.
I'm back, guys. I'm going
right.
to be cooking for a little bit, so I'll kind of be in and out. But are you talking again about Assassin's Creed? Is that what you're referring to?
Yeah, yes, because
okay.
I beat Brotherhood for the 30th time this week.
No, after hearing that Brotherhood has that multiplayer, and especially with bots, that sounds awesome.
I'm not
to
sure.
admit.
I'm not sure if Brotherhood has bots. 4 for sure has bots. I don't remember if Brotherhood had them.
As long as one of them does, and as long as one of them is at least somewhat like the way Alex described it,
4 is
I
similar,
think
but
I
not
would
as
very
good
much enjoy
from
it.
what I remember.
Do you recall if it happens to be any better or worse?
That's what I'm saying. 4 is similar to Brotherhood's multiplayer because it was based off of that, but it's not as good from what I remember. Like I think.
Oh, it's not as good.
Yeah, because from what I remember, the characters no longer had specific kill animations.
Oh, okay.
That's pretty much
That
it.
wouldn't bother me personally, but yeah, okay. That's
That's all I
weird that
remember.
would be a downgrade in that way, but yeah, weird.
But yeah, anyway, so yeah, I beat Brotherhood for the 30th time because I bought the Ezio collection for the PS4, which is the third time I buy those 3 games, by the way. And
the third time, did you say?
Yes.
Man, they should be sending you like a letter of commendation or something for being a super fan. Thank you for funding our company.
Yeah, this time I didn't want to buy it, but things aligned this way because, for one, W has been asking me if we want to do a playthrough of Brotherhood for the channel for a while, and it's something that I wanted to do. But I have my copy of both the original release and the Ezio collection on my Xbox, which is dead. It does not turn on. So we had to put off of it for a while.
Which is, you mentioned this earlier, talking about the different shapes of the Xbox. Which is the Xbox? I haven't bought a console in. Oh man, the PS3 in 2011 was legitimately the last console I bought. I have the Switch Lite, but that is a gift from my girlfriend. So yeah, that's how out of date I am. So which is the Xbox console that's black, upright, and looks like a dehumidifier and anything other than a console? That's Xbox Series X. Okay,
yeah, that's the newest one.
Weird. Okay, thanks for the info. And what separates the Series X from the? Is it that one has a disk drive and the other one doesn't? Is that all that separates them? Okay.
No. So what separates them is the Xbox One that I own is pretty much like the second variant, I think, of the Xbox One, which means that it can play games in 1080p and has a pass through for like TV and shit like that. Or how I had it set hooked up is that I would play my PS4 through my Xbox because fuck console wars, I guess.
Well, I mean, are you saying that it's got more outputs then? Is that what you mean when you say pass through?
You can view another HDMI source through the Xbox.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, but that's only
I would appreciate that.
But that's the version that I have. They have since removed that.
Oh, okay.
But the new console, the one you're thinking of, can play games natively in 4K.
Yeah, see, for me that would be completely useless. I couldn't care less. I play games. I don't even play games in 1080, and they work just fine. So
I don't remember what else there is like it's overall just faster and stronger, but like I liked this version of the Xbox, which by the way they don't even make anymore. I liked it because it had
the one you're referring to that you've got.
Yeah. But yeah, I liked it because it had the pass-through and shit, and I didn't have to like get a switch box for HDMI switch box or like you switch over to fucking the cables every time I wanted to play something.
Yeah.
But at the same time, I would also like a working Xbox. Like it would be nice.
Yeah.
It's
nice to. When you have a console, it's good to have one that works.
Yeah.
Usually.
That's a pretty important feature. Yeah.
Because like there's games that we haven't played in like 2 years because my Xbox doesn't work anymore.
Oh, that sucks. I mean, I understand that funding is definitely an issue. That's an issue I very much understand. But beyond that, is there not anything that can be done? Like, is there not like a cheap repair place nearby or anything like that?
No, I'm not even sure what they would do, because what the problem is that it seems to not generate enough. It seems that in its boot up sequence, it is not able to get enough power to actually boot up. But I'm not sure what seems to be the problem, because if I plug it into the wall, I can do the thing that makes it turn on, because this was the start of the 8th generation, which means that they had this stupid dumbass touchscreen gimmick. Both of these consoles did.
Wait, they had a what gimmick?
A touchscreen gimmick where you had to
touchscreen.
Yeah, you had to wipe your hand around the console and it would turn on.
Like a phone or something.
Yeah.
Okay.
And so that's where the problem is, because I can swipe my hand, it feels it. It does a sound that would indicate that it's trying to turn on, but it's so low that I have to be right next to the Xbox, and then
Weird.
and then nothing.
That is really. Have you looked up any kind of facts or anything to see if anyone else has had that problem?
Yeah, from what I understand, like my best bet would be to send it into Microsoft and hope that they replace it.
I can tell you this. When my 360 finally, after 6 years, got the red ring of death, they did in fact give me a free replacement.
But Mike, you also have to consider.
They sent me a refurbished.
Mike, you have to consider.
I know probably where you live and everything else.
Yes,
right?
you live in America.
Yeah, I know. I know.
I would have to ship it over to America.
Yeah, well, presumably. I mean, I would think that they have other countries. I don't know if yours would be one of them, though.
I mean, like Xbox Live supports Hungary. I don't think they have a proper like repair place over here. Like there's no Xbox stores or anything like that over here, or at least not that I've heard.
Yeah, I have to admit that I wouldn't be surprised. America, for as much as I complain about it, there's a lot of problems with this country, and I mean a lot. It's a good country that does have advantages that a lot of countries don't. I feel bad about that.
But yeah, so oh yeah, the other reason I bought the Ezio collection is because I was budgeting out the whatever money I had, because I was saving up for a game that I want us to record for the channel down the line, and there was enough money left over that I could buy another game for $10, and I was going to buy a JoJo's Bizarre Adventure game, which was on sale for under $10. And I'm like, okay, good. And then I get to the day when I actually have the money in the PlayStation wallet, and it's no longer on sale, and it's $60, and I go, okay, fuck you, then.
Yeah.
And I had a choice between the Ezio collection or getting the Naruto Ultimate Ninja Storm games, which I would also like to record, but at the same time, like I think we'll get more content out of the Ezio collection, just because WM Pink don't hate Assassin's Creed completely.
Unlike the other series that you're talking about, do they hate that one?
Well, okay. There is more content for Naruto than there is Assassin's Creed.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I can imagine that.
Like both of these things, though, like a part of the fun with doing a series would be to shit on them, because the main reason W and Pink hate Naruto and a part of why they are justified is because the writing fucking sucks ass. Like,
well, let's hear from Pink about this. Actually, Pink, is that true? Yeah. Is that why you hate Naruto?
Very much so. Yeah,
wow.
I saw the Well, I can't say I saw the first season because I probably stopped midway through the first season. But yeah, I saw several episodes of Naruto, and I dipped out really quick because I was like, "Nope, this is trash. I don't get why people like it.
Wow.
I will not associate myself with this. I am done."
I will not associate. I don't want my good name shared with this garbage.
But
That's actually pretty funny.
Yeah, because like Naruto has this thing where the side cast is written all right to actually kind of well, and there are good like ideas for how the characters are, or like just for what happens. There are good ideas, and then they're all squandered because the ideas never because the way the ideas are executed are always shit, and the side and the side cast is just like freaking. The side
You
quest is
can get it. You can do it.
the side cast is just pushed to the side in favor of the main four characters, out of whom only one is actually like good.
Ah, okay. Like good as in like well written, interesting, that kind of thing.
Yes, like so
Okay.
how Naruto is that they are children living in a ninja world, and they are
That's about my understanding of it. Yeah.
and so they have
They're
a
children
teacher.
living in a material. Well, I'm sorry, that was I was going to go to a horrible Madonna imitation. Never mind, Madonna joke. They're material girls living in a material world, or whatever that song is.
Yeah.
Sorry. Go ahead. Can't win them all.
So yeah, they are children learning how to be ninjas, and they all have an assigned teacher that teaches them how to be ninjas, and their 4-man teams. And before the main focus is of course the team that Naruto is in, because the series is named after him, so
Yeah, naturally.
And all 3 of the children in Naruto's team are shit. They are annoying. Like, Naruto is annoying. Sasuke is a war criminal eventually.
War criminal? Really?
Yeah.
That's pretty dramatic. That's a pretty strong charge.
And then the only girl in the group, Sakura, is useless and written like that for most of the series.
Because she's a girl.
Yes, kind of.
Yeah.
Like the writer tried eventually. Like her gimmick became that she's really strong. Like she was the healer ninja, but she also could like punch a fucking hole in the ground that was the size of a meteor. So like
when you have a power like that, how do you even tell a story? When you can do that, like what threat is there to you?
I'll get to that, I guess.
Okay.
But yeah, like she
probably better not, to be honest.
He eventually realized that he's writing Sakura to be a bad character and tried to fix that, but he just literally can't fucking write women for some reason. It's weird.
It's tough for me. I've written some stories, and it is kind of sometimes difficult to write for women. I have found that the only real this is just for me. I have found that the only way to write a female character is to just ignore the fact that she's even female. Just don't even make her gender a thing. It's irrelevant ultimately, and that's the only way you can really make it work. But that's just been my own personal experience, and I'm not a major writer of a major show.
But yeah, so out of those 4, only the teacher is actually good because he has a air of mystery while also being goofy, and then the more you find out about his character, he's interesting. The show would be a lot better if it followed him. But that's true about all of the side cast. And that's the thing with Naruto, is that you attach yourself to the side cast because they are like fun gimmicks, and they have fun gimmicks and shit like that, and they're not as annoying as Naruto. And then as you continue watching the show, it becomes less about the sidecast and more about Naruto, and it just all falls apart.
And you said he's also annoying, so that's kind of lose then. There's really no good way out of that without being annoyed.
And then it turns out that both Naruto and Sasuke are the reincarnations of the 2 halves of Ninja Jesus.
Ninja Jesus, all right, yes. Why not? Okay.
Wait a second, I think this series sucks. Wait a second.
Well, I mean, they have a Ninja Jesus.
But no, this sounds pretty rad now.
Does he come down from a cloud and have like a giant katana and shit?
But no, there's 2 Ninja Jesuses. Jizai? I'm not sure.
Jizai. If it works for Colossi, yeah, Jesus is Jizai, Jesus I guess. Jesus
like the final enemy of the whole thing with Naruto, which I think I'm fine to spoil because that show has ended like 5 years ago, so fuck it. But like,
fair enough.
you know, the final boss of the whole show is the mother of all ninjutsu, and she is the person who made it so people can do magic bullshit that allows that one girl to punch a crater, or and allows Naruto to clone himself 5 million times and shit like
Oh,
that. And
okay,
then
so it's one of those kind of shows.
yeah, and then her sons are the ninja Jizai that are fated to fight against each other and then kill each other, which is and Naruto and Sasuke are reincarnations of them, because fuck you mainly.
That sounds very tired when it's a show about characters that are just reincarnations of old gods or whatever. Like so many properties have done that a million times by now.
Yes, like Naruto
It's old.
Naruto started out as like this, you know, it started out as a show about, you know, here let's take a normal setting of like, hey, children in middle school, but also adding wacky
Yeah,
bullshit because they're also ninjas and can do magic sort of. Okay,
yeah.
they're
Sounds
go-
like a very
we'll
Japanese
do
trope.
we'll do some things to make it more interesting, but it's gonna be, you know, a bit like grounded around there. Like, you know, one of the guys can summon fucking death, but whatever, he dies when he does it, so it's cool.
Yeah.
Like it was grounded, and then the creator of Naruto really loved Dragon Ball, and it showed because the longer Naruto went on, the more it became Dragon Ball, and the worst parts of Dragon Ball are dead.
I don't know what to think about all that. It sounds interesting but messy,
Yeah,
to say the least.
like that's the thing. Like Naruto, like I would not never recommend to anyone who didn't get into Naruto as a kid to actually like try to get into it or to finish it, because you need to build up a fucking resistance to Naruto. Not the show, the character.
Resistance.
Yeah, like you need to be able to tune him out and just focus on whatever plot happening is going on or whatever, and then you may be able to enjoy it, because some of the fights are actually fun, and then they convey a nice story, but but you also need to be like, okay, but like okay, you need to be able to disregard all of the missed potential in all of the plot threads that there is missed potential in, which is most of them, if not all. You need to put up with Naruto and all of their team. You need to put up with how all of the sidecasts become useless past a certain point. So you know, Naruto was a series, asks a lot from a viewer, which is why I wouldn't recommend it to anyone to get into without having prior experience with at least part one. Because like if you liked part one, then you might be able to push through all of part one and two. But if you're someone like Pink who didn't like part one to begin with, you would not enjoy fucking watching Naruto on your lonesome, which is partially
Yeah.
why I want to play the games, because those do like those take the story of the show and remove a lot of the filler, which by the way half of the series is filler, but you know.
Well,
But
speaking of shows, and oh, go ahead, complete your thought, Eddie.
But yeah, so like that, and I feel like it would be yeah, I feel like it would be fun for me as someone who actually has watched through Naruto and can put up with its bullshit for the most part. Like it would be fun for me to be along there and explain some of the lower elements, while Pink and W are fucking dying from the bullshit.
I could imagine that being fun. Yes, maybe less so for the other two, but I could imagine that being fun for at least you.
I mean, I feel like I feel like I feel like it would have entertainment value.
Yeah. Like, there's a movie I watched that's one of the worst movies I've ever seen. It's literally just like woefully incompetent, called Things. It's a horror movie that just fails as being anything, including a movie, let alone horror. And it's just absolute trash garbage. One of the worst, most incompetent pieces of fucking shit. Seems like somebody just grabbed a camera in their house and started taping shit. And I would love to show that to the rest of you guys, and I would be laughing my fucking ass off, and the rest of you would just probably be like, why? Like, there's so many other things I could be doing with my life right now. So many other movies that I would actually enjoy. Why am I watching Things? Seriously, look it up if you remember. Look up Things. It's you'll see what it's all about. It's all about greatness.
It's all about me. It's all about the power. OAO.
It's all about the power. It's all about the power. Ugh.
So yeah,
I would say thanks. Thanks for the reminder, but the best friends, I was watching a video where they had that song on, so I was recently reminded. Sadly.
Yeah.
All about the power. It's all about the power.
So anyway, yeah. Assassin's Creed Brotherhood. So to bring you up on speed, Mike, Assassin's Creed Brotherhood and Revelations were not meant to be full games. They were Brotherhood was meant to be a DLC to 2, and Revelations was supposed to be a 3DS game.
A 3DS game? How can you play Assassin's Creed on the 3DS?
Oh, they actually made 2D platformers.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
They were like Metroidvanias from what I remember. I played one.
Oh,
of
really?
them. I played Lineage. Yeah. It was.
I like Metroidvanias. Died on my first hook. Never fun, but I got a 3 stack, so that's cool.
Nice.
Just a quick aside, yeah. And earlier I got annihilated by a spirit who killed us all at 4 gens.
That's the spirit.
Yeah, that is the spirit. But since I've been playing with you guys, I've gotten 500,000 points. So that's pretty cool. Yeah.
Nice.
Just a quick aside. And I am still 3. I'm still rank 3. We were at rank 3 together, you and I, Pink, yesterday. Just yesterday, or the day before, whenever it was. What the fuck? Yeah. You got to rank 2. I can't do anything to push to rank 3, even though I've escaped probably like 5-6 times today. What the fuck? Like, what the fuck, man? You answer me.
I don't have an answer. I'm sorry.
We better come up with one. Someone better, because this is some bullshit. I have one day to bump up my rank, which will give me like an extra 25,000 or whatever, and it's not happening. But anyway.
Get good.
Get good. Right. Get good. There you go. Bro. There you go. Now you sound like a member of the forum. Speaking of show... Oh, no, I'm sorry. I was going to divert, but then you just mentioned Assassin's Creed. Yeah. You go ahead.
So yeah, Assassin's Creed Brotherhood. I finished Assassin's Creed Brotherhood for who knows how many years time this time, because like as a joke I say the 30th, but I stopped counting out 15, and at this point it's genuinely somewhere between 15 and 30.
It's really that good, huh?
Yes, I mean there's a lot of jank, but I put up with it because I love it. Like it's at this point it's partially nostalgia, but.
There are people like Knight who frown on nostalgia. There are a lot of games that I just feel happy playing because it's nostalgic. I mean, if you're enjoying yourself, that's what counts.
Yeah. What are you going to ask before then?
What I was just going to ask was which number in the series did you say Brotherhood was? Like, whereabouts did that fall? Did you say that was the 5th one, or am I mistaken?
No, that's 3.
Oh, Brotherhood is 3.
No.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Well, yeah.
Okay. All right.
Okay. No. So let's get this straight, because you're technically right. So Brotherhood is the 3rd game as they were released. 3, the numbered game, Assassin's Creed 3, is the 5th game in the series.
Okay. Oh, okay. Because I know they had spin-offs. They had like little side games and stuff like that.
Brotherhood and Revelations are those spin-offs, and Brotherhood is as they were released, the 3rd installment. Revelations is the 4th.
Okay. I could swear that I'm probably wrong about this, but I think that I might have had the opportunity to get Brotherhood on the Switch. They have a couple. No. They have... Wait, yeah, or do they?
They do.
The Switch has... do they? This one is on... Oh, but it's in the Enzio collection, which doesn't have the multiplayer, you said, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes. If you get any of these games, I recommend trying to go through.
Just get the original.
Steam. Yeah, get the original on Steam if you want the multiplayer.
Yes.
Technically, there are some improvements to the Ezio collection, but it's not anything that you can get with the original release. Like it is just DLC, more or less.
And it takes away the multiplayer from what you guys were saying, and that would be the entire reason I would be wanting to play this. So. I need to look at. I guess I just need to look up Assassin's Creed bots to see how many total games they had bots. I wonder why they dropped it. That sounds like a really, really fun concept within the mechanics of that series.
They had co-op multiplayer in Unity, but the thing is, they did it bad.
Oh, you mean they didn't play very well, or they just weren't well received, or both? I guess.
Both.
It was well received. They just didn't make it good.
Oh, okay.
Like. People really like the idea of playing Assassin's Creed together, and I wouldn't mind another game in the series that lets us do that, because whatever. But fucking like the desync issues, and not even like it wasn't desync. I don't even know what to call it. Like there was a point in Assassin's Creed Unity. We did a video on it, like 3 years ago, 4 years ago, I don't remember. But there was a point in Assassin's Creed Unity when W and Pink could not attack the AI just at all.
That's a pretty bad glitch.
Like they
if you
could,
can't fight the enemies, that's pretty bad.
Yes, and the thing is, that wasn't even a problem with the multiplayer. That was a problem with the game. Like that was an Assassin's Creed Unity problem that happens in
Just the
single player
whole
too.
game.
Yeah.
Okay, that's pretty bad.
Like that whole game is very bad. It's like people are like, oh, the Assassin's Creed Unity is the best game in the series because it's the most the most well realized that the classical game design thing of Assassin's Creed was realized. It's like, I guess in some ways I agree. Like it presents the best the most clear ideas for what those design elements are supposed to be. Its execution of all of them is shit though. So like
that makes a difference. I mean, you have a bunch of great ideas and then just like crap them out onto a piece of paper, like literally, and they're not going to be as good.
Yeah, because like it has more streamlined parkour, which of course I hate because I like the old parkour system that they tried to fix by making it worse.
What was better about the original parkour system in your mind?
The original parkour system allowed for more for more gradual movement and just overall like freaking like more precision with where you wanted to do stuff. But at the same time, it was also, I suppose, in ways a bit more limited just because you had to pay attention to where the handholds were because that's the only place where you can climb. Who would have guessed? You need to grab shit if you want to grab shit. But so like it was this thing where it was actually designed, like the world was designed around the idea that you can climb pretty much anything as long as there are handholds. So if there were no handholds, you couldn't climb that surface. You had to play around that. You had to play around that. So you needed to find where the handholds were, or when they were on like one side of a building, or you needed to climb a different buildings so you could jump over to that one, stuff like that. It was another element of how the game was designed. Then they made it so you didn't have as much control over exactly where the characters climbed and shit, in an effort to try to make it easier to do and also just streamline it. And in my opinion, it was bad, but it wasn't horrible. Like I'm fine with it. Then they did the version in Unity and Syndicate where it was pretty much just like hold the button and forward and then press the climb buttons because there's two of them, and you press one of the climb buttons and then you go either up or down the building, which was a lot less interesting, but it was still mostly fine because it still used the handholds, so you sometimes still need to play around the handhold system.
I see.
And then in the new games they just removed that altogether and you just climb any surface regardless of handholds because fuck it, you're Spider-Man.
Yeah, I never quite understood that myself, but I only played the one game for a very short time. What is the public opinion of Assassin's Creed 2? Because again, that's the one that I played, and
Assassin's
it didn't stick.
Creed 2 is considered to be one of the best, but I disagree. Now, okay, it's the nuanced part that I disagree with, or it's the nuances that make me disagree, because Assassin's Creed 2 is overall a pretty good package, all things considered. But it's but having played through it more recently, as in like last week, a lot of it feels like bloat. Like it makes sense for like the parts that are there for the story, and I can understand that and whatever. But it just feel a lot of it feels like needlessly just going around, because why not? We have a map of Venice, so why not go back to Venice and do stuff, stuff like that.
All I remember about 2 was that I did not know. I did because I didn't play 1. I figured, okay, well, 2 is the newest one. That's the one I'll start with. Whatever. What I know is that I did not expect any science fiction elements. That completely threw me. I didn't like that at all. That was an unpleasant surprise, and I did not like the fact that the maps had invisible walls blocking off a lot of the area. I didn't like that, and then the parkour and climbing up buildings and stuff that everyone raved about. I just I thought it was fun for a little while, but not so fun that it was like, oh man, this is so great. I want to keep playing this for hours. So that was kind of my whole experience.
Like that's one of the things with Assassin's Creed 2. Like you need to get to Venice, I think, to unlock the climb leap, which speeds up the parkour like twice
Oh,
as
okay.
much. But the thing is, you get to Venice, I think, like 5 hours in. So
Yeah, I definitely didn't give the game much of a chance, to be fair. I only played it for probably a couple of hours tops, and most of that was just kind of running around, not really knowing what to do or what I wanted to do. I remember there was a moment where I met Leonardo da Vinci, and then they gave me like a huge screen of just tons of very small text I couldn't read. And it's like, I don't care about any of this crap. When do I get to run around and like assassinate people? And then they had me run up and sit on top of a building, and I'm looking for my brother or something, and it's like, fuck this. I'm going back to playing Brutal Legend, another game that didn't stay with me.
Yeah, so you didn't even get to the part where you actually unlock like the gameplay.
Apparently not. I think it's funny that the idea that gameplay is unlockable. If the gameplay is hidden behind something you have to unlock, that's
the
bad
gameplay,
game design.
I disagree, but only because how the gameplay is structured is very narrative serving. And that's something that I enjoyed about the Assassin's Creed series, is that like the narrative for Assassin's Creed is not good, like especially now. By this point, it's down the gutter. But back when it was starting out, the intrigue of where they were going with the story and all that, and how they were doing stuff, was good. And so like I'm fine with it asking for your attention. At the same time, Assassin's Creed 2, once again, like it feels a bit too long to start up, and then that I agree with. Like
it did.
Like once again, like I would recommend that you give the single player for Brotherhood a chance, because the Animus walls are there, but they are there until we get to RPG Creed. So
I just don't understand why that's even a part of that. Didn't you say that they eventually got rid of the Animus stuff?
That's literally what I just said. Yes.
Okay. Well, I didn't know if that's. Wait, you're not with Brotherhood though.
No, not with Brotherhood. With RPG Creed. So once they went over to
RPG, I didn't know what constitutes RPG Creed. I didn't know what you meant by that.
It's Origins, Odyssey, and Valhalla.
Ah, okay.
But yeah, freaking like Brotherhood still has the Animus walls, but it's a lot shorter of a game, so it opens up a lot faster and in bigger chunks. There's also not 15 different maps. There's only the one in Rome, as well as smaller ones, I guess, in different cities for one mission. But like, since those levels were only designed for those single missions, I think it's fine that you don't get to freaking go around the maps that don't exist, more or less.
Yeah.
And then for Rome, like, I think I don't remember when the game opens up exactly. There's two parts at the edge of the map where you can't go until like the middle of the game, and that's the worst part of it. Like that's as bad as the Animus was get, because like it's pretty much just check where the Animus was, or do the fucking Borgia towers if you can, because this is Ubisoft around, I don't remember, 2010 when towers were all the rage. So
I think it was 2010, yeah.
So yeah, you do the fucking towers, then you do the story mission, and as you do the story mission, more and more of Rome opens up, and you
know, I just wanted an open world where I could just run around and assassinate people. I didn't care about all that extra bullshit. I had unfair expectations going in. I mean, well, is that really unfair though? Like, I just want a game where I can just run around and kill people. Just let me go assassinate. I don't care about. Yeah, right. I think I probably went back and switched to GTA 4 after that, and then GTA 4 is the worst in the series, so I was disgruntled about that as well.
I don't. That must be a very fucking bad game then, if that's the worst in the series.
It's a part of it is hyperbole. It can be argued whether it's the worst game, and even if it is considered the worst game, it's not a bad game. It's just the presentation, yeah, it is. Just say it is. I thought the characters were dull. I thought the story was boring. I thought the ending sucked. I thought the tone of the game was all dour and mopey and whiny. the missions, the main meat of the game, I thought were extremely repetitive. You're always either like following someone in a car. There not a lot stood out to me. I liked a few of the characters a lot.
For GTA 5 for me too.
What? I'm sorry. What?
A lot of those also check out for GTA 5 for me.
Oh, see, I mean, well. It's obviously subjective to be fair, but yeah, for me, GTA 5 did everything right. It had characters I cared about. It had a story that I thought was well written. It had missions that I thought were fun. If anything else, objectively speaking, the missions were very diverse in Grand Theft Auto 5. They were not repetitive. You had a lot of different types of missions in 4. I'm sorry, in 5, which you couldn't say for 4. Ah, shit.
What?
I should have just, damn it, I'm about to lose this match, and I totally had it.
Nice.
I totally had it. I opened the door, and I went back to the save, and now I'm dead.
Oh, that's where you messed up. Never go back to the save.
No, it's against a Bubba, and 2 people were down, and it's like, okay, well, I feel like an ass if I run, but, yeah, I forgot. Well, it's Bubba, so 1 touch and you're dead, and there I go. Oh, well. I should just fucking ran and take the points. On that note, though, really quick, guys, now I'm actually going to eat. My food's done. So, right. Again, yeah, go ahead and chat for a while. I'll be back in a little bit.
Right. So, what was I going to say about Brotherhood? That was of actual importance. Let's see. I mean, then I had a lot of fun. It like genuinely just the smaller focus made it a lot more enjoyable in my opinion than Assassin's Creed 2.
Yeah.
And yeah, like don't all 3 of us own Assassin's Creed the Ezio collection though?
I definitely do. I don't know for certain about Alex.
What do you own it on?
Xbox One. I should specify.
Well, you can't buy the Ezio collection on 360. Then it would be the original.
Well, I didn't think you could, but I just want to make sure.
Because I'm trying to think for like for future reference for series. Because like we could do a split screen on the Ezio trilogy then, and I don't know if that would be more fun or if one of us plays and the others watch and we just riff on it.
I think a spirit screen could be fun. I'd do it. I'd be down for it.
All right, we'll see once W has internet and you're settled in the new place. Words.
Indeed.
But yeah, I actually have some Assassin's Creed news, by the way. Turns out there's a DLC that they were making for Valhalla, which grew a bit too big. So now it's going to be its own separate game. It's gonna be a smaller game that follows the character from Valhalla. That's more focused on stealth and parkour, which of course to me sounds like, well, shit, we fucked up. Valhalla didn't sell. Quick make a classic Assassin's Creed as well as we can right now.
Mm-hmm.
There is also still Assassin's Creed Infinity looming on the horizon, which is like, oh yeah, that's a thing that I wanted to say. Like, it's really funny.
Infinity?
Yes, they are launching an Assassin's Creed Games as a Service thing, or they are trying to launch an Assassin's Creed Games as a Service thing, and we don't know pretty much anything about it. Aside from its Games as a Service. But yeah, I was going to say it's really funny how I can once again enjoy these games now that the series is fucking dead.
Yeah.
Like, one of the things, like the newer games ruined the older games for me, because a lot of Assassin's Creed is the build up in the modern day, which, like, I don't think any of us like the modern day, but I defend it because I think it's vital regardless.
Because you're weird.
Yeah. I mean, the main thing is that, like, if they referenced each other, the characters referenced each other like they do with Altair and Ezio, or they do between Altair and Ezio, then the modern day wouldn't be necessary. But otherwise, it's just, here's a random fucking collection of stories concerning this character who happened to be a part of this order, and that's it. So it doesn't really flow together. Like, if there were more references to the other games, like if it was a thing where they would pass down the legends of this and of so and so character, and you could actually hear that in the story, then the modern day framing device wouldn't be necessary. But without it, they made it this way because they want to justify the modern day, and in a way they kind of like they're in a place where they kind of have to do the modern day because otherwise there's no fucking reason for these games to be tied together.
Right.
But yeah, aside from that, like I am also in a way kind of like Sean Hastings, where like I fucking hate Desmond, and I don't like not being able to hate Desmond because he's dead.
Ah.
But anyway, so yeah, that. What else did I play? That's actually all I've played. So let's see what else I did. I did draw some stuff.
All right.
For example, I don't even know where to put this. I guess I'll put it into art. For example, will it actually send? Who knows?
It's a mystery.
So yes, I remade Tekken DLC 2. Tekken 7 DLC 2. I think it's an improvement over the last one, but the sword could have turned out better.
Yeah.
Because like the perspective is fucked just enough that it looks like the sword is like bent 90 degrees.
Yep.
Then, oh yeah, so I redrew this because I don't actually know why exactly, but I redrew this because I guess I ran out of things to draw. He is sad. Please help him.
He's choking himself out right now, actually.
Yeah, he needs help, but everyone refuses and laughs instead.
Relatable.
Then I tried like what? The more you draw just random things, the more you improve at drawing random things. I did not improve. I did not improve at drawing Grover. Nazabur was not even that bad. Yeah, he's a bit like wall-eyed. And then what else? I'm looking through the thing because I attempted to draw many things just to practice, but didn't say most of them because they turned out bad.
Fair enough.
Let's see, what is this? Will it load? I don't know. Okay, yeah, sure. This is a work in progress. But I did attempt to reach all the freaking the folks I drew a couple of months ago because once again I ran out of things.
Right.
I like it. I like how this one became unchibified. It's just normal proportions more or less.
Yeah.
I also this one I'll let you choose if you want to see it. I did draw Sonic with his catchphrase.
I don't know his catchphrase.
Well, of course. Can I make this? Yes. All right. It's a spoiler, so you have to press on it.
Fair enough.
What do you think?
That's a fair enough catchphrase, I suppose.
Oh yeah. How do you feel about the expression?
I have no idea how to feel.
I don't know if I should leave that up for Mike or not.
Well, it isn't spoilers, so you know.
I feel like I drew something else, but I don't remember what. I still need to. I still need to remember to freaking cut out the Kirby face. You know the one.
Yeah. Well, actually, I don't. There are actually a few Kirby faces now that you mention it.
Let's see. Can I cut this out easily? I can just send it over that way. Maybe. Actually, yes, there is. Nice. The freaking the Windows picture viewer thing allows you to cut shit out.
Nice.
Yes, I would like to cut it out. Please. All right. We need to be speaking, so there's less dead air.
This is true. I'm not sure what we should be speaking about, though.
How's the weather? I guess.
The weather is actually pretty nice. Little chilly for some, but not terrible. Not terrible by any stretch of the imagination.
Nice. You know what? If I if I was more confident about my art, I'd be freaking. I'd consider making this my fucking signature on the forums. Fucking hell.
Sonic or whatever you're pulling out now.
Yes, it's fucking Sonic War. Yes.
All right, I was a little worried there.
All right. Will it send? Yes. There you go. Kirby face. Uh, that turned out surprisingly good.
Indeed.
And I use no reference for it at all. That's
That is a
that's
genuine work of art right there.
yeah. Uh, and then I guess one last thing that I spent a lot of time with this week, and I'm gonna spend some time next week actually, is the I don't know if you remember, but my mom works at the school I used to go to, my high school.
Yeah.
Yeah, so they asked her to try and try and get a degree in being a teacher's assistant, more or less, because like I guess that's something that requires a degree.
I see.
So basically, she wouldn't have to she wouldn't have to clean anymore, and then they would let her freaking like have classes and stuff, and then be a counselor, more or less.
Yeah.
And part of learning for that thing is psychology. And in helping her, I had the idea of actually fucking going to university for psychology, because I don't know, like, I have a somewhat of an interest in it anyway,
Yeah.
so it could be good. Here's the issue though. They don't teach psychology at the local university, and then we don't, and like it's pretty much impossible for me to take it at another university. so
Oh.
I'm shit out of luck.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's also been really funny, like, because one of the ways that people try to make themselves seem smarter, I guess, in Hungarian, is they just take English words and just slightly make it sound more Hungarian, and now it's suddenly a Hungarian word, you see.
I see.
So whenever they're using borrowed words like that, I'd have to explain to my mom what they're actually trying to say, because it's like uh the things that she has to learn are worded in very like academic ways.
Yeah.
So like she has to understand what they're trying to say academically, but also she has to freaking like use me as a lexicon of foreign words at the same time. And then the last thing that's been happening that's been an issue, I suppose, for me is it is that time of the month, kind of.
What does that mean?
Well, I told like 2 months ago or more probably. Like I don't remember when it came up when we were playing Dead by Daylight, but that's when I brought it up to my sister that she should get the Get Spade, so it doesn't go into heat. Guess what?
Right.
Guess what? The cat wasn't spayed.
Nice.
Yes, so now the cat's in heat and like
Nice. Lovely.
yes, and in pain. That's the bigger issue. Like there's two big issues with the cat being in heat, which is that it's seemingly in pain and also pissing everywhere. Like
Mm-hmm.
if it weren't for those two, then whatever. So yeah, now that it's an issue, now we're waiting for her heat cycle to die off, and then we're getting her spayed.
Fun.
Yes, isn't it?
Yeah.
So like, I'm not sure if you could hear like meowing in the background, but that's what it is.
I see.
It's the cat being in pain, and we can't help her. Like we searched pretty much like most things that come to mind in trying to figure out how we could actually help her not be in pain. But like it all came back blank because it's just like, oh, just spay the cat. Like cool. What do I do when the cat is actively hurting?
Yeah. Yeah.
But anyway, yeah, that's my week.
All
And I
right.
and I guess we're waiting on Mike. So hmm.
That
I
is
suppose
definitely warranting a hmm.
I suppose I'll look up a topic. Or if you have a
Fair.
topic, then you can bring it up.
I have no topics. I am out of topics.
Did you see the new Pokemon? I guess not
I have
the
not.
game. I mean,
I have not. Nope.
hmm.
I've heard that it graphically looks nasty and everyone's crapping on it for that, but I have not actually seen it myself.
Yeah, people said that it looks bad, but it also plays good. That's what I get
Ah,
more or less. And it's also like set in like like medieval Japan or something like that.
that is a massive change of pace right there.
Yeah, because it's supposed to be a prequel to all of the others.
Weird. I don't know how I feel about that. Pokemon not well known for its story, I would imagine.
Yeah. Hmm. Did you hear about Monster Hunter Rise on the PC?
No. What's up with that?
It is now on the PC. It has like most if not all of the parts that it has on the Switch, probably.
Ah.
Which means that y'all can go be Akuma while running Amaterasu, and I can't.
Yeah.
I'm also I'm trying to think of anything interesting that I heard about that game, but it's just like the insect glaive exists. I guess now I don't remember what it does, but it's there.
Yeah.
Do you even remember Monster Hunter World?
I remember we played it together. That's about it. I recall not really enjoying it all too much because it felt kind of grindy
Yeah,
and graphically unappealing to me, but I'm sure it was fine to some.
I mean, really, we know what the actual main problem, and like we know why they had to relegate this game to the Switch and PC only, and why it doesn't sell on consoles. Because you can't play as the big buff cat chef, obviously.
Yeah, yeah. If I could play as a big buff cat chef guy, that'd be a 10 out of 10 game. 11 out of 10 even.
I'm trying to think of what games are even coming out. Because maybe we could discuss them if there's anything interesting. But like we know that there's nothing interesting for me because like yeah,
Yeah,
there is. Think we could play Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel. It's free.
I don't think I'd play it even if it were free, but I mean, maybe in the future it could provide some good video content, so definitely can't rule it out.
As a joke, I was going to suggest Gwent, but then I remembered that they shut down the servers. I think.
Nah.
Let's see what's coming out. Elden Ring. I think it. Or are we the two?
Everybody's hyped for Elden Ring. I have no idea what it is.
Yeah, it's just Dark Souls. It's literally just Dark Souls.
Ah.
But this time you see they stepped George R. R. Tolkien or whoever, George R. R. Martin. Yeah, him.
I should hope it wasn't Tolkien. He's been dead for quite a while.
They make the fucking same shit. Like Game of Thrones is just the Lord of the Rings, but with less elves.
More sex.
Yeah, I mean, look, we don't know what happened on the freaking on the run between Gimli and Legolas that made them be friendly.
Very true. Very true. Now that you mention it.
So anyway, yeah, freaking the Ring. Are we the only two people who don't fucking care?
Yes. Yes, we are.
Nice.
And it feels so good.
Again, I you know it's not even for me. It's not even a thing of like like fucking like wanting to be contrarian or whatever. I'm just really fucking tired of Souls and games aping Souls.
Mm-hmm.
Like I'm fine with FromSoft making Souls games because that's kind of their thing. But like fuck, I just kind of want to not have to put up with Souls in every fucking game.
Mm-hmm.
Same with RPGs, just overall.
Absolutely.
Let's see. There is of course Gran Turismo 7, which I know you look forward to.
Yeah.
You can play it on your freaking PS Triple.
I love it.
Do we know anything about Ghostwire Tokyo?
I don't know what that is, so no.
I think it looked like a freaking a horror game for like two whole seconds, and then it turned out that it was like a shooter, something like that. Of course, we could discuss WWE 2K22.
What is there to discuss? Though? We can try.
I mean, for example, Rey Mysterio's mask has a mohawk. Why?
That is a good question. Do you think Ray has ever been asked that before?
I mean, maybe. I feel like he'd be like, I don't know.
I don't know, man. It's just a mask. Stop bothering me.
Yeah. Go away, I'm getting the cards.
Yeah.
Not even security, the guards. Like he just gets like fucking like ancient Roman centurions to take you out. I'm kicking the microphone everywhere, but yeah. Did you see the new control scheme?
I
Yeah,
did. It looks
see.
like garbage. I have not been excited for any of the news they've announced thus far, outside of Actually, no. There's nothing I've been excited for, so never mind.
Yeah, remember when like I may be misremembering, so correct me if I'm wrong. But if I remember correctly, when the new game got announced and they showed off the new control scheme, I was like, man, this fucking sucks. I can tell from these two pictures, and W definitely was like, no, but give it a chance. And here we are.
Here we are. I'm not giving them no chances, no sir. It's not happening.
Like I just looked at at the way they changed the camera, and I was like, okay, garbage. like
Yep.
like wrestling is not UFC. The 2D fighting game like camera and overall setup works for UFC or like 2.5D, whatever, fuck it. So yeah, it works for UFC because UFC is a fighting sport. Like if you go to a UFC match, you will probably see a lot of kicks, a lot of punches. Sometimes you will see some wrestling, like actual amateur wrestling, but like
Right.
Usually, if you're trying to do a fighting game like camera, then it's because you want to do a fighting game like game. And they technically they are. I suppose they are trying to make a fighting game like game, but this is professional wrestling, not MMA. So
Yep.
it doesn't really work that way. And like I don't know about you, but the idea of characters still having like two attacks on XX and triangle or whichever one the light and heavy attacks are, like two attacks on those each, and then also having a repertoire of grabs is fucking shit.
Mm-hmm.
Like I wish if they wanted to do it like that, I wish they actually committed and just made it so the game has fucking motion inputs. So you do like a fucking pretzel motion for a tombstone pile driver. Why not? Like if they're gonna do that, then do that. Give me actual strings. Give me combos that I can do. Make it so grabs are a string of inputs instead of just press B twice and then you do a fucking hip toss. Like make a hip toss be like the grab state is fine, but make a hip toss be like, oh fucking, I don't even know what it would be. Like I suppose sure you can with the grab button after you go into the grab state. Like that could be an interesting way to spice things up. Not a good one, mind you, but
Oh,
it
not
would
at
be
all.
different.
If it's anything like that for 2K20, I'm tapping out of the series permanently. Never coming back.
But yeah, like freaking, it's just dumb. Like,
Yep.
the way they've shown it off, it's like they wanted to make it more fighting game like, but then they realized that control scheme either, well, both A doesn't work as well as they thought, and B just overall alienates a lot of the fans. So they were like, okay, so what if we have fast both of these and just make it so that the fighting game, the proportions that call upon fighting game knowledge are barely there, and then the parts that actually would work for professional wrestling are also barely there.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, you know, I will watch videos of 2K22 to see how much they fucked it up. I don't expect to actually buy it because I think they will fuck it up like too much.
Absolutely. Yep.
Let's see. There is Stranger of Paradise. Freaking John Final Fantasy goes and becomes chaos and fucks chaos and kills it too.
Well, that sounds intriguing.
Yeah, I don't know too much about it because I don't keep up with Final Fantasy too much. I don't know what other bits of information I can give about that one. Mike is never coming back, is he?
Maybe we end the podcast here. We don't get to learn what Mike did this week.
Yeah. I mean, I'm gonna go through this list for what's coming out, and then if he's not back by then we just got it. I say.
Fair enough.
Ah yes, the game you look forward to the most, King of Fighters 15.
Yeah, it's not already 15 of those?
No,
I thought they just released 15.
apparently not. Well, you may be seeing people playing the game with the like whatever release, the like the deluxe super special awesome like fest release whatever.
Ah.
But apparently the standard edition is releasing. Let me check exactly when. What did it say? On the 17th.
I see.
So yeah, I don't know if you'd like if you'd like KOF 15. I played the beta. It was all right. Like it's KOF. It was fun. Like you could have fun if you wanted to learn how to play KOF, but you need to learn how to play KOF, and also like the
And on
combos
that
are
note,
a bit
I'm back.
shitty. All right.
Welcome back.
Hello. I hear combos. So fighting games.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we're looking to what's coming out in the next couple of months. While
Oh,
waiting
okay.
for you to come back.
Oh, all right. Yeah, sure. Shoot.
Well, Elden Ring. Are there three of us? Probably not.
I've heard like loads of people are wanting to play Elden Ring. I don't really know a whole lot about it.
They're all a bunch of marks.
Yeah. So Mike, here's all you need to know about Elden Ring. It's Dark Souls. That's it.
Okay. Well, fuck it. I'm not playing it.
All right, good. There's three of us now.
Yeah, I'm not a fan. What I understand, and this is probably just a very inadequate summary of Dark Souls, is that it's so hard you die a lot, but it's satisfying because then you learn to not die a lot. You know, I've got better things to do with my time than be frustrated.
That's part of it. Like I dislike Dark Souls for three reasons. Like two of those are minor nitpicks. I will agree, and then one of those is not a fault of the game on its own, but that's still a freaking put it on it. But like I dislike Dark Souls because it is not designed in a way that I like. That's a subjective thing. I dislike.
Excuse me.
Bless you.
Thank you.
Or you know that. I recently saw someone like write to a season streamer curse you.
Curse you.
But yeah.
Yeah, go ahead,
anyway.
Dark Souls.
So yeah, that the way they tell their story, because apparently there's a lot of lore, but it's obvious, like it's on purpose left vague, and then you're supposed to fill in the blanks. That is not a way that I enjoy receiving lore from a game. Like I like actually being able to follow a story, and Dark Souls doesn't do that. Like not only does Dark Souls not do that in the traditional way, but it's also like you get lore from reading like item descriptions and stuff like that, and I just have no interest in that.
Yeah. That's kind of actually, not to quickly go back to Assassin's Creed, but that's one of the things I didn't like about Assassin's Creed is that I was told that you really need to, pay attention to stuff like when you go to talk to Leonardo da Vinci, you get all that dialogue. It's just, I so don't care. I just don't care. I don't play these games for history lessons. I don't give a shit.
And that's different though, because like in that game you have a cutscene with dialogue in it, and you pay attention to the cutscene in a dialogue with it, and then you don't open up the fucking the thing that tells you about Da Vinci's life, because who gives a fuck? You can read it if you care. Like I went through those because I care, but like I don't expect other people to do so, and it also has no bearing on the story.
There's nothing wrong with anyone who does go through it. It's just it's a personal lack of interest.
I mean, not only that, but it also once again has no bearing on the story. You can enjoy the game's story without having to read Leonardo da Vinci's whole fucking life, because it doesn't really change it.
See, it was throwing all that at me pretty early in the game, and it was just like, this is like, what?
Yeah, you can turn
why
it
would
off.
I care? I'm not in school anymore. This does not interest me. One thing that's worth pointing out is clearly I'm not a history buff. History is not a subject I'm very adept at. Whereas,
I mean, you're the exception on this call, because both Pink W, like all three of us, Pink W and I, love history, different parts of it.
Yeah, and there's nothing wrong with that at all. That's something to be proud of. I just, for the most part, do not like. When I think of history, like for me, the type of history I like is like where murders took place in my hometown when I was growing up. Like that's the kind of history I like, with the exception of like the Three Kingdoms era. And World War II and the Holocaust. That's really about it. Like foreign history for the most part, it just doesn't.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like you need to find the parts of history that you care about. I fucking hate the ancient era just overall. But
what defines the ancient era? What would that be? Like Babylonia, stuff like that.
Babylonian, ancient Rome, Egypt, Greece.
Yeah.
Like those three especially, like the ones that I said the last, like those, because like Babylonian and like Aztec and stuff like that, I could learn about that stuff, and then I would care. Like you can make me care about those easily, because it's not what you mostly get out of the ancient eras, but we don't have enough information to actually know shit, which is annoying.
That makes a difference.
Yeah. And then the freaking, like, Egypt, Greece and Rome. It's like Rome was just Greece again, more or less, and then
Pretty much.
and then Egypt was also just Greece, and I dislike Greece. I dislike
Well,
ancient
there you
Greece.
go.
So
So you just like all the sequels to Greece.
yeah, like
So to speak.
Pink and I disagree on this because he actually really likes ancient Greece, at least from what I understand.
What is it you
Yeah.
like about ancient Greece, Pink? How would you describe what intrigues you about that era?
What intrigues me about the era is how it kind of sets the foundation for the I can't say more cultured eras that we would get later on, but that kind of is what it is for me. It's kind of the foundation of that's really a turning point of where we got our governments from, where things started to fall into place to where the social systems were structured.
Okay, that's understandable.
Yeah.
I like ancient Egypt from an atmospheric aesthetic. I like the style and the culture. But I'm not that interested in learning about like the day to day. Like this king did that, and then the citizens voted for this. Like I don't care about the minutia. But give me a movie set in ancient Egypt, and there's a chance that I might check it out.
Yeah,
A lot of that is the Moses thing. But go on.
Yeah, and I dislike Greece because like usually when I think of ancient Greece, I'm just like, okay, so there was a lot of like we mostly know the wars, and I just genuinely overall don't care for wars, like just battles I just have no interest in. So like it's like okay, so ancient Greece, people with pointy sticks, and also Play-Doh.
And Plato, yeah.
Yes,
Not Play-Doh.
No, you're getting it wrong.
I know.
Mike,
You meant Plato.
Mike, no,
Yes.
not the actual philosopher. Play-Doh.
No, wait. Okay, so how does Play-Doh figure into this?
It doesn't. I'm making the point.
No, I'm riding with the bit. I want to figure out how Play-Doh plays into the fall of ancient Rome.
It doesn't factor into the fall of ancient Rome. They used Play-Doh to mask Atlantis.
They built some kind of fun children's creation around it.
Yes.
And then the clay dried, and then no one was able to find it again.
They made too much like Play-Doh spaghetti. It covered all of Atlantis, and it made it sink down.
I like the idea that an island can sink, which requires the belief that an island is just something that floats on the water. I mean, again, I'm not going to sit here and argue like I'm the genius. I know more about science than scientists do. But it's like this idea, and I'm sure a million people in the world, probably several million people in the world, would scoff at me and call me a fucking asshole. But it's like, this idea that the continents were all one continent, but then they all just kind of split up and just like floated away. It's like, how? They're built into the ground. What do you mean they the tectonic plates shifted and they all moved? They moved thousands of miles away from each other. They just drifted, although connected to the ground. Okay,
Mike, you have to consider that it wasn't in like a week, and it basically.
Well, no, but just the mere idea though that something.
Like, like I think you're thinking it wrong. Like think less of it as just the freaking the continents drifted apart, and think more of it as enough earthquakes happened that big enough rifts formed that it looks like it fell apart, because that's pretty much.
I mean, I know that's the argument. Just to me, that's just that just on its face seems very silly to me. But again, I readily admit, like I'm no scientist. I'm sure they're right and I'm wrong. That's just something that just strikes me as very silly. Like, oh yeah, all these continents that we have right now, yeah, they used to be connected in one big piece, but then they eventually just broke and then floated away. Yeah, I mean, I don't care how long it takes. That just sounds so stupid. They're islands. Islands are connected underneath, like glaciers, sure. Tell me the glaciers move. That I'll buy. They float. Islands don't float. They're tethered to the bottom. Anyway. It's just me being cynical and just taking pot shots at science, and again we live in an age where whether it's science, religion, whatever, we spend so much time filling the blanks, and again it's like we'll never know. We'll never know. Not that we shouldn't study it, but we'll never know all the answers to all this shit, and that's the part that I find funny.
Yeah, and like that's for what my favorite part of time is. It's around like 1400 to 1600, which was the Renaissance era in Europe. And it was also the Sengoku Jidai in Japan.
Oh, okay.
So like it's two parts that I like. I don't care for the Renaissance as much. Like there are like it depends on which country. Because I don't give a fuck about Renaissance in Germany. Because I don't like Germany. Like that's my bias. but like, but like depending on which country, I can care about the Renaissance. And obviously I like the Sengoku Jidai because it has a very like it's a very interesting part of Japanese history, which is why it's so romanticized and also why so many works just take it as their backdrop.
Yeah.
I only really like the Renaissance, and that is around the general time of when the New World was discovered. So it's like interesting to hear how all that cartography came about.
That is interesting, yeah.
I mean, I have some interest in architecture and shit like that. So like, or I have a general interest in just making shit all together. So the Renaissance is interesting to me because it's like, oh, we figured out a new way to make a fucking dome. All right, cool. Like I accept that most other people don't care, but like someone who has somewhat of an interest in just making shit in general for whatever reason. Just like people figuring out different ways to make stuff and just comparing how it was better and worse to the previous stuff is interesting to me. Similarly like how fucking fine art restoration progressed and stuff like that. Because like paintings restored in like one thing that about restoration that people don't consider as much is a painting. How do I say this? The paint that was used to restore a painting in the Renaissance, for example, an older painting or whatever, like whatever, the paint that was used to restore it is a part of this painting now because we can't fucking take it off. It's been on too long.
Yeah,
and that's interesting to me.
That actually is interesting. It's an actual piece of history in the form of paint.
Yeah, I mean, there's a guy I watch whose work is fine art restoration, and that's what his channel is about, and he explains the different parts of fine art restoration. It's interesting.
What kind of? This is a little bit off topic, but that brings up a question that just popped up in my mind. What kind of videos do you guys find yourself just kind of getting sunk down the rabbit hole in on YouTube? Like nothing you necessarily seek. Like I want to start watching this subject, but you start like something's on the sidebar and you click it, and then you find it interesting, and then you start watching other videos about that subject, and you never cared about it before, but now you find it interesting. Can you give me any examples of that?
I mean,
True crime and horror.
What's that?
True crime and horror.
Oh, okay. Interesting, especially since you're not big on horror.
Yeah.
Unless you mean true crime as it relates to real life horror.
No, true crime as a separate subject, and then horror as it relates to movies.
Oh, okay.
I don't like or watch many horror movies, but I think it's interesting to hear other people talk about them.
Ah, okay. So are the videos that you watch basically people discussing horror movies?
Yeah.
Or okay. That is interesting. How about you, Addy? We'll come back to you, Pink.
Well, I suppose science, just in general, like there's a science part of YouTube that where I know most of the people, most of the big people who do it, but like I don't watch them regularly, so I don't know if I'd say I seek them out per se.
Yeah, same with me. I got down the alley of looking up, watching, becoming somewhat fascinated by videos of like really hardcore pest exterminators who get rid of like giant fucking like hornet nests that are in people's attics. They're like the size of like
I've actually down that rabbit hole once or twice.
Yeah, and it's like just you see them pull out just like layer after layer of hive, and they're just like they're covered in hazmat suits, but they're just pulling out just gobs of just chunks of shit that have just wasps and yellow jackets shit all over them, and it's like I don't know why there's just something interesting about watching that. I can't put my finger on it.
What always interests me is how does it get to that point?
Yeah,
where you got
I
this.
think just don't know.
Yeah, fair enough, but some of those houses, it's like you still got. It still looks like they're living in it somewhere.
Right.
They're not just completely abandoned. They're having some like garages or sheds at it. Yeah. Absolutely dilapidated and not loved in any meaningful way whatsoever. But yeah, that kind of situation is understandable that a giant wasp nest could form in there and just keep on going for generations at that point. But there were some houses that it's like you can clearly tell that a person lives in this house, or at least did at one point. So how did we go from there might be a minor wasp infestation here to you've got this wasp nest makes up actually 3/4 of this room if we take out the wasp nest.
you're right.
The room goes with it.
Yes, I have seen somewhere it's like, okay, well, Freddie Bob called me over because he had a wasp problem, and I went outside looking at the nest, and it's like fucking hangs down half the side of his house. It's like, well, Jesus Christ, what were you doing all year? Well, this thing was being meticulously built to kill you. Yeah.
Thing is, wasps are actually rather intelligent. They can recognize facial features, so they'll know your face, and they recognize your scent. So, there could be a legit thing where the people aren't paying that much attention to it because it's like, you see one or two wasps flying around. There's no reason to think anything of it because, that's just summer. That's just nature. That happens. And I guess that it comes to a point where you're starting to notice, hey, there's dozens and dozens and dozens of wasps now, and I don't know what's going on. And now my walls are kind of rumbling with the sound of vibrational wings going on. So, I think it's time to be concerned right now.
Yeah. And so you call the guy who literally has like a shop vac and gets like thousands of them. And it's like, I'm not a fan of that. I don't want to live there. Yeah. I don't know.
Yeah. Go ahead.
No, I was just kind of just ruminating, speculating.
Right. Yeah.
Gesticulating.
I guess another rabbit hole that I went down, like there were a couple like that. The other one I went down was Urbex.
Well, yeah, I love Urbex. Urbex is really interesting.
Yeah, the proper people are the best.
Urban exploration.
Ah.
Yeah, like checking out, like, for example, like abandoned malls or, buildings that are condemned and, just like literally just like exploring actual locations that are out in the wild. Well, not the wild, but, rural. Well, not even rural, but I'm sorry.
Just abandoned. That's it.
Yeah. There you go.
I've actually been urbexing once.
Where'd you go?
There's a military shelter that was abandoned. I don't remember. Like it's somewhere in the city that we went to for my birthday last year because we didn't have enough money to actually buy me anything. So my family was like, "Hey, what if we got stabbed by a hobo for your birthday?"
That'd be a memorable birthday.
Yeah.
I certainly wouldn't forget.
Yeah.
And yeah, we walked around. It was. I mean, it was a Soviet built I think military like shelter. So it was a big fucking block of cement with stairs in it, and that's pretty much it.
That's all right.
Bummer that it was so basic. I mean, I've seen some stuff on YouTube that's really eerie, creepy, interesting.
Yeah.
I'm really big on the abandoned mall stuff. Abandoned buildings in general that still have signs of humanity, but malls in particular, for some reason, I find that a really fascinating subject.
Yeah.
There's a whole site about it, deadmalls.com, I think is what it's called.
But yeah, there's a specific group of urbex people that I watch as in like literally one channel because I know that they don't do the whole like, oh, I saw a ghost thing.
Good. Yeah, that stuff is bullshit. Yeah, that's the kind of crap I don't like. I don't like the sensationalized garbage.
Yeah, they did that.
It's interesting enough without that.
I think they tried doing that for like a video because they went urbex with another group who does that sort of stuff. So they were like, yeah, whatever, and that's pretty much the only video on the channel that got a negative reception.
Good.
Yeah.
I just love the idea that just because a place is abandoned, that means that there's ghosts, which suggests that there's some kind of horrible murder there, which is
right. Somebody died here, obviously. That's why it's abandoned. Not for any other logistical financial reasons.
Yeah, they didn't go out of business or anything like that. No, this was like the site of like the family homicide. It's just it's an old Kmart. Shut up.
Like I don't know if the ones you watch, Mike, do this, but the people I watch are also like nice enough that like how they structure the videos is they talk about the history of the building. So like when it was built, whether it's known when it was closed, why it was closed, if we know stuff like that. Then they do their exploration, and then on the end they tell you about whether or not we know about the future of the building.
That's cool. That sounds interesting. I like that. Yeah, Urbex is a fascinating subject to me. See that again is the kind of modern history that I enjoy.
Yeah.
like recent my time, like what happened, why is this place broken down, why is it destitute, and again, when I go to deadmalls.com or deadmalls, whatever the URL is, and I see malls that have been like flooded, and like they still have the escalators and the multiple floors and everything else, they still have all the stores that are all boarded up, yet there's like it's been flooded and there's actually fish in it. It's like, what happened here? Yeah, there's actually several of them like that. Like the roof caved in, and somehow I don't know how fish got in there, but yeah, there's one mall in particular, I can't remember where it is, but it's a big mall, and it's like the whole bottom floor has been like flooded, and there's literally fish swimming around in it in a mall. Yeah, it's interesting.
That reminded me, for whatever reason, of one of the episodes from the people I watch, where they went inside a resort that was shut down for like the summer, because that video may actually get used in a court because
really?
I'm not sure. Like I feel like they could, because if I remember correctly, the owners wanted to reopen the place, and they only closed for COVID and for the summertime or whatever. Well, I don't remember exactly why they shut down, but it was COVID related. But
so is it that the video damaged their reputation?
No, like I think it was a thing where the city was telling them that they would need to be closing down anyway, regardless of COVID, because of mold.
Oh, okay.
They were saying that they're taking care of it, and the video showed that they may not be taking care of it.
Oh, I see. I gotcha.
So
that interesting.
Yeah. So I don't like. Obviously, I don't know about fucking law though, so I don't know if they could actually use a YouTube video as court evidence. I don't think so.
It depends. It depends on the case. It really kind of depends on whether the judge wants to admit it as evidence.
Yep.
Whether it is probative, as in seeking and proving information, or provocative, as in just like it misleading the jury in a biased way.
Yeah.
Yep.
Like OJ, for example, I was really irritated that his history of violent abuse against his ex-wife Nicole, such as like breaking her fucking face and having her put stuff in her safety deposit box at the bank, showing her injuries and saying OJ did this, that was not allowed at trial, and I thought that was unfair. However, I understood later on, when I got older, the judge's ruling was that was not specifically what this case is. We're ruling on the case of the murder. That's a separate issue. You may find them related, but if we let the jury see this, it is going to be provocative. It is going to lead them down a certain direction as opposed to providing information.
Yeah.
They are two separate incidents. So it's funny the way American court works.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I suppose also go ahead.
No, that was honestly pretty much it. I was just kind of elaborate a little bit, but there's nothing really else to say.
All right. So yeah, I guess I also go down the freaking true crime and horror stuff. Although like I stopped watching those partially because they started giving me anxiety, but also because I don't like most of the well-known true crime stuff. I've already heard, and so I started liking more the internet horror, more or less. Like basically what I would call the next generation of horror movies that are not actual movies, but like ARGs and shit.
Like what and shit? I missed that word.
ARG.
Art? ARG. What is ARG? Oh, alternate reality game.
Yeah.
Yeah, gotcha. Yeah, some of that can be cool.
Yeah, like I like those because there is still the thing of like, people pretend it's real somewhat, but at the same time, that people are playing along. So there's a sort of I don't know, like a wall between the story and what's being told, so it's easier for you to enjoy. Whereas
there's a safety there where it's not someone literally getting like their throat sliced or something.
Yeah, and so and the reason the other reason I stopped watching those channels is that all of them became just like actual real world bad people, and it's like
yeah.
And I don't mean people who like I don't mean people like that guy who I already know about and whatever the fuck, but like people who may be active still, and that's a bit too creepy for my taste.
Yeah, that is pretty creepy when you find out about. I used to watch the show Unsolved Mysteries, which I know they brought back for a while, so I don't know how familiar. Yeah, Unsolved
watched it
Mysteries,
with
especially
Riker.
in the 80s. By who?
I think it was, well, not Riker. Riker. Fucking.
Oh, did he? He did the show for a while.
Yes, right.
Jonathan Frakes.
Yeah,
Really?
Jonathan Frakes.
Huh. Was it
that's
that, or was that like Fact or Fiction? I guess they're the same type of show.
I feel like it was Unsolved Mysteries.
You could very well be right. I haven't
I
kept
wanna
up with
check.
it in the new days. Yeah, go ahead and look. I know that Unsolved Mysteries was really huge in the late '80s, which is when I watched it. And the creepiest thing was like seeing a story about like a really bizarre murder that really stuck with you, and it's like that was scary. Like, how did that even happen? And then you would wait to see if they updated the story with further information, like, oh yeah, we caught the guy, and then that wouldn't happen. And then they just move on to the next case, and it's like, oh god, that case is still unsolved. That guy's still out there. Like that would really send you shivers. It's like, okay, shit, this thing happened that is horrible, and they don't yet even know who did it. That's fucked up.
Yeah, I'm trying to check if this is the right
I think it was. I want to say for some reason it was Forrest Whitaker. No, it couldn't have been him. He hosted like a new Twilight Zone remake or something. I don't know.
Apparently, it was presented by Raymond Burr, Carl Maiden, Robert Stack, Virginia Madsen, and Dennis Farina.
Oh, Dennis Farina. That's right. Okay, he's the one I remember. Robert Stack was the original.
And let's see, which one did Jonathan Frakes do then? Because that's the one I watched more of.
I want, for some reason I want to say Fact or Fiction, but that could just be complete bullshit. I might be making that up.
It could be Fact or Fiction because he had one of those series. Like I know him. I know him as the guy who did that show, and not Riker. Usually.
Well, I know he did do it as Riker, which would have been funny.
Yeah.
This is First Lieutenant Riker, on the Starship Enterprise, telling you about this horrible murder or whatever. He did a lot of stuff for the Sci-Fi Channel, and for some reason, Fact or Fiction sounds like a sci-fi thing.
He did do Alien Autopsy, Fact or Fiction,
But I'm not sure about do that.
I can't seem to find the.
I do think he hosted a show. I think you're right. I don't know that it was Unsolved Mysteries, but I'm almost sure he did host a show of some kind that was similar.
All right, what about his IMDb page? Maybe that'll help me.
Probably.
His picture is even from that fucking show.
Oh, there you go.
But what is the show?
Jonathan Frakes is a sexy man. What's the name of the show?
Yeah.
And it was just him posing for like a half hour. I don't know that he's that sexy anymore, but he was a good-looking guy back in his prime, so that would have been about when he did this.
He's kind of handsome, I guess.
For a guy who's like in his 60s, he's probably still pretty good looking.
This is where we find out that I'm gay.
No, you can admit, when I was younger, I would never say something like this, but I mean, like, now it's like, I am so fully secure in my masculinity. I'll readily admit when a guy is good looking. DiCaprio is sexy. Ryan Reynolds is hot as fuck. Kurt Angle. Kurt Russell, very good looking older man. Jeff Bridges, very good looking older man. You can admire someone's appearance without necessarily wanting to have like a sexual tryst with them, unless it's Ryan Reynolds, in which case, that's an obligation.
Yeah.
I can't seem to fucking find it.
I know you're onto something.
He definitely did something. Okay, let's look up Fact or Fiction. Oh, okay. Beyond Belief, Fact or Fiction. Yes, that's the one.
Okay, Beyond Belief was the main title. Okay, gotcha. Beyond Belief / Fact or Fiction. So I guess we were both right. Okay.
Yeah, that's the one that him and someone else presented as well. Yeah, James Brolin.
Oh, okay.
What the fuck? What do you mean 2021? What do you mean he presented the show in 2021?
And this was James Brolin or Josh Brolin? Because James Brolin, that'd be really interesting. That's Josh's legit dad,
James,
who used to be a sex symbol back in the day. Okay.
James Brolin, yes.
Huh.
All right. Oh, apparently there's a revival happening. No, wait, what?
A revival of
of Beyond Belief, Fact or Fiction. All right.
Interesting.
That's weird. Okay. So this season, the revival premiered in Germany on Halloween 2021. Unlike previous seasons, the segments are produced and set in Germany, while the introductions by Jonathan Frakes were recorded in Los Angeles. Multiple German media personalities such as Gronk made guest appearances. Gronk put PP in hole, now feel cold.
Who? Gronk? What? Grunk?
Gronk.
Who or what is Grunk?
Eric Range, also called Gronk, is a German YouTube personality, I guess.
Oh.
Alright, cool. So,
interesting.
Yeah. Apparently there was a German-only episode of this produced in 2021. I wish
weird. Yeah. That's just really random.
Yeah, I wish there was an actual revival, because I love this show, and then Jonathan Frakes was the presenter. He was so creepy. Like he
Jonathan Frakes was good. Yeah, Robert Stack was very good in the original Unsolved Mysteries too. He was very spooky by himself. You know, even just reading a book, he would have been creepy.
Yeah.
Like, I'm Robert Stack. I'm going to tell you the story. Is it real? You decide. You know, like that kind of thing.
Yeah, I feel like Frakes might have based his thing on him.
He might have. Yeah, Robert Stack is the classic.
Yeah, because Frakes was pretty much just like, here's a prop that has to do with the story I'm about to tell. He plays around with it for 30 seconds, and then he's like, "Is the story real or fake? You decide." And then cut to the
there
story.
You go. Yeah.
I'm gonna step over just a moment here.
All right.
Yeah, I miss those old shows. I found a site that had all the old episodes of Unsolved Mysteries that someone had re-uploaded. I don't think they were ever officially released on DVD, or at least not in America. So I went and collected as many as I could. I think I got 10 years worth, so I'm pretty satisfied about that. Fact or Fiction was not one that I got, and then there's another one called Sightings from the 90s that I also have not seen since that time, but I remember that was also a similar type of show.
I didn't get that over here. There was another one that we got, which was a German one. Like it was a German show that tried to be beyond belief, more or less, but like worse.
It's a popular subject. There's a lot of stuff that's, creepy and unexplained. I like that stuff quite a bit. That's a topic of much interest to me.
Yeah, like the thing is, you can tell that that show that Beyond Belief was like, obviously I can talk about. No, I did watch Unsolved Mysteries as well, because I remember
the older one or the remake.
Yes, I think it was the older one. When was it remade? Let me check.
Oh, like around, I think, like 2000 something. The original lasted from like 87 to like 95, I think, somewhere in there.
Mike, apparently there's a revival right now.
Is there really? Wow. I wonder if it's the same revival.
Unsolved Mysteries TV series 2020 to who knows when. So it's still ongoing.
So it's still going, yeah. Huh. I'll have to look into that. Yeah, Unsolved Mysteries was really good about presenting just like not only weird things about like aliens.
The series was illustrated by Spike in 2007.
Oh, Spike, yeah, okay.
Yeah,
that'd be the one I'm remembering.
Yeah, that's not the one I saw. I saw the old one, I think.
Yeah, the old one was the old one was very much like a documentary, like it had reenactments and stuff like that. I'm assuming the new one did too, but I didn't watch the new one, so I'm not sure. It would like talk to the people that were involved in the stories, and they would like tell their story, and then the show would like show footage of what their story was. Like somebody would say, "Oh yeah, this strange mysterious force entered my bedroom," and they would like reenact it and show what it might have looked like. And then at the end again, Robert Stack would be on this set, and there'd be like a lot of fog or whatever, and he'd be in a trench coat with his hands in his pockets, and did this really happen?
Yes, I remember that.
Yeah.
Yeah, and Jonathan Frakes copied all of that. Holy shit! Like even the smoke machine. The trench coat was not necessary because he was always in a turtleneck, from what I remember.
I can picture that. That's funny. How do you feel about stuff like UFOs and aliens, Bigfoot, that kind of thing? What is your stance on whether that's just complete bullshit or if there's anything to it?
Well, I like to pretend there's stuff to the alien parts, but a lot of the cryptid things like Bigfoot, Mothman, I think that's just straight up stupid.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, go ahead.
In fairness, I liked it for a time. I like to entertain the theory that there could be like supernatural creatures out in the woods. Oh boy, what's going on out there? I don't know. It's spooky. But the Mothman thing, uh, that one is both the cryptid case that I love the most and the one that I point to the most as, this is why cryptids aren't real, because it's when fear is involved, the mind can convince itself of anything, and literally anybody with any background in biology or any knowledge of owls will tell you that they drove past a barn owl and completely blew things out of proportion because barn owls are not native to that area, and that's all there was to it. But
No, but it's
we still got people who like
freaking destruction.
Go ahead.
It's a harbinger of destruction, though. The barn owl.
Right, it's totally a harbinger of destruction. It only took months to kind of fulfill its prophecy and whatnot. But
here's the thing with me with Mothman. It's funny that it went into stages. When I first heard about Mothman when I was literally like 8 years old, when I read a book by an author named Daniel Cohen, which I think was called something like Aliens and Other Monsters or something like that. It was like a kid's book.
Right.
But that's the first time I heard about Betty and Barney Hill, the first famous abduction claim. That's the first time I heard about Mothman and some other stuff like that. And Mothman really stuck with me because at that time, at least, or at least in that book, they kept to the simple details of the first couple alleged encounters with Mothman, which was some people that were driving around in Point Pleasant, New Jersey, saw this giant thing shuffle out of the woods and start taking off after them. And they drove like speeding down the highway and the thing kept up with them the whole time.
Yeah.
They jumped into their house and like the thing walked up and was like looking in their windows and shit, which is terrifying. Then number 2, the second of these 3 parts, Mothman started to become famous in pop culture, which at first I thought was really cool because it was like this obscure thing that no one had ever said to me ever. It was like Mothman was my own little personal, wow, like I never heard about this anywhere else other than this book. He was my cryptid. He was like totally my cryptid. I was always freaked out by alien graves, but as far as cryptids go, Mothman was always the one that creeped me out. And so when he started getting like more notorious and more people started talking about him and admitted that they knew the story and everything, it was like, oh wow, this is actually getting play. Like this is actually like a lot of people know about this now. That's interesting. I'm not alone. And at first I liked it, but then that's also right around the time when, in particular, the author John Keel decided that he would look at the events of Mothman as this kind of harbinger of doom character, like you guys said. He took a couple of incidents that happened around the time of Mothman, including the collapse of the Silver Bridge in Ohio, and decided that because Mothman was allegedly spotted on the bridge before the bridge collapsed, Mothman is a harbinger of future doom. And he went with the idea that Mothman is not even a cryptid, but like an interdimensional being that can tell the future. And at that point, it's like, okay, fuck you. It was just supposed to be cool.
interdimensional being who really cared about the safety and well-being of his fellow humans.
Yeah, right. Yeah,
really concerned about that bridge that collapsed.
Yeah, it's like it was robbed of me. It was like I grew up knowing of Mothman as this really spooky thing that kind of gave me nightmares. It was like
it's weird, really cool in theory until you really look into it. And once we get to that harbinger doom thing, that's like nope. No, shut up. You're done.
Yeah, and sadly, that's what everyone knows Mothman as now. Because when I don't know how long ago the opinion was put out that Mothman was this, again, like otherworldly beast that was, a harbinger of doom. But I know that when I first read about the character, there was none of that going on. It was just like the time Mothman was spotted was when the Silver Bridge just got destroyed or broke apart, and that was it. Like no one in the book that I read drew any comparisons. It was like that's that happened and that was terrible. And I think the book, if I remember right, I read it in childhood. They were like, well, they kind of surmised that this other more serious incident made people kind of forget about Mothman and then just kind of passed into legend. And then again, John Keel, specifically, he wrote the Mothman prophecies upon which the movie was based. He came out with this whole crazy fucking, again, no, it's not just a monster. That's not scary enough. No. We have to make it this being from another universe who comes here to foretell the future. Fuck you. No, it's just a monster, and that's spooky enough. So now Mothman has been forever ruined for me thanks to that. Until that, the Mothman thing really creeped me out.
Yeah.
Yes, for my stance on the cryptids, like I just like it. For most of them, I just don't really care. Like UFOs, whatever.
You don't care, meaning you don't put enough really thought into it to really be concerned with whether they're real or not. It's just not something you're interested in.
Yeah, because most of it is just like the Bigfoot is boring. So are aliens, kind of. Like it's not even a thing.
My
thing
favorite part about the alien thing is not really the abduction or the aliens themselves, but it's all the government involvement thereafter. Whenever people are talking like the Men in Black and whatnot.
Yeah, because
so I find that part fun and fascinating, but the aliens themselves, kind of give or take with me.
The alien
Take or
grays,
leave it, rather.
just I don't like the way they look and the stories I've heard about them. Just like kind of like coming into your bedroom at night, like that freaks me out.
That's an invasion of personal privacy. I'm not down with that.
You shouldn't do that.
I live.
Yeah.
Like that I think is cool, but actual like government involvement, like that's legit 100% fact. I mean, there are thousands of reported cases that the government absolutely beyond the shadow of a doubt 100% confirmed did investigate, many of which they couldn't prove as terrestrial. They had no answer. And and that is interesting. The whole Roswell thing, which a lot of people now say, oh, it really was a weather balloon. It's like, okay, well, for several days it was a flying saucer. So how'd that happen?
Right.
Yeah, it really is interesting, in my opinion.
Yeah.
But yeah, and then
it's fun to think about. I don't spend my life like putting all the stock into it. They're like, oh yeah, they're totally aliens of Area 51. If there are, that's fine. It doesn't change my life.
I consider myself a skeptical believer, is how I would put it.
Yeah, fair enough.
I like to think I lean towards there being a possibility of these things, at least some of these things actually existing. The possibility, at least. I don't want to rule it out, but at the same time, I'm not just going to buy whatever someone says about it.
Yeah. My belief is that I consider these extraterrestrials to be quote unquote canon. They don't matter to me personally, but I will acknowledge them as canon.
They're officially part of the storyline.
Yeah, they're part of the storyline. If there's some super important event that we'll need to write them in for in the future, it's not going to be weird and out of place. But if we don't have to write them into the story in any meaningful way, then they're fine on the sidelines doing whatever it is that they're doing.
Yeah, on the sideline. As long as they mind their own business, it's all right.
I don't even know what other cryptids there are because I'm partially.
Oh, I know quite a few.
Because
Flatwoods Monster. Does anyone know that one?
Which one?
Oh, it's the Loch Ness Monster.
Yeah.
I'm pretty familiar with that one.
I partially tie cryptids in my head to like GTA San Andreas because there was a lot of cryptid myths in GTA San Andreas.
I spent so many hours looking for Bigfoot.
Yeah.
So I'm just like, all right, let's go through the list of cryptids: Bigfoot, aliens, Freddy, Jason, Sadako. Fucking
Freddy and Jason.
People who didn't even think about like how that wouldn't even work from a licensing perspective. We're like, oh yeah, he's in the game. I remember hearing Leatherface was in the game. No, he's not. But yeah, okay, sure. Yeah, Pigsy. I remember Pigsy. Pigsy I thought was popular because that was at least a rock star. That there was actually a legitimate possibility of that one. And I did look. I was sad that I did not find any results.
Monster, fucking
I actually think it would have been cool to have like a chainsaw murderer out in the woods.
Oh, unquestionably. I looked really hard hoping to find one. I wanted that.
Yeah.
I wanted to be terrified.
Mike wanted to eat the chainsaw murderer, so he can also become the chainsaw murderer.
Yeah, they have a chainsaw murder face-off.
They had that whole area in Grand Theft Auto 5, or I'm sorry, Grand Theft Auto San Andreas, the back of the Beyond, which was just like a giant forest out in the mountains. Like, there was so much potential for something to be out there.
I mean, didn't they say that there is something out there? Like, it's not Bigfoot, but there is something like fucking dumb that they put in that
may
people haven't found yet?
The only confirmation of or well, whatever, the only response I've ever heard regarding that subject was simply one of the developers was asked about it, like, yeah, is this real? And they were like, it's just as real as it is in real life.
So
it's coy answer. Nice.
Yeah. And honestly, I think at this point, if there was something to find, we would have found it by this point, or at least found something in the code that would give a good indicator as to what we're looking for, where it would be at.
Yeah. I definitely agree, which is sad because, as you said, I mean, I some of my best memories of Grand Theft Auto San Andreas were playing alone at night while my girlfriend was asleep in California. I'm staying up all night. It's nice and dark. Everyone else is asleep. I'm just like in the glow of the TV, just like totally enwrapped in this idea of, oh my god, I'm gonna find him. I'm gonna find him. I'm gonna be out there in the middle of the night now. I'll catch a glimpse. I turn on my recorder and everything, trying to get the footage, and it was all for bullshit. But it was fun. The hunt was fun.
Yeah.
The belief, the want was enough for me.
This just gives me a get rich quick scheme, and by get rich quick I mean not get rich at all and actually go to debt. But we should totally make a game where it's just legit San Andreas in the woods, but with the actual goal of finding something in the woods, and we don't even have to put something in there, and people will be entertained regardless.
I thought you were going to say we make a game that's San Andreas in the woods, and then every 2 seconds something jumps out from the bushes.
Oh yeah, the complete reverse of San Andreas.
Yeah,
you go into the woods looking for something, and instead everything finds you all at once.
You can't get away.
You spawn in. You walk 2 steps. Bigfoot comes out of the bushes, slowly walking. He waves at you and then leaves.
He waves. He's friendly. I remember talking.
The aliens kidnap you and feed you ice cream, and then they put you down.
When the last Star Wars movie was going to come out, Revenge of the Sith, before it came out, my cousin and I were guessing what would happen if, since everyone's waiting to see what happens at the end of this movie, it's going to be the last Star Wars movie, or so we thought. It was the last one directed by the original creator, so we were half right. We were like, what would happen if George Lucas ended the movie by like building up this really good movie, making it interesting, and then at the very end, the last scene you see is him on camera, George Lucas himself, giving you the finger. Just like, man, fuck you guys. And yeah, and first of all, I thought that was funny to begin with, but then we went on and on with like snowballing what would happen, and eventually it became the public would like all start leaving their homes with all various homemade weapons to go like take to the streets and riot, and there'd be like these giant battles and shit, and we just kept on bouncing off of each other to the point where it was like we developed this idea that the army of disillusioned people would be so big that people would be walking down the streets and other people inside their homes would look out their window and be like, "Oh, it's time," and then they grab like a trident or something and walk out and join the.
I always knew this day would come.
Yeah, if we said that very thing, yes, it was like they throw on their pith helmet. And it's like, okay, well, today is the day, and the army would get so big and they would cover so much territory that they would cover ground that simply no people have covered in such great amounts. And I threw out the idea that, you know what would be great is if that happened and like everyone just like eventually like got so big and was exploring, they were just like walking everywhere, they were just like going forward, they marched, and eventually they marched through California or whatever, and they stumbled upon Bigfoot, and I said, you know what would happen? There'd be a moment where they'd stop and they'd look and be like, oh, holy shit, it's Bigfoot. And Bigfoot himself would also be like, oh, holy shit, it's a huge army. I've been discovered. And then after a couple seconds of looking at each other, they would immediately run towards each other to fight. They'd be like, wait a minute, what? Wait a minute, what? Yeah! And then they'd all have a big battle.
People notice Bigfoot and they're like, Bigfoot. And then Bigfoot looks at them and goes, Star Wars. And then he continues marching.
He would become a member of the army at that point. Bigfoot knows.
He saw it too.
He saw it too. Yeah, now, thankfully for me at least, I of course, as I've said a million times, I loved Revenge of the Sith, and I'm in the minority on that, and I don't care. That's fine. That's my movie, and I'll keep it to myself.
We had a similar joke with Pink and W, where the creator of Smash announced that there would be a last character for the new Smash game. So I was like, well, what if he just adds himself? Like I don't think any of us would have been like angry about that. That would have been cool if he was just like, okay, I'm not fucking making any more of these games because they kill me slowly. They genuinely are kind of. But yeah,
it'd be interesting.
So he just adds himself as a fighter, and then freaking just beats all of the guest up as his announcement trailer.
Does Smash Brothers have any cryptids, or is it just all strictly just Nintendo characters?
It's video game characters.
Well, I guess at this point it is video game characters, not just Nintendo. That's true.
Yeah.
Because I want to play a fighting game that does have stuff like Bigfoot and Mothman, and there's the Well, not quite. I mean, similar to that, but like more, monsters, not
Yeah.
famous horror slashers. Like I'm talking about, like the Jersey Devil. The I'm not sure if any of you are familiar with the Dover Demon. Very small, very lesser known character.
Yeah, I'm familiar with it.
Are you really? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
That's actually rather impressive.
I think I'm somewhat familiar. Maybe.
Uh,
I'm not sure.
the Dover Demon was like
yeah. Okay, I didn't hear the Dover part. Yes.
Oh, okay. Yeah, the Dover Demon, which I think is Wisconsin. I can't remember.
I actually think he's up in the Virginias as well.
Is it really? Supposedly a lot of stuff happens up there.
Yeah. Let me Google that real quick.
I know Virginia. I think that's the state that has like the Devil's Road.
Oh, Massachusetts, actually.
Okay, all right. Wow. I don't know why I thought Wisconsin. We have who do we have? Some lame like a supposed werewolf or the Beast of Bray Road.
Plaza.
Yes.
Yeah. There is the oh god, why am I forgetting the name of it? It's like a floating thing that also is probably an owl. Some people mistook it as like a space robot, basically. Oh, what, that Flatwoods Monster?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's actually gotten into pop culture in some ways. Japanese games have had him in it.
I haven't heard about that one.
The Flatwoods Monster is basically a group of like 5 or 6 people saw what seemed to be a meteor crash in like the 60s or 70s out in like oh god, like again, maybe even Virginia or something like that. And they went to investigate, went up into the woods, smelled something really like foul, metallic, and when they went up a hill, they saw this thing in the woods turn and look at them, and it looked like this tall thing wearing a cape or wearing like a shawl or whatever, and its head was like this bubbly, almost it looked like an ace of spades.
Spider-Man.
And yeah, right, basically, yeah.
No, not Spider-Man. Spider-Man. Let me see if I can send you a picture.
Oh, okay. Well, I won't be able to see it now, of course. Yeah, I won't be able to respond, unfortunately. If I weren't playing the game, I would look. But yeah, supposedly it like reached out its claws or whatever and floated towards them, and they took off and they were hysterical. And some people said, well, that was just a big owl on a branch, and your nerves were all worked up. And I don't know. Some of that stuff seems like too easy an answer. Like explanations are just as silly, if not sillier, than the actual story of what supposedly happened. It's hard, and not so much that one, but like I know that there's a guy named
Monster is freaking creepy because not only do they see something weird, but you can blame it on hysteria, but they were legit sick for like weeks or months on end after the encounter.
The Loch Ness Monster? Did you say? Or the
Flatwoods.
Oh, okay, yes,
not Loch Ness. Loch Ness is Loch Ness is Loch Ness, but
right.
Yeah. The Flatwoods Monster is that's a weird one. That one borders on both cryptid and
possible alien.
Yeah.
Alright, will this post? Yes. That's the best picture I could find.
Can you see it, Pink? Do you have a
Yeah, I can. It's Spider-Man with a gun, looks like.
Spider-Man with a gun.
Yes, that's Japanese Spider-Man known as Spider-Man.
That's a real thing, huh?
Yes, he has a big mech.
Spider-Man, and he's got a gun. Okay, leave it to the Japanese.
They understand our heroes.
I posted in the art thing. Oh well.
Alex just responded to that.
Close. Yeah, now that's art.
That's art.
That's art right there, buddy boy.
I hope that doesn't work. No, it didn't work. Of course. The wrong fucking time. Let's see if I can do it this way then. Yes. I typed that, but it didn't work. Why?
I'm about to lose this match, so I will really quickly dip over to Discord and see what I can see.
So yeah, where were we before Spider-Man?
I guess we were just talking about aliens and cryptids. The Flatwoods Monster. I'm seeing a high elf character. There's oh my god, that picture of Bill Gates and Doom. Yeah, that's honestly kind of creepy. Very Sonics. Some guy that I don't understand the context to. And
that's the guy who looks like Adam Kovic if he tried smiling.
That's from the art. Yeah. Okay.
On the side, do you see the like the number marks or hash marks? I guess I don't know what to call them.
On the side of what specifically? Like where am I looking?
Like, you see where the pictures are?
Yes.
Do you see where we speak?
Yes.
Okay, in that row where we speak, above that there should be a thing that says art.
There it is. Okay,
Yeah,
I
press
found
on
it.
that, and that's where the freaking that's where I posted Spider-Man accidentally.
Oh, that's Spider-Man with a machine gun from the looks of it, in what almost looks like an autopsy room or something. That's weird. I don't know what's going on there. I also don't know what the pink thing is above him.
That's Kirby.
Who's that?
Kirby.
That's Kirby?
Yeah.
Very different looking Kirby than I'm used to. Yeah, okay. I'm seeing lots of art that has obviously no context, which I find funny. Embrace this dick, all right? Yeah, I can. A lot of pictures of Sonic sticking his tongue out really long. Someone's got something going on here. Okay, I think I've seen enough.
That's a running joke for me and Goku, more or less.
Okay. Preview my next video. Pink, you said that? You do videos?
Did I
misread that?
What are you looking at?
It looked like a picture of the whatever, like I can't remember the name of it. The picture of like man, like with his arms held out and the diagram.
Oh, yeah.
It says video.
Yeah, a while ago, Pink did drawing videos.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I did like 2, and then I swapped computers, and then I wasn't able to do any more after that. Well, I probably could now, but I just haven't because I'm lazy. Plus, I'm moving. Shut up.
I have not drawn in a very long time. I'm overdue. I very much was. I was proud of my work, but it just kind of tailed off, and I got into other stuff in life, and now it's just. I don't know. I kind of lost my passion for it, which is sad. I used to love it.
Mm-hmm.
God, that's depressing to say.
But at least you're still passionate for Spider-Man with a machine gun.
Yeah, well, I'm always going to be
Everyone
passionate
is.
for that. Yeah, I mean, now that I know that's a thing, there's no way I'm letting that go.
Is Spider-Man your favorite cryptid now?
Sure, why not? He's surpassed Mothman.
Yeah.
Isn't there a creature called Mothman in Batman?
Yes.
Okay, I thought so. Interesting.
If I'm not mistaken, they actually borrowed the Mothman title for the cryptid from the Batman series.
I was going to say the same. I think you're correct. Yeah, I think like some news reporter was just like, "Oh, it's like Mothman out of a comic book or whatever," and then the name was stuck.
But then I guess wouldn't it be more fitting to call it Owlman?
Well, I mean, Mothman's got a nice ring to it. Yeah,
right. Owlman is doesn't roll off the tongue as well, and they wouldn't have known at the time that it was an owl because they just see something flying at them in the middle of the night and can't explain it. So what do we call it? I don't know. Mothman.
Yeah, the story goes that it was like 1967, and there was a family of like 4 people or whatever, and they were just like hanging out by this area called the TNT area in West Virginia, which is like an old field that's got cement, rather concrete igloos that used to store TNT back in the World War II days. And they were just out there fucking around, whatever, and then this thing comes shambling out. They get terrified. They go to drive away, and again, supposedly it speeds up after them. When they get home, and important details that this is the part that I always remember most because it's really kind of fucking terrifying to me. It's this details like ugh. When they go to get out of their cars and go back inside, they say that this creature like rose up from the ground from behind the car. Like it was sitting there waiting for him the whole time, which would be a terrifying fucking experience. One of the women in the party supposedly was so terrified she actually literally dropped her infant baby, scooped it back up, and then they ran inside the house. And it was then when it shuffled up onto the porch and looked inside the windows or whatever. Then after it left, they ran to the cops. And the story goes, the police were like, we don't know what they saw, but we can vouch for the fact that whatever it was, they were legitimately terrified. And that's pretty much all anyone has. And of course, when that's all you've got, then naturally there's going to be rumors it's a monster, and then suggestions that it's just a mundane creature. And I don't think we'll ever know the truth. But I mean, odds are it was probably a terrestrial creature.
I mean, obviously it was Steve Buscemi.
What's that, Eddie?
I said it was obviously Steve Buscemi.
He can fly now. That goes back to the pink reference I wanted to make earlier. I can't remember. I mean, I can't believe that I never made the reference where I was like, you don't get to be Mr. Purple. Some other guy is named Mr. Purple. You, Mr. Pink. But I don't want to be Mr. Pink. Mr. White at least sounds cool. You're Mr. Pink. Another guy's Mr. Purple. Now shut up. Or what? I don't know. You guys have all seen Reservoir Dogs, right?
Nah.
No?
I'm not.
Oh, that's where the whole bit comes from. Do you even understand the reference to what I'm saying?
No.
Oh, okay. Really short. Reservoir Dogs, it's about a heist that goes wrong, and the characters that are set out to go embark on this heist, they all work for the same criminal, and he has a rule that they do not give any of their real information, including their names. They're given nicknames, which is Mr. White, Mr. Blonde, Mr. Pink, Mr. Orange, etc. And Mr. Pink is played by Steve Buscemi, and he's one of the few sources of comedy in what is a rather serious movie. It's one of Quentin Tarantino's more serious films. In fact, it's his first one, so he hadn't yet gotten into total, Quentin Tarantinoism yet. And when they're getting their names, Steve Buscemi is like, I don't want to be Mr. Pink. That's a lame name. I'll be Mr. Purple instead. And the boss is like this gruff, supposedly like a real, gruff, angry badass, even in real life, let alone in movies. Big, bald, tough guy. And he really spoke like this. He's like, you're not Mr. Purple. Some other guy on some other job is Mr. Purple. You're Mr. Pink. And Mr. White, played by Harvey Keitel, turns to him and says, does it really matter what your name is? And Mr. Pink, Steve Buscemi, says, well, it's easier for you to say, you're Mr. White. That's at least a cool name. Who wants to be Mr. Pink? And then again, the boss is like, you're not Mr. Purple. You're Mr. Pink. And it's just a funny little side scene. So when I think of your name, for some reason, I never really thought of it until just today that totally fits the Reservoir Dogs scene. I'll cut to it later.
Right.
It's just a fun little moment in an otherwise fairly serious movie. It's a good movie. It's a heist that goes wrong, and you find out that there is someone who was on the inside. There's a snitch, and you're spending the movie wondering who the snitch is and what the story is. Trying to figure out who snitched and why, who screwed this heist up and why. What's their story? And eventually you find out the truth. And there's lots of blood and lots of character, interest. And that's the movie where famously a guy cuts off another guy's ear, and it's a good time.
Yeah.
One of Quentin Tarantino's better movies. Everyone only thinks of him as like Pulp Fiction plus a couple other movies, but no, he's done good stuff.
Anyway, I guess one of us had to talk.
See, I was trying to pull it back.
Probably for the better.
Yeah, well, Alex was getting on me about how long I make these things by jabbering too much, so it's like I've been trying to kind of pull back a little.
I mean, we're at 5 hours, so.
Well, it's up to you guys whenever you want to end it. I don't know what the normal format is.
No, normal length is around 2 hours. I mean, technically we could end already because we hit all of the notes that we usually do already.
And that's up to you guys if you want to. I have nothing else of pertinence to add. It would just be bullshitting. So
I'll leave it up to Pink.
I think you're good to call it a podcast here, and then we can figure out if we want to just continue talking in the Discord, because I'm down to stay for a little while longer. If I had anything to say, I'm probably too late to do it now, so it doesn't matter.
Hop into Dead by Daylight with me. Both you guys.
I should do that. Yeah.
Do you guys want to? You don't have to. I know.
I'm down for it.
All right, Mike.
Yeah, go ahead, Addy. I'm listening.
I'm trying to think of something funny to make you say to end the recording.
Oh!
Say something funny, boy.
Something funny. I might have used this before, but so I go to the local bar. I go to the bartender. I say, "Hey, give me a drink." The bartender says, "What would you like?" I say, "Surprise me." The bartender pulls out a naked picture of my wife.
Nice.
That is surprising.
It's not mine. That's Rodney Dangerfield. But I laughed hard when I first heard it. I guess you need to be Rodney Dangerfield to make it work.
I've heard that before.
Yeah, probably through me, because I love it and I've been repeating it whenever I have the opportunity. But it's funny. I ended the podcast on something funny. Fuck you guys.